The young man was climbing the stairs and couldn't for the life of him remember what had happened to him. A terrible headache was preventing him from concentrating. All of his clothes were torn to shreds, yet he couldn't find any injuries on himself. However, he felt absolutely awful. Soon, the young man reached the door to his apartment and saw a box by the door. He must have forgotten to bring it inside during the move. It turned out that some kind people had helped Lu Chen, and instead of throwing it in the trash, had neatly left it by the door. Lu Chen remembered that these were most likely just some useless photo albums, but he still brought the box into his apartment. He couldn't just leave it in the hallway. Photos always bring back a lot of memories, often pleasant and nostalgic, so the young man immediately began unpacking the box. Inside was a trophy for first place in the game, Journey Through the Sea of Stars, as well as an old photograph. Lu Chen began examining the photo and mentally looking back at the past. It's always nice to realize that there have been truly valuable and important moments in your life, especially since this was the starting point of his esports career, when the National Esports Championship was held in China 5 years ago. Star Park was on stage and said that the first day of the competition had disappointed him, even though the hall was full of spectators and fans. The player was not a local but a visitor, and he didn't even know a few words of Chinese. The spectators weren't happy with him either. They believed that Park Han, nicknamed Incredible Power, was completely useless and that any player could beat him. Of course, the man was unhappy with how the fans received him and stated that they were very self-assured. Even though they didn't understand anything about esports, the tournament host felt very uncomfortable. He had to maintain good relations with both the visiting star and the audience. When the host got the microphone back, he said that Incredible Power could take on any player in the room. So a call went out, inviting any player in the audience who could take on Park Han's challenge if they were unhappy with the superstar's behavior. Among the audience were Dushasan's friends. He used an automatic translator and realized that Incredible Power had just insulted all the local players. Park Han, standing on stage, looked at the audience as if they were some kind of trash he could easily handle. Dushasan turned to his friend, asking him to join the game, and wiped that smug grin off the self-assured star's face. His friend agreed to go on the game if his buddy paid for him twice at the restaurant. After that, the guy stood up and accepted the challenge. It was freshman Lu Chen. Of course, he was a newbie and a very young freshman at that, so the audience didn't believe he'd succeed. Park Han looked at his opponent and said that the kid was most likely overestimating his abilities. Lu Chen put on his headphones and thought he'd quickly take care of everything and then go eat in peace. This guy had studied at a renowned esports university, and many industry leaders had graduated from that very institution. Now that they knew who would be representing China, many realized that an exciting match awaited them. The players took their seats. The competition was about to begin. Player Park didn't choose the suggested game mechanics and immediately moved on to S-rank mechanics. This was considered a rather brazen approach. Lu Chen was required to choose something from the mechanics library, and the young man had no intention of relying on C-rank mechanics. He didn't want to lose face. From the very first stages of the game, Player Park activated Pillar of Fire. Player Lu very skillfully dodged his opponent's lethal strike, and soon the Korean Star Park was already drenched in sweat and visibly nervous. Lu Chen dodged the next attack in a flash and immediately struck back. He destroyed the C-rank core with a single precise sword strike. The same sequence of moves repeated itself once more. Player Park returned to the game with a C-rank robot, but soon he was destroyed again. It was another instant kill. In the end, Player Park was blown to pieces once more, like New Year's fireworks. Park Han was already beside himself. The game clearly hadn't gone as he'd expected, and now he was the one who looked like a real loser. After destroying his opponent for the 5th time in a row, Lu Chen stood up and said he didn't have any more time. He wanted to eat. The game was over, and the host said that Lu Chen was very experienced in combat, but for some reason he hadn't been seen in competitions before. The young man admitted that today was his first time playing. He had only turned 18 2 months ago, so he had only recently joined the computer club, and until yesterday, he didn't even know how to play. The audience and hosts were thrilled. Everyone applauded and cheered on the genius Lu Chen. The audience raised their thumbs in unison, expressing their support. For a first-timer, it was an incredible result, and now they had a true new king of the battle arena. The audience applauded the winner. Now China had a future in esports. Dushasan was also happy for his friend and took a photo on his phone, feeling that he too was part of this momentous day. That was when this photo was taken, marking the beginning of the new esports player's stellar career. After that defeat, Park Han retired due to psychological issues. Since then, Liu Chen has become famous, chose the popular game Sorrow, and took the nickname Dust. He successfully began his path to dominance in his country's esports arena. Soon he won the very trophy that had also been in the box. It was the first trophy the guy had won in Sorrow, and it was their first head-to-head competition. The final for the title of Best Player in Sorrow was a battle between two great gods in full swing, and it was difficult to predict the outcome of this duel. There would be no tricks in this battle, only the clash of sword and flesh. Competitions between such professionals were always very exciting. The player used Red Dragon's Flame. The audience and commentators were absolutely thrilled by the use of such a powerful attack. Anyone else wouldn't have withstood this blow and would have lost immediately. But among high-level players, the real fun was just beginning. Liu Chen calmly parried the attack and now looked at his opponent, realizing it was his turn to strike. The young man held a professional sword in his hands, and with it, he was about to unleash the Mountain Sword Dance strike. Liu Chen's execution of the extremely complex Mountain Sword Dance technique amazed everyone. The speed and power were simply unreal, and the number of combos continued to grow rapidly. In addition to simply winning the duel, the young man also wanted to break his opponent's record and prove his absolute superiority. Mountain Sword Dance continued to deal devastating damage, and the number of combos steadily increased. Liu Chen's attack continued. The limit hadn't been reached yet, and the young man broke through his opponent's defense. Liu Anu couldn't handle these combos. 250 combos were used in that match, and now the winner was clear beyond any question or doubt. Everyone understood that a new champion had just been born before their very eyes, and a new record had been set. But this was clearly not the limit. Everyone congratulated Liu Chen on being named the best player. As far as the guy could remember, this was their only official battle against Luan. The tournament organizers also noted the number of combos performed on the trophy itself. But at the same time, everyone understood that this was far from the limit for the guy. Thanks to his record-breaking victories, Liu Chen entered the Hall of Fame and went down in the game's history as its youngest member. And every day he made the front pages of the newspapers. It's just a shame that life is so fleeting. And now all of this was gradually becoming nothing more than a part of history. Liu Chen remembered how happy those victories had made him, and now it even made him feel somewhat awkward. It was all because of an accident that had torn his life into a before and after. The doctor said his recovery was going well, and the young man was almost back to normal after the serious accident. However, his nervous system still left much to be desired. His nervous response had a 3-second delay. It had almost no effect on daily life, but it definitely affected his ability to engage in highly intellectual activities. And so Liu Chen's star rating began to plummet. Soon he was practically gone from the Hall of Fame, and when he finally dropped out of it, all the other players would be only too happy. Liu Chen understood that no one was to blame for what had happened, and that this was just life. However, this realization did not make things any easier. The young man tried to avoid interacting with other players. He didn't want to hear words of pity and, of course, dreamed of returning to the top one day. After the car accident, Liu Chen had become a laughingstock. Even the weakest players were now stronger than him. But the young man understood that he shouldn't hold a grudge against the players. They judged him by his current performance. And right now, he really was the weakest. Liu Chen realized that the only way to put an end to all this was to leave the game entirely. The young man did just that. No one was going to stop him. The ancient sword guild was housed in a magnificent castle, but now it looked somewhat battered and neglected. The player didn't understand what had happened to this magnificent palace and wanted to get all the information directly from the boss. The boss came out of the building and was able to explain to the player what had happened to the place. It turned out that some members had decided to leave the guild. They beat, robbed, and destroyed everything that came to hand. In essence, they were worse than an enemy guild. The deputy head of the Ancient Sword Guild said there was no need to worry. Everything was under control now. The young man submitted a withdrawal request and felt uncomfortable, realizing he hadn't done the guild any good. He hoped that if he left, the enemies would leave the soul of the ancient sword alone. But the girl thought he was talking utter nonsense. She placed her hand on his shoulder as a sign of support. After all, the young man was one of the founders of Ancient Sword's Dream Soul, of the 4 stars, the sun, the moon, and dust. It was impossible to lose even one. Everyone understood that the enemy's target was Liu Chen, as well as the ancient sword of the soul's dream. Back then, their guild was too well known, and the quickest way to become the new king was to defeat the former king. Too many people wanted to walk over others' bones and ascend to the throne. The boss said that the day before, someone had sent Lu Chen an invitation to a contest on behalf of the guild. The young man assumed it was Chaos of Candlelight, but he was going to decline the challenge because he wouldn't be able to win in his current physical condition. The deputy head said that the challenge had been sent on behalf of the guild, but it turned out to be impossible to withdraw it. The fact was that the senior manager of the Dragon Candle Guild had withdrawn his request and issued a public apology. The guy was very surprised. He couldn't understand what other apology letter there was and to whom exactly. The deputy head explained that such a letter is written because they believe that the player Dust does not have sufficient qualifications to compete with their guild. In their opinion, such a challenge could diminish the value of the Chaos of Candle Shadows Guild. They stated that the random challenge from the Chaos of Candle Shadows Guild had had a somewhat negative impact on the soul of the Ancient Swords Dream Guild, and for this, they officially apologized to the entire guild. The letter was reposted countless times in the game. It turned out that now absolutely all players were aware of the situation. Everyone knew that Lu Chen was no longer okay. The young man didn't want to show what he was really thinking, so he smiled and said that if there were no more tasks, he would continue clearing the dungeon. After the incident with the apology letter, which became a joint pressure campaign led by the Dragon Candle Guild, the soul of the Ancient Swords Dream Guild finally hit rock bottom. Lu Chen's career as an esports player also came to an end. In the end, he and his boss burned through 7 Dragon Meadows before their guild shut down, then deleted his account and quit the game. It was their way of expressing their dissatisfaction on behalf of their guild. But now the young man realized he had absolutely nothing to do. The young man thought he could just use the computer before going to bed. The loading delay was very long, one might say just as long as the delay in his brain's reaction. Lu Chen was almost as sluggish as his home computer. This annoyed the guy greatly, but he still waited until everything had finally loaded and read the news posted in the forum's headline. All the players from the soul of the Ancient Swords Dream Guild had left the game, and now they were facing thousands of comments filled with curses directed at them. Lu Chen felt exhausted by all this. If the viewers hadn't hounded him so relentlessly, he might not have burned the 7 Dragon Meadows. But today, all of this felt too painful and heavy for him. Lu Chen couldn't answer his own question as to why he had started browsing the forum again. He'd be better off going to sleep. As he turned off the computer, the young man spotted a box under the table. He couldn't remember where it had come from or what was inside it. Lu Chen racked his brain and remembered that it was the Heavenly Order gaming helmet, which had been sent to him specifically as a member of the Hall of Fame. It felt like it had happened in a past life. The young man had been under so much pressure and harassment for so long that he had even managed to forget he was a Hall of Fame member, but now he could finally unpack that box. After all, Heavenly Order had been advertised as a masterpiece surpassing even Heartache. The company claimed that their masterpiece, surpassing any previous projects, combined a vast number of character classes and new gameplay modes, promising players true joy. The helmet featured impressive graphics and more advanced special effects in a wide variety of aspects. Just then, the phone rang. It was his tireless and only friend, Dusha-san, who wasn't afraid to call, even late at night. Shi-san couldn't figure out where Lu Chen had gone. He wasn't responding on any messaging apps, he wasn't answering his phone, and he was nowhere to be found. The guy wanted to know what was going on. Lu Chen said he wasn't playing anything anymore. He'd given up, so he wasn't going to participate in the game Heavenly Order, even though his friend believed they'd get everything back very quickly. Dusha-san didn't want to hear any of it, because his friend Lu Chen had never given up before. Lu Chen tried to explain that with his current abilities, he could only be a loser, but his friend said he didn't want to hear about it and was coming over right now to put a brick on Lu Chen's head. He's a rookie who took down Park Han, the youngest member of the Hall of Fame, and now he's just going to give up like that? Dusha-san didn't hold back and shouted some pretty harsh words about how, when someone is being mocked, you have to fight back, and the guild, which had only 5 people left, just quit the game and called it quits. Were they all just weaklings? Lu Chen listened to his friend, realizing that every word he said was absolutely right, but he was too tired of the constant mockery. Lu Chen couldn't take it anymore, and replied that he wasn't ready and couldn't think about anything at all. The guy logged into the game every day and was subjected to harassment, and his friends were also forced to leave it. Dusha-san was barely holding back. He wanted to strangle his friend. Luckily, they were talking on the phone. Otherwise, it could have ended in a fight. In the end, Dusha-san said he was disappointed in his friend because it turned out Lu Chen was just a coward. Lu Chen felt awful, as if a wardrobe had fallen on him. Things were already tough enough for him, and now he had to listen to such bitter words from his best friend, who had always believed in him. Memories flashed through his mind of that first match that had opened the doors to esports for him. It had been a truly thrilling battle. The young man remembered the pride and joy of victory, how they called him a champion and a king. But then came public humiliation, relentless persecution, a shattered guild, and a multitude of disappointed people. Luchin knew that each of his comrades had a place in his heart, and yet he was the one who had seen the summit and therefore must never rot in the mud of the gutter. Dusha San was absolutely right. The young man put on his helmet and said he was ready. Now the game Heavenly Order would be the place where his rebirth would take place. Luchin activated the helmet, and he felt as if he were traveling through an endless sea of data. The young man was surprised by how advanced VR technology had become. It felt as if he had landed on another planet. First, the player found himself in the Temple of Guidance. He found himself standing in the center of a huge hall, and soon the loading was complete. The sensations were extremely realistic. It felt as if the player had truly been transported to another place. Even the texture of the stone columns had been meticulously modeled. At that moment, the young man heard words of welcome. "Welcome to the Temple of Guidance, Luchin." A system spirit appeared before him, and outwardly, the girl resembled Wendy from the story of Peter Pan. The system spirit informed him that upon confirmation, the player would become a member of the Hall of Fame in Region Z. The player would have exclusive ID privileges. He was asked what he wanted to be called from now on. Of course, keeping his original name would be incredibly foolish. Luchin decided to start by changing his ID. It would mark his fresh start. The young man chose the name Broken Spear, Sinking in the Sand. Of course, it would be hard to come up with a sillier name, but at least no one would compare him to Luchin. The young man laughed out loud. He said he would polish and hone himself to restore his former glory. Those 4 words sounded very poetic. Broken spear, sinking in the sand. The system spirit was shocked by the player's reaction and didn't know whether he was happy or really upset. The girl asked if he wanted to start the game and choose a profession. Luchin started the game. He was presented with 10 professions. The selection was typical for most games: swordsman, archer, mage, healer, and other classes. Luchin tried to figure out which path would suit him best right now. A nimble knight on horseback, or a balanced warrior, huge and massive. Or maybe it would be better to choose an archer who deals damage to a single target. Luchin was completely confused. He saw the pros and cons of every class, and it was hard to choose. So the young man decided to return to his old role as a warrior. A notification appeared in the game stating that the helmet was initiating a procedure to collect blood samples to determine his physical parameters. This was something new. A small needle extended from the helmet, and the blood draw began. Luchin didn't have time to react before he suddenly felt a stinging pain. The helmet was collecting samples. Soon the procedure was complete, and a scan of the player's body began. According to the results, his heart rate, body temperature, and blood pressure were checked. All readings were half the normal human values. Luchin couldn't understand what was happening. Why had everything around him turned red? Maybe his VIP helmet was just a fake? The pain was excruciating, and it felt as though the red flashes were tearing him apart not only in the game, but in reality as well. Luchin felt normal again, and now wanted to know what class he had received after enduring all that torment and turmoil. The system spirit announced that the game had unlocked a hidden class and could now present it to the player. Based on the player's physical stats, he was granted the Death Knight class. It was the mightiest warrior from hell, a master of deadly power, and the lord of all night spirits. Luchin looked at his character and thought it was simply amazing. The Death Knight, belonging to a special race, looked so cool. Everything seemed perfect. The time had finally come. It was time to start the game. The game asked if Broken Spear, Sinking in the Sand, wanted to start right away. The young man gave an affirmative answer. First, he ended up in the newbie village of Ryog. It was a village for corpses from the chaos. Luchin looked around and couldn't understand why his spawn point looked so dirty and run down. But soon new disappointments befell the player. He didn't understand how he had become this creature. It all seemed wrong. What about the Death Knight and that beautiful original image he'd seen during installation? A notification stated that the skeleton of death was the knight's initial form, and that he currently had neither blood nor flesh. He felt a void, and soft tissue was simply absent. The skeleton looked down at his underwear and realized that now he was a man with nothing but iron bones and nothing else. At that moment, the first boss appeared. It was the chief mage of the novices' village ridge for corpses. He looked at the little skeleton and clearly intended to destroy him in a matter of minutes. Now even said that he was the chief mage of the village for newbies, and the awakened night spirit must take up his sword and set out on his journey. He was obliged to fight for the rule of the night spirits, applying all his courage and strength. A system prompt informed him that the player had received a starter equipment set for a novice. Once his initial shock had passed, Luchin sat down to study the item information. It turned out he had been given an iron sword and a tattered cloak, but that was better than nothing. The guy geared up immediately and now looked like a real harbinger of death. With this armor, his stats were bound to improve significantly. Luchin decided to check his stats panel. Almost everything was at 0. He really was a beginner. All his stats were extremely low, and he had to start from scratch. The Archmage asked if the little skeleton wanted to become strong. After all, the Archmage had many different tricks up his sleeve, and he was ready to give the new skeleton a few pointers. Luchin thought that tips were great, but for now he was a bit wary of the mage and didn't know what he'd have to give in return. The mage advised him to complete a quest, since the young skeleton didn't have any meat to trade yet anyway. Luchin chose the quest, Kill the Big-Eared Rabbits. He had to kill 20 big-eared rabbits and collect 5 bundles of coarse wool from their paws. He was supposed to bring all of this to the head mage, and in return, he could receive a reward. Killing rabbits sounded pretty simple, even for such a weak skeleton. At least that's what Luchin hoped. He headed to the carrot meadows where the big-eared rabbits grazed. They happily munched on carrots and chewed on grass. Luchin immediately rushed into the middle of the meadow and landed a critical strike with his sword on a rabbit. It didn't seem too difficult, and getting into the swing of things, the skeleton set off on a real rabbit hunt. The game prompted him on where the creature would be, how long it would take, and how to swing. Everything was pretty straightforward and accessible, like a regular simulator, but it turned out the rabbits were incredibly fast. On top of that, the rabbits could strike back and even inflict damage on the skeleton. Just then, one of the larger rabbits smacked him in the forehead with its hind paw. Luchin was knocked out cold. He thought he should have struck the rabbit 3 seconds earlier to eliminate the delay, but for some reason, it didn't work. At that moment, a new target appeared in the middle of the meadow, and the skeleton prepared to intercept it. However, the rabbit wasn't stupid. It jumped high into the air and then managed to push off the sword. The skeleton hadn't given up hope of completing this quest, but for now he was only landing blows that missed and getting kicked back by the enraged rabbits. Luchin glanced at his stats and realized he was about to be kicked out of the game, but soon he realized the problem. It wasn't that the rabbits were too fast, it was just that the player's lag had decreased, and now everything really could go like clockwork. But then the world's #1 swordsman returned to the respawn point because he had actually been killed by a bunch of rabbits. Luchin decided that his friend Dusha-san didn't need to know about this, because the situation was getting pretty awkward. Luchin was amazed that his lag had dropped to 1 second, but suddenly he felt dizzy and had a strange enveloping sensation, as if he had forgotten something. Luchin decided he would think about it later, but suddenly a sports car and a multitude of shards around it flashed into his memory, and then a bat covered in blood appeared before his eyes. He'd have to think this through carefully next time. And so the player saw his new in-game birthplace again, and standing before him was the second master, Guan Yu. What did all this have to do with him? After all, the doctor had once said that nerves had the ability to regenerate. Maybe that regeneration had already happened. Luchin thought he needed to find time to visit the hospital for a medical checkup. But for now, while he had the chance, he needed to track down all the remaining small rabbits. Luchin set out hunting again. A tip suggested that attacking the weak spot on the neck would deal more damage. A series of critical hits followed, and the rabbits fell one after another. Luchin felt that the reduced lag was a truly amazing sensation for him. It was incredibly comfortable to play. Luchin cheered up. He realized that in the future, this lag might disappear completely, which meant he would be able to return to normal gameplay. At that moment, the guy sensed some movement and noise. He turned around and couldn't believe his eyes. Instead of a rabbit, a man's body was flying toward him. Luchin caught it with one hand. The skeleton held the player and didn't understand who had beaten him so brutally. The young man was unconscious and hung limply like a lifeless rag. Luchin tried to figure out who had hurled this guy at him. Finally, a stranger appeared. He held a huge sword in his hands. It was hard to believe, but rabbits come in all shapes and sizes. And now the king of the long-eared rabbits looked downright demonic. It was the lord of the carrot meadow, a temperamental and muscular monster. The player tried to run away from this rabbit, because getting hit by its paws was truly unbearable. And now 2 players had bumped heads. It turned out that rabbit hunting was all the rage this season. Lu Chen kicked the unfortunate players out of the game and told them to go in peace to another location, while he would take revenge for them. Lu Chen was thinking about the boss fight that awaited him now that his reaction time had slowed down. And despite all his extensive experience in previous games, the young man now felt nervous and excited. Lu Chen gripped his sword with both hands and prepared for battle. Soon, the Lord of the Carrot Meadow was standing before him. This muscular monster had brass knuckles on its paws, but that was probably better than if it had a spear or a sword in its paws. Of course, he needed to calm down, but the rabbit still looked like a real monster. Lu Chen thought that his opponent had a fast, close combat attack style, so the best strategy against such an enemy was to stay calm and wait. When the opponent attacks, you need to dodge quickly and find a weak spot in its attack. In theory, it all sounded very nice and logical, but a single punch from this rabbit knocked away a huge amount of health points. The game provided a hint that, thanks to its undead nature, the skeleton swordsman could quickly regenerate damaged bones and instantly regain its form, but its HP did not regenerate. All of this was, of course, very cool, but now he had to deal with the invincible rabbit. He needed to figure out how much damage Lu Chen could deal to it. The result was absolutely disappointing, because the critical hit dealt only 8 points of damage. That was far too little. On top of that, the Rabbit King wasn't just good at attacking, he was also incredibly fast, and his defense seemed downright abnormal. Lu Chen prepared to defend himself, pondering how he might manage to defeat this Rabbit King. Lu Chen managed to dodge the attack and realized that now was the perfect time to strike the rabbit's vulnerable spot on its neck. It was unlikely to have any armor beneath its fur. And for a split second, it even seemed like the attack might work. But the rabbit didn't sustain a single scratch. It crashed into a tree and snapped it in half with its head. Lu Chen thought that if he were struck in a similar manner, he would suffer a compression fracture. The player realized that the weak spot of all large rabbits was completely hidden under the king's armor. He was ridiculously strong. Lu Chen glanced at his stats and realized that if he made another mistake, he'd be finished, given his pitiful HP. Looking at the enormous rabbit standing before him, the hero thought that this monster was incredibly aggressive. And indeed, the rabbit literally went berserk right before his eyes. As if to confirm the impression it was making, the Rabbit King walked over to a massive tree and yanked it out of the ground by its roots. Lu Chen was in shock. The monster had yanked the weeping willow out as if it were just a twig, and there was no hope of anything good coming from this monster. The next moment, the Rabbit King hurled the tree at his opponent. Lu Chen was ready for the attack and immediately used his signature combo, which hadn't been able to cut through the rabbit but easily handled the tree. But the beast wasn't stupid at all. After hurling the tree at the skeleton, the Rabbit King continued his attack, planning to use his powerful fists. Lu Chen dodged and attacked the rabbit in turn. Of course, the damage was minor, but at least he avoided the fists. However, the attack he missed only enraged the opponent, and now a massive, muscular machine with long fangs and a gaze glowing with hatred was charging at the player. Lu Chen couldn't identify the monster's weak spot. He got a little distracted and missed a punch, but fortunately, the skeleton could quickly recover its physical condition. But at that very moment, a blow to the ribs followed, and the bones shattered into tiny pieces. It was then that the player realized how good it was to be a skeleton. He had to come up with something fast, and in that situation, hiding in a tree hollow no longer seemed like a shameful act. Perhaps it was a mistake, because the rabbit had no intention of letting his prey go and was approaching the tree hollow, raising his brass knuckles to strike. The blow followed immediately. The force was so powerful that the tree literally creaked. But then it was the rabbit's turn to be surprised, because its paw inside the hollow got caught in the vines. They tightly wrapped around the limb and wouldn't let go. Lu Chen peeked out from behind the tree trunk and asked the Rabbit King if he liked the little gift the skeleton had prepared. It turned out to be a dead tree, inside which vines had grown. Once someone got caught in them, it was very difficult to escape. And indeed, the rabbit was straining and even helping to pull his paw with his other hand, but the vines had a tight grip on it and wouldn't let go. It even seemed as though the vines were pulling the rabbit deeper into the hollow, and to save his paw, he would simply have to break the tree. Of course, that wouldn't be a problem for the rabbit, but not this time, because the skeleton took advantage of his opponent's immobility and plunged his sword deep into the monster's eye. The rabbit's eye turned out to be a weak spot on its body, and so the critical hit dealt significant damage. After that, the king of the giant rabbits flew into a rage, and as a result, all his attack stats increased, though his speed and defense decreased. This was understandable because the rabbit had been blinded in one eye. Now he could no longer make quick decisions and attack, while Lu Chen landed critical hits one after another. It soon became clear that the time had come for the final critical strike. Lu Chen bid farewell to his opponent and with a single swing of his sword, severed its giant rabbit head from its shoulders. The game congratulated the player on defeating the king of the big-eared rabbits. He had reached level 4 and received a reward for defeating the boss. Lu Chen was very pleased with the outcome of the battle. After all, this was his first boss in this game. Now he needed to sort out the loot and stats. The player received a glowing great-eared rabbit breastplate. It boosted health and physical defense. Additionally, the player received a large magic stone, which could eventually be exchanged for gold coins. Lu Chen decided to put on the glowing breastplate of the big-eared rabbit right away, and now he no longer looked like the scrawny skeleton he had been at the start. On top of everything else, the player received 10 free bonus points. These could be spent on leveling up health, mana, strength, and agility. Lu Chen began to figure out how best to allocate them. As a result of equipping the breastplate, his health had already increased automatically, so the player decided to invest all his points in strength. Lu Chen realized that sword-wielding skeletons have a good rate of strength growth. But then the guy remembered that he hadn't collected a single hair from the rabbit's paws, so he had to continue his quest. When all the tasks were completed, he met with the Archmage and asked for his opinion on his performance. The Archmage praised the little young skeleton and rewarded him with experience points, copper coins, and reputation. The player really liked all of this, and he wanted to complete some more quests. The next quest was of medium difficulty and was called Kill the Green Mantis. He had to go to the Forest of Morning Light, kill 100 mantis, collect their blades, and then bring them to the chief mage of the novice village. The player told the mage that he wanted to buy some healing potions to prepare for a long battle, and it turned out that the chief mage was also a merchant. The chief mage said that there are few night spirits in nature, so they value versatility, and asked how the skeleton planned to pay. After that, the mage began to appraise the magic stone received from the king of the big-eared rabbits. The stone's quality turned out to be very decent. The mage valued it at 1,500 copper coins, which was very pleasing and further motivated the player to complete all sorts of quests. Lu Chen asked the mage if he had any healing potions, and the mage, of course, said he would offer several options that would fully satisfy the player. When the deal was done, the mage was happy and said he'd be glad to see the skeleton again, but the player was left unsatisfied. He'd bought 20 bottles of potion and had hoped for a bulk discount. After all the issues were settled, Lu Chen began the next quest and made his way to the Forest of Morning Light. A sign was attached to the fence, warning that a mad dragon was in the area, so crossing the border was prohibited. Lu Chen paused briefly, mulling over the information about the dragon and the illegal border crossing, but then figured that he was just an ordinary skeleton now, and human laws shouldn't concern him at all. After walking a short distance through the area, Lu Chen spotted 2 players running nearby through the woods. He decided to follow them and find out who they were. The players were racing through the trees at top speed, looking scared and out of breath. One of the guys suggested that they might be being chased, and the other told him not to look back and, on the contrary, to run even faster. Lu Chen watched the brothers with interest. He didn't understand what they were doing there or who they were hiding from. The guy saw a skeleton in front of them and thought they were totally screwed. A night spirit was in front of them, and the mad dragon was behind them. One of the brothers asked what they were going to do, still looking back in fear. The boys decided they would fight the skeleton, since the night spirit was only level 5, and the 2 of them figured they could easily defeat the enemy. But at that moment, one of the brothers was struck by an arrow that pierced his back, and blood spurted out. The second brother was also about to fall victim to the arrow, but at the last moment, a bony hand stopped the dangerous weapon right next to the player's eye. The young man sincerely thanked the skeleton for saving him, and Lu Chen replied that luck had turned its back on the brothers today. At that moment, sharp arrows with metal tips were already flying toward them. The arrows were fast, but their flight path remained predictable. Lu Chen knew that with his current reaction speed, none of the arrows would be able to touch him, and he miraculously dodged these attacks. The archer nicknamed Mad Dragon tried to shoot the skeleton, but it somehow dodged all his arrows. The archer shot, and his inability to hit his opponent greatly annoyed him. Some lousy bag of bones had taken it upon himself to play the savior. Lu Chen, for his part, not only dodged the arrows, but also powerfully deflected one of the ultra attacks. Clan Blood Explosion. Watching the skeleton slice through the powerful arrow, the archer decided to try again. Perhaps last time it had just been a fluke. The Mad Dragon was drawing another arrow, but at that moment, Lu Chen slipped past the player very quickly and quietly. In the next instant, the skeleton was already behind the archer. He raised his sword and bid the player farewell. One critical hit was enough. Lu Chen confirmed that archers were still as fragile as ever. He could have taken a breather, but the skeleton heard a very strange sound. It couldn't have been made by other players during the fight. It belonged to something or someone else. The brothers and the Mad Dragon must have been clearing the field to surround the boss. Lu Chen hid behind the trees to watch and figure out the situation. He found himself at the center of events, like a fish that had broken through a net. Deep in the forest of morning light, a player stood on a branch of a huge tree and watched the battle. At the foot of the tree, a group of warriors was fighting a monster. They were armed and well prepared. Their opponent was the king of the Green Mantis. The warriors had already reduced the boss's HP by half. The player standing atop the tree promised to pay the defeated warriors compensation for their deaths and level loss. The knight was the head of the Mad Dragon Guild. He promised the players a reward for killing the boss, as well as an additional bonus for those who showed particular zeal during the battle. Lu Chen mentally calculated how much money it would cost to kill this mantis, and decided that the guild leader must be a crazy rich guy if he was willing to spend so much money on killing a light boss. At that moment, the mantis rose onto its hind legs and spread its forelimbs, while the warriors shouting, "For the glory of the young dragon master and for the Mad Dragon Guild," launched their attack. But these shouts meant absolutely nothing to the mantis, which sliced the warriors to pieces with its powerful legs. Lu Chen realized that the mantis was dealing terrifying damage. This boss was probably tougher than the king of the big-eared rabbits. It was unclear whether the remaining members of the Mad Dragon Guild would be able to hold out until the end. But their master demanded they continue the battle, not stop, and also pay attention to coordination and positioning. Lu Chen listened to the Dragon Lord's commands and thought it was a very foolish tactic that would lead to heavy losses on the attacking side. It all seemed far too reckless. Lu Chen once again estimated the cost that would be incurred to compensate all the players and restore their levels. By his calculations, the figures were simply insane. It was incomprehensible why anyone would push their own people to such extremes. The attacks came one after another without ceasing, and it even seemed as though the Mantis King had begun to lose a bit of HP. In the end, of course, these warriors would kill him simply by exhausting all his strength. But at the same time, the Mantis immediately restored its health and launched new attacks. The warriors were dying, but the commander ordered them to ignore it and continue the assault. Another volley of arrows was fired at the Mantis. Slowly but surely, this monster was soon to perish. The head of the Mad Dragon Guild was practically satisfied. He said that the squad of archers had done a good job, and as soon as there was only 1 point left on the boss's health bar, all the warriors would have to stop attacking, and he would finish it off himself. With this approach, it was no surprise that this guy was already at level 10. He took half the final experience points for killing the boss, while spending huge sums of money on compensation for his players. But suddenly something went off course. It seemed as though the mantis was growing new legs and had somehow become even taller. It turned out that the king of the green mantises had entered a berserk state. He had grown 7 blade-like legs and increased his attack power and speed several times over. At first, the players of the Dragon Guild were thrilled by this change. The guys realized they could make more money from compensation and urged each other to chip away as much HP as possible from the mantis. There were so many people that the human factor seemed to be ignored, and after a while, the mantis's HP rapidly approached zero. The guild leader ordered his men to keep going and not stop, to use their lives to give him the chance to deliver the final blow. Soon the situation had reached a point where the mantis had only 3 HP points left. Lu Chen and the Dragon Guild leader both decided it was time to attack. The guild leader lunged forward, intending to pierce his opponent with his spear. He was pleased, believing he had waited for the perfect moment. Near the body of the crippled mantis, the Dragon Guild leader spotted a skeleton and asked who it was. This encounter greatly annoyed the player. He had invested so much money in this duel and therefore had no intention of sharing the loot with anyone. Lu Chen replied that he was just a traveler who had happened to be passing by and had come here to seek justice for the players whom the leader had forcibly sent to respawn. The leader said there was no need to play the righteous hero. The skeleton hadn't just appeared, but had been watching the situation for some time, and now also intended to claim the first boss kill. Lu Chen replied that he was only here to clean up the surrounding game environment. Of course, he didn't mention that. As compensation, he'd like to take down the green mantis boss. At that moment, the mantis launched its attack, and Lu Chen was busy dodging the mantis king's massive claw. Meanwhile, the head of the Dragon Guild decided to deal with the opponent who dared to touch his prey, and now the player's spear nearly split Lu Chen's head open. Of course, such an act could not go unpunished, so the opponent was immediately counterattacked, and Lu Chen's sword pierced through his body. Lu Chen advised the Dragon Lord to practice his skills, because money isn't the answer. The Dragon Lord hadn't expected this turn of events. He was enraged by the fact that this skeleton had dared to steal his loot. Lu Chen understood perfectly well that this act would cause people to come after him, so he had to hurry and finally finish off this unfortunate mantis. Lu Chen turned to the Mantis King and told him not to worry, because it was his turn. After that, the skeleton shifted the Green Mantis King from the Berserk stage to the Weakness stage, and after that, taking down the remaining few HP points required no effort at all. The player Broken Spear, sinking in the sand, killed the first Green Mantis King, but instead of a reward, the system issued a warning that the player's health was below the threshold, so the game had automatically ended for him, and his experience, equipment, and rewards would be saved. Lu Chen sat at the table rubbing his neck. He couldn't understand why he'd been unexpectedly kicked offline after defeating the boss. Besides, it wasn't clear what the warning meant. But then there was a knock at the door, and it was completely baffling who could be banging on it in the middle of the night. Opening the front door, Lu Chen saw a friend who said he'd been very worried, which was why he'd rushed over in the middle of the night. Dusha-san was worried that his friend wasn't answering calls or messages, but looking at his friend, Shu-san was even more frightened. Now he had absolutely no idea what was going on. Shu-san couldn't find the words to describe what he was seeing. He just kept screaming, "Zombies! Help!" Lu Chen looked at his friend and tried to calm him down, saying he didn't understand where the zombies could have come from, even though the guy's face was covered in spots that looked very much like those on a corpse. Dusha-san held out his phone to his friend and suggested he take a look at himself. Then everything about the zombies would become clear. Lu Chen was very upset. He was genuinely alarmed and terrified. Not understanding what kind of spots had appeared on his face, Shisen said that such spots only appear on the dead, and they spread at an alarming rate, so they needed to go to the hospital immediately. They could do it right now, in the middle of the night. Lu Chen tried to tell his friend that these weren't livor mortis, but the very next moment, a sharp headache literally pierced his body like lightning. The young man couldn't move. It felt as if his body had been seized by convulsions. The boys arrived at the emergency room of the city hospital, and the chief physician confirmed that they were indeed livor mortis. This doctor was Dusha-san's father. He said they needed to run a blood test and a few more examinations, and only then draw conclusions. The lab blood test showed absolutely bizarre results. It seemed as though such a thing couldn't possibly exist in reality. The guys were very curious about what the results showed. The doctor replied that he would try to explain the inexplicable, but he had never encountered such a phenomenon before. One thing was clear. Lu Chen's blood contained a massive virus that defied biological explanation. It couldn't be called a zombie virus. That would be too far-fetched, but what was strangest was that it didn't destroy healthy cells, but rather repaired the damaged ones. However, because there were so many of these cells in the young man's body, their activity objectively slowed down blood circulation, which is why such strange consequences appeared. Blood flow slowed down, causing it to pool near the skin's surface rather than circulating throughout the body as it does in normal people. This is what led to the appearance of livor mortis. In addition, the doctor determined that the current blood circulation rate continues to gradually decrease. As soon as the blood flow stops, the young man will die. However, the doctor added that medical technology is very advanced these days, and they will find a way to artificially circulate the blood throughout the body. For now, the doctor recommended a CT scan to see what other effects the virus had had on the body. The doctor asked if the young man had experienced any strange sensations or phenomena recently. The young man thought about the locked doors he had had to get past, but didn't mention it. Lu Chen replied that nothing unusual had happened in his life at all, and now no one understood where this unusual virus had come from in the young man's body. Eventually, the whole group made their way to the CT scan room, and the young man lay down for the examination. Once they were alone, Dusha-san asked his father if the doctor suspected that Lu Chen was hiding something, and if the boy knew the true cause of his illness. But the doctor replied that he simply wanted to make sure Lu Chen didn't remember anything about what had happened to his body. Perhaps it was a psychological defense mechanism. Most likely, the boy had developed PTSD, which caused him to forget specific details and entire episodes from the past. Based on Lu Chen's blood flow rate, he should have already had a stroke, or something even worse should have happened. But at the moment, even though the situation is far from optimistic, he looks almost normal. Shushan was very upset. He was worried about his friend and couldn't understand how this could have happened at all. Lucien got into the CT scanner and began to doze off. He felt a pleasant warmth and was finally able to relax a little. While the scan was underway, the doctor said he would step away for a moment and asked his son to keep an eye on his friend for now. But no sooner had the doctor stepped away than his son let out a loud scream. Du Zhonglan rushed back into the room to see what had happened. He burst into the room and yelled at his son not to scream in the hospital in the middle of the night. But Shush-san called his father over and suggested he take a close look at the patient. Lucien looked completely normal. The livor mortis had completely faded, and even the doctor couldn't understand how that was even possible. Lucien replied that he had felt warmth during the CT scan, and now he felt no discomfort or weakness at all. The doctor was stunned. He cupped the young man's face in his hands and began to examine it closely. It was mind-boggling, but the face really did look completely normal. The situation was just as normal with the rest of his skin. The young man's pupils were normal, and all of this, in his opinion, was due to the X-ray radiation. Dr. Duel rejoiced like a child. He jumped around the office, danced a little, and said that the cadaveric spots had disappeared completely and without a trace. Having calmed down a bit, the doctor immediately shouted that they needed to go to the lab immediately and run another blood test. Everything would have been much better, but 3 hours of examinations had already passed. The tests were still going on, and even a healthy person would have been completely exhausted by now. Lucien was wrung out like a lemon. He felt as if the doctor were about to dissect him into separate parts and conduct research on each one. Shu-san genuinely sympathized with his friend. He hadn't expected his father to draw such a huge amount of blood from him for the sake of experiments. The doctor said that it was now clear X-ray radiation slows the virus's progression, but the lab technicians were still testing which specific wavelength of X-ray radiation was best suited for continuing the treatment. They gave Lucien a special liquid to drink and put him to bed to rest. Because the guy was a total mess, Shusen took him home and went out to buy groceries for breakfast. Lucien lay on the couch and examined his body closely. He saw absolutely no after effects, even though, according to the doctor, he had gone through a severe phase. Just then, Shusan returned from the store with his groceries. He said there was a beautiful woman in a sports car parked near the house, accompanied by a huge bodyguard, and that the woman was wearing a bandana on her head. Shusan loved taking pictures of everything, so he ended up with a photo of the stranger who had arrived in the fancy car. Lucien saw the photo of the pretty girl. She was very cute, but it seemed like the bodyguard didn't trust anyone around and was keeping a close watch on everything. Looking at the photo and the bodyguard, the young man studied the man closely and realized that this man was the boss. Vague memories began to surface in Lucien's mind. Massive chains snapped, releasing a monster. Lucien remembered what he had seen that night, after which he had contracted a mysterious infection and developed strange symptoms. It was the first night after his first encounter with the boss in the game. It turned out that Lucien had died back then. Lucien recognized the girl. It was Hai Yui, the leader of the Soul of the Ancient Sword Guild. The young man didn't have time to tell his friend anything else before there was a knock at the door, and a voice from outside shouted that Hai Yui had arrived. For some reason, Shusan felt that this visit didn't bode well. He asked his friend what he had been doing the night before. But then the guy decided not to worry himself. Since the two knew each other, he would just let the girl in and they would talk face to face. Shisen had almost reached the door, but at that moment Lucien shouted loudly. He rushed after his friend, trying to stop him from opening the door, because doing so was absolutely out of the question. Shisen had just grabbed the doorknob, thinking there was no need to knock so insistently first thing in the morning. People might still be asleep. But the next moment, the door swung open, and the girl shoved the guy aside, telling him to get lost and not bother her. Shi Yue burst into the room and started calling for Lu Chen. Shi-san was literally mesmerized by the stranger's beauty and stared at her, his mouth agape. The girl quickly scanned the apartment. She said she'd heard Lu Chen's voice and now intended to find him immediately. Shi-san replied that perhaps the girl had simply gone to the wrong door, and there was no Lu Chen here. Ignoring the guy's words completely, He Yui searched the apartment from room to room. She was clearly determined to find Lu Chen no matter what. Throwing open another door, He Yu stepped inside, saying she was definitely going to find Lu Chen right now. The young man was hiding in the closet. He really didn't want to run into the boss since he had already told his friend not to let her in. Hai Yui stood right in front of the closet and declared that she knew where Lu Chen was hiding. The girl didn't understand why he was avoiding her, since she was genuinely worried about him, and she placed her hand on the closet handle. San shouted at the top of his lungs that Lu Chen was already dead. Ye froze in place and tears welled up in her eyes. It was impossible. Lu Chen couldn't be dead. Most likely, the guy had gotten something wrong. San said that if she didn't believe him, she could go to the city morgue and get a death certificate. Hearing this, the beautiful woman rushed out of the apartment, weeping bitterly. San locked the apartment and approached his friend, asking if he was sure he had done the right thing. Lu Chen replied that at the hospital, he had naively thought that if he underwent radiation therapy, his body would become like that of a normal person. But now he remembered what had happened to him and wasn't even sure if he was alive or dead. Lu Chen didn't want to give his boss hope only to take it away again. It was better to drown everything in despair right away. In his opinion, that would be easier and less painful. San was very upset. He said his friend was confusing him more and more and demanded an immediate explanation of what had happened last night. Lu Chen explained that last night he had been buried alive. The day before, after lunch, the young man had gone to meet with the boss. He thought it would be a casual meeting between friends. Lu Chen didn't expect the meeting to be with the guild's vice president, He Yui. The rich and beautiful woman gave him some gear and invited him to her new studio. She made her feelings for Lu Chen clear, but he rejected them all. Lu Chen had a 3-second delay in his brain's reaction time, so he didn't want to be a burden or have the beauty waste her time on a cripple. Shi Yui insisted on driving Lu Chen home, but on the way, they got into a serious accident. The rival with whom the girl was competing for the vice presidency realized he wouldn't win and decided to set a trap to kill her. The gang was large and well-armed. To save the girl, Lu Chen set the car's gas tank on fire and, using the flames as cover, tried to escape the area while carrying the beauty in his arms. Shi Yui suffered a mild concussion and lost consciousness, and Lu Chen tossed her into the back of a passing tractor. The young man himself stayed behind to distract the gangsters. Seeing that their plan had failed and their victim had vanished, they unleashed all their fury on Lu Chen. The young man was beaten half to death. They may have even decided he was already dead. After venting their rage, the gangsters dragged Lu Chen's body to the Chaos Burial Mound. This burial ground is located in the north of the city. Lu Chen was thrown into a pit and buried alive. However, it turned out that the young man wasn't killed. He had every chance of surviving even in such a grave. Fortunately, heaven did not take him then, and a heavy rain began, which became Lu Chen's salvation. Because of the rain, the soil in which he was buried became loose, and Lu Chen was able to dig himself out and crawl out from under the ground like a zombie. The young man didn't remember or understand where he was going, but gradually the pain began to subside, and he regained consciousness in the entranceway of his building. There wasn't a single wound on his body, only torn clothing. Most likely this happened because he was infected with a giant virus after being buried, which gave him strength and restored his body. Or perhaps, on the contrary, the boy had contracted some kind of zombie disease while in the grave. Lu Chen asked his friend what he thought. Was he alive now, or was he already dead? Shisen was very worried and said that the chaotic burial mound in the north of the city was shrouded in many mysteries, and it seemed they needed to go there. Lu Chen replied that he would definitely go. He wanted to find out what had happened to him. But as soon as the young man got to his feet, it became clear that he was too weak and needed rest. Shisan advised his friend to eat a good meal and rest first, while he stepped out for a short while. Shisan promised he wouldn't go to the Chaos Burial Mound himself. He needed to go to the hospital because of the forgery of Lu Chen's death certificate. Dr. Du asked his son to bring Lu Chen's gaming helmet to the hospital. Shisan entered his father's office with a box holding the helmet and was surprised to see a group of elderly people in the doctor's office. Lu Chen was left alone. He armed himself with a pen and a piece of paper and began calculating finances and balances. Previously, the income from the game had been negligible, but now Lu Chen had to earn enough money to support his retired father. The young man made a list of necessary expenses. In the midst of his calculations, he heard the sound of a door opening. It turned out that Xu San had returned. Lu Chen stepped out into the hallway and was surprised to see that his friend had arrived with a large number of bags and suitcases. Without asking for permission, Xu San simply announced that he was moving into Lu Chen's apartment. The apartment's owner tried to object. He only had one bed, but Xu San didn't see a problem. The sofa in the room was wide enough to sleep on. Lu Chen thought that he must have reached the point where he needed a personal caregiver. Xu San replied that that was complete nonsense. He'd just gotten bored living alone. The situation became clear. Xu San tried to reassure his friend, saying that Lu Chen definitely wouldn't die anytime soon, and showed him a box containing his test results. The sheets listed all his vital signs and contained a full health report confirming that Lu Chen's vital signs were normal. Shisan admitted that at first he didn't believe it either, but later the old professors had conducted several sets of comparative experiments, and now there was no reason to doubt it. Shisan put Lu Chen's helmet back in its place without comment. He merely said that the project to sequence the virus's genes had turned out to be too large-scale, and his father had had to bring in other colleagues. Gradually, more and more qualified specialists, true masters of medicine, joined the effort. Eventually, a large research team was assembled. These giants of medicine made a single phone call, and the burial mound of chaos became a restricted military zone with limited access. Thanks to the efforts of the group of professors, the secret of the burial mound was uncovered in just half a day. Beneath the burial mound of chaos, a group of tombs dating back to the end of the Han Dynasty was discovered. This may be somehow connected to Yeguan, but the specifics of the situation required further excavations. Many mysterious objects have already been found, though much remains a mystery in these tombs. Cadaveric fluid was leaking from the tombs, in which they detected DNA from a virus identical to the one found in Lu Chen's body. It turns out the boy had cadaveric fluid as old as the world itself, containing some strange virus. Shisan said that all of this has now been documented, and the virus from Lu Chen's frozen corpse has been named after the young man. The young man decided that the virus's name was actually pretty good and began studying the documents. Shisan took advantage of the situation and unpacked his things to settle in and make himself at home. Lu Chen wanted to understand why the documents listed only the virus's characteristics without a detailed explanation. But even professors like these probably hadn't had time to compile a detailed report in a single day. Once the research is complete, the description will be expanded. At the moment, the only characteristic they could state with certainty was the virus's regenerative ability. It constantly repairs Lu Chen's cells, strengthening his body. The virus stabilizes his physical condition and slows his blood flow, causing intoxication, slowing his heart rate, and affecting his organs. This is a serious downside of the infection. Lu Chen was surprised that none of the doctors had shown much interest in his body. It turned out that the professors wanted to place him under round-the-clock observation and study. Dr. Du said that Lu Chen's opinion needed to be taken into account, but they had found something important in the virus, so for now they had decided to simply study him. Once the research was complete, Lu Chen might become a real lab guinea pig. Lu Chen said that everything was fine for now, and he hadn't expected the virus to help him 3 times. Cell regeneration brought him back to life. The virus's DNA helped him avoid becoming a lab rat, and the delay in his neural impulses had decreased. This was great news. Now Lu Chen's reaction speed was almost that of a normal person. Shisan was very happy for his friend. He jumped up, grabbed his helmet, and said that Lu Chen should log into the game so his friend could feel his speed. If the virus is capable of regenerating cells, then it stands to reason that it should also regenerate the brain's nerves. Shisan explained that his father, Dr. Du, had built an X-ray system into the player's helmet, and that it also needed to be tested. Now Lu Chen's helmet can emit X-rays to inhibit the virus's effects, eliminating the need for daily hospital visits for radiation therapy. In addition to the helmet, the doctors provided a bracelet that also helps monitor his health. It's a vital signs monitor. It reads Lu Chen's condition and transmits the data to the hospital in real time for continuous monitoring. However, Lu Chen needs to undergo a full medical examination every week to get the full picture. Lu Chen put the bracelet on his wrist, and a red line immediately lit up around the perimeter of the device. The young man held out his hand and watched in surprise as the bracelet emitted waves. Perhaps that was how it was supposed to work. Shisan watched his friend with concern, realizing that something was wrong. The ambulance was parked near the entrance to Lu Chen's building. Dr. Du demonstrated how to turn the bracelet on and off, warning that the red line and electric shock must not happen again. Shisan felt ashamed. He had forgotten the basic principles of setting up the bracelet, and this situation had happened because of him. Shisan burst into tears while Lu Chen tried to defend his friend, saying that he had worked very hard today. Dr. Du said he would discuss everything with his son at home and explain it in simple terms, but for now he would personally show Lu Chen how to use the bracelet. The bracelet monitors vital signs in real time. A red line indicates heart problems, and the bracelet automatically administers first aid. Blue indicates lung problems, and the bracelet delivers adrenaline. Green indicates blood issues caused by a virus. Lu Chen's readings differ from those of ordinary people. Shisan adjusted the settings before issuing the bracelet. The red line triggered an electric shock to stimulate heart activity. Dr. Du asked him not to panic. He was ready to come to Lu Chen within half an hour if necessary. If the young man left the city, his readings would need to be checked in advance. Lu Chen thought that his mobility was now limited to the city limits, a significant concession on the part of the medical staff. Finally, the guys walked the doctor to his car, waved goodbye, and promised to get in touch if any problems arose. Lu Chen said that the doctor had adjusted the X-ray system in the helmet, and now he wanted to test it out. Shi-san asked his friend for his in-game ID so he could add him online. Lu Chen said he had changed his name, and it turned out his friend had done the same. The guys decided to reveal their new names at the same time. Broken Spear sinking in the sand sounded powerful compared to Unparalleled Master. Shi-san believed he was worthy of being called the Unparalleled Master, and no one argued with that. Lu Chen told him to hurry up and install the client so they could surf the internet together. Lu Chen watched his friend walk away and thought that he would definitely teach him the ins and outs of the game and turn him into a true Unparalleled Master. Eagerly, Lu Chen put on the helmet. He'd spent too much time offline and wanted to check his rank. After booting up the helmet, the X-ray system started working too. So far, so good. The player Broken Spear, sinking in the sand, reconnected to the game and received the Green Jungle Blade. At that moment, Lu Chen was in a den of green mantises. He didn't understand how he'd gotten there. Perhaps the coordinates were tied to the green blade. Lu Chen decided to test the sword's power and struck a tree. The effect was impressive. The green mantis burrow was packed with these insects, ready to devour everything in their path. They moved through the corridors, led by a huge, ferocious mantis. Lu Chen was convinced that the black stone weapon was indeed sharp. A light strike split the massive tree in two. With a weapon like this, he could fight with confidence. Lu Chen watched the mantises, wondering what effect his sword would have on these creatures. At that moment, several of them approached the player. It was perfect timing. There was no need to wait for the right moment. Lu Chen landed a critical hit, and the result was stunning. The black stone weapon truly allowed him to fight with ease. Lu Chen spun around abruptly and saw the mantis practically right up against him. It had crept up quietly from behind, preparing to strike. The young man struck with all his might. The mantis's jaw suffered only minor damage, but Lu Chen himself remained unharmed. Lu Chen began swinging his sword, cutting down his opponents. A long, monotonous task lay ahead. The skeleton turned to the mantis, realizing they didn't understand, and told them they needed to attack all at once. The mantis seemed to have no objection. They were quite strong, though not nearly as strong as Lu Chen. At one point, the young man even got scared. These monsters really did rush at him as a whole crowd. But on the other hand, why put off something that could be dealt with quickly and decisively? Now all the mantis would die at once. Once all the mantis were destroyed, the battle would end in a few minutes and the quest would be completed. Lu Chen analyzed his stats. He thought he'd done a great job, even though he was still weaker than before the accident and his illnesses. Suddenly, he heard someone call out his name. Broken Spear, drowning in the sands. Lu Chen wanted to know who it was. It turned out to be the undead judge, the strongest of the undead, who had appeared thanks to the contract. His strength was unknown. Lu Chen hoped this high-ranking player wouldn't cause any trouble. The undead judge said he had identified the undying player, unfurled a scroll, and began to read. He announced the start of the court session, waving a brush and writing something down. Lu Chen had absolutely no idea what was going on or what kind of madhouse he had stumbled into. Soon, the undead judge finished the drawing and handed it to the player. It was a wanted poster, "Kill the Undead, Broken Spear stuck in the sand," for which a reward of 250 coins was promised. The wanted poster had been posted by the player, Dragon Slayer, and now any player could earn a reward by killing Lu Chen. The young man was furious. He understood that Dragon Slayer was trying to buy him out of the game, but he had to see who would leave the game first. Lu Chen tore up the wanted poster. At that moment, notifications arrived that the Green Mantis quest had been completed. The player had reached level 10 and could now change classes by returning to the newbie village. At that moment, the unrivaled master sent a friend request and immediately began asking why Lu Chen was being hunted down again. He asked if Lu Chen had changed classes. Upon receiving a negative answer, Shusen was extremely displeased. Now, everyone who had read the announcement considered Lu Chen easy prey and was eager to claim his head. Lu Chen hadn't expected them to come after him so quickly, but Shusan said, "Just go into the chat and everything will become clear." After reading the chat, Lu Chen was convinced. The hunt for him was on from literally everywhere. Shisen asked his friend what he planned to do in this situation. Lu Chen was calm. "Let everyone who wants to come, I'll welcome them with open arms." For the past year, all they'd done was hunt the player around the clock, so he was already used to this routine. Of course, it was infuriating, and sometimes he wanted to mislead his opponents. Tired of fighting, Lu Chen would sometimes play dead or pretend to be a mob. A few times he infiltrated the enemy camp using a secondary account and even hid in the boss's lair. Shisan listened to his friend and understood just how difficult his fate had been. Over the past year, Lu Chen had mastered the art of spending blood and tears and was now ready to show the fruits of his labor. Lu Chen took a photo and sent it to his friend, the unrivaled master, asking him to share it with other players. He needed to let everyone know that Lu Chen was hunting in the Forest of Morning Light to lure players while he changed classes. Lu Chen pulled the hood of his cloak over his head and even made a camouflage out of leaves. For a master, this was a trivial basic maneuver. He understood. To remain unnoticed, camouflage was necessary, and only then could he make his move. All online players received a notification with a photo and the location of the wanted person. Now they knew where the fiend was. They saw that he was in the Forest of Morning Light and rushed there to claim the reward. When the players passed by the huge boulder, it rose to its feet and was able to move again. The top-tier camouflage had worked once more. As soon as Lu Chen passes through the wasteland, he will find the cemetery mentioned by the chief mage of the novice village. Outside the city of Fubin lies the Hanbin Cemetery. There you can meet the immortal swordsman Surin, give him the letter, and then the novice skeleton will be taken by the apprentices. This is the realm of the night spirits. If a player from the human faction enters it, they are automatically considered an enemy. Now Lu Chen was running straight toward it, realizing that with his new physical condition, things would go differently for him than for the others. After the Dragon Lord learned that Lu Chen was a skeleton, guards were supposed to appear to protect the graveyard. All that remained was to make his way through the canyon. First, the player decided to assess the number of enemies. He sat atop a peak and surveyed the area. If there were few enemies, Lu Chen could handle it alone. If there were many, he would have to create a diversion and slip away quietly. The Hanbin Cemetery looked like an ordinary abandoned graveyard. Graves, bones, skeletons, and huge black crows. An archer named All-Seeing surveyed the area and reported that the coast was clear. The night sea dragon of the small sky stood guard, noting that they were still waiting, though why 4 of them were waiting for a single skeleton remained a mystery. The Dragon's Love Triangle believed that the Dragon Slayer was too generous and willing to spend a lot of money. Minnie Mountain Tai just sat there lost in thought, treating this job like any other. The All-Seeing One noticed movement and warned her companions that someone had arrived. Everyone finally stirred and prepared for battle, realizing that the one they had been waiting for so long had arrived. Lu Chen moved through the graveyard, estimating that there were only 4 enemies here, the perfect moment to deal with them all at once. The group of players turned to the skeleton, telling him that he needed to accept his fate and not waste their time. Lu Chen noted that only the archer could attack him from a distance and decided to close the gap. He asked his opponents if they wanted to talk first. They replied that this was a joke and no one was going to talk. After all, when he stole the boss and killed the guild leader, there were no negotiations either. The players prepared to attack and waited for the undead to approach. Lu Chen said that their guild was rich and powerful, so a little skeleton like him could safely retreat. Perhaps they would show mercy and let him pass. The players thought it might be better to let him change classes, but of course they wouldn't allow it. They'd been tasked with eliminating the undead once and for all. The archer drew his bow, ready to fire at any moment. Lu Chen said that killing him would take too long. The players said they couldn't let the undead go. He had insulted and humiliated their guild. Lu Chen finally admitted that he might have offended someone and that he shouldn't have acted that way. The swordsman noted that if the skeleton had made it to the graveyard in one piece, it proved his skill. But compared to them, he still pales in comparison. Their guild has many strong players who will compete with Shadow of the Candle and other serious guilds. Lu Chen kept the conversation going, gradually closing the distance while trembling, showing that he was frightened. Upon hearing about the Shadow of the Candle guild, the skeleton laughed, declaring that they couldn't compete with it. The more he laughed, the more irritated the players became, ready to tear him apart on the spot. They closed in until they were almost upon him. Lu Chen sat down on the ground and said he was tired of the boring conversation. He wanted to show just how ignorant they were. The archer declared that the skeleton was too cocky for its level. She fired an arrow almost point blank at the skeleton, but nothing happened. This stunned everyone present. They gaped and lost their composure. Lu Chen dealt critical damage, noting that the archer in the front row looked ridiculous and that their teamwork was non-existent. The others realized that the skeleton was not at all what they had expected to see. Luchin explained that they had been acting like idiots, standing there in a daze while the enemy closed in on them. The players weren't blind, just too overconfident. The swordsman shouted to his comrades not to panic. "It's 3 of us against 1, and the skeleton can't change classes." They decided to surround the undead from all sides. The players attacked simultaneously. It seemed the undead wouldn't be able to defend himself. But Luchin dodged the attacks and landed several blows, declaring that they couldn't defeat him without an archer. The female swordswoman activated the assassin's blade, raising it above her head, preparing to bring it down on the skeleton. Luchin thought it was an attempt at an ambush, but realized he could easily handle them. The players attacked simultaneously again, intending to kill the undead with a single blow. Luchin tried to activate his shield but missed. He soon realized that his reaction speed had increased again. He had to increase the distance. But at that moment, one of the players' axes grabbed the undead's sword. The weapon ended up in the hands of his opponents, who looked at each other joyfully, confident of victory. Luchin leaped high into the air, preparing to attack with his bare hands. He knew he'd be in top form in a couple of days. But first, he had to deal with these players and finish the class rotation. The players realized that the battle had gone quite differently. The undead turned out to be a strong and formidable opponent for them. The tank was already feeling drained and activated Earth's Wrath to boost his attack. But before the charge was complete, he was struck by a powerful sword blow. The critical damage was colossal. The tank looked like a dead turtle, heavy and immobile. The swordsman was stunned. The tank had been destroyed with a single blow. Next was the girl with the scythe, and now it was the swordsman's turn, who proposed negotiations. But Luchin didn't want to discuss anything. He simply plunged his sword into his opponent's head. He had no intention of engaging in dialogue with his enemies. The rapid response unit had been destroyed, but it was clear that the rest of the mad dragon would arrive soon. Better to finish the job here. The swordsman gradually came to his senses, realizing he had nearly died. Luchin recovered, figuring the undead wouldn't get far, and now he'd definitely earn his money. Luchin stood behind the guy and asked how he had respawned at the spot where he died. Most likely, the player was hiding some kind of resurrection potion. The guy replied that players at level 15 and above respawn at the spot where they died, right in the middle of the chaos. Once he reached level 15, Luchin would need to be even more cautious. It would be problematic if players set up camp near his corpse. The revived player said he had already explained everything, so he asked the undead for permission to leave. Luchin asked the guy why he had suddenly become so timid. After all, he had been so arrogant before, but the player just threw a tantrum, saying that the 4 of them had lost. Just then, he received a challenge from the head of the Dragon Slayer Guild. The young man wanted to ignore it, but the undead demanded he accept the call and quickly tapped the screen with his long finger. Dragon Slayer immediately began giving orders. He said he had received the coordinates and would soon arrive at the cemetery, and in the meantime, he asked his assistant to keep the undead occupied and hold him there. Luchin personally intervened in the conversation, saying that the guys waiting for him at the cemetery were very persistent, just like their leader. The Dragon Slayer was very surprised when he realized he was now speaking with his archenemy, the one who had a bounty on his head. Luchin confirmed that it was indeed him, and explained that he had already taken care of all the players who had been waiting for him at the cemetery, and now he was ready to wait here for the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer was furious. The undead continued to insult and humiliate him, provoking him and calling him a weakling. After that, the undead said that he would now slaughter this player again, right in front of everyone present. The player began begging the leader to help him, because if he died again, he would be sent back to the previous level. The Dragon Lord, of course, told the undead not to do that, but the very next moment the phone call was cut off because the player had been killed. The Dragon Lord, along with the rest of his friends and comrades, was shocked by what they had just witnessed, and it was clear that once again, the decision had been made to kill the undead. The leader ordered a group of people to go with him to the Hamble Cemetery, while the rest were to head to the respawn point. Luchin settled on the branches of a huge tree at the edge of the cemetery and waited for the next group of his killers to appear. Soon a powerful attack was launched and a spear pierced the undead's body. After that, the Dragon Lord ordered the archer and the mage to open continuous fire. The tree looked like a charred stick. Explosions rang out all around it and flames blazed. It was impossible to escape such an attack. The Dragon Lord was very pleased. He knew he would punish the undead that had provoked his guild. But at that moment, all the men began receiving notifications that all members of the human faction currently in the cemetery were marked as enemies by the Night Spirits Patrol Squad. The Dragon Lord also read this announcement with surprise. He knew absolutely nothing about the patrol squad. At that moment, a voice rang out. addressing the humans and saying, "You dared to invade our territory and attack our commander. You also ruined the clothes that the patrolman's younger brother, Skeletic, had given him." The players realized they had fallen into a trap, but now they had to prepare for atonement and endless death. The players knew their end was near. They had been marked at the highest level. Of course, they could have tried to do something, but all the players were panicking and couldn't keep their composure. The patrolman said that absolutely everyone marked would be destroyed, and they had to be eliminated. To help, he would now resurrect the dead. The Dragon Lord fled and ran for his life to document what was happening, and because not looking back was even more terrifying. At that moment, a vast horde of skeletons was slaughtering the players. They were highly motivated and had to kill every human within the cemetery grounds. At that moment, the patrol ordered its skeleton subordinates to kill everyone, while it rushed to attack the Dragon Lord, who, in turn, was trying to summon reinforcements. Upon hearing about the reinforcements, the undead patrol was very pleased. This meant that more people would appear, whom they would also have to kill. The patrol leader was so enraged that he believed killing a few players wouldn't be enough to satisfy him. And so now the cemetery undead were destroying the players in every possible way. They beat them with bones, tore their flesh with their fingers, leaving no one alive. The commander said they should let these people drop to level 14 and then expel them from the cemetery grounds. Lu Chen hid behind a gravestone and watched what was happening. It really worked, and the guy was absolutely thrilled. A while back, Lu Chen had rushed to the newbie's village and asked if the mage had a set of clothes similar to the one he was wearing himself. After that, he bought 10 such sets. Returning to the cemetery, Lu Chen met with the patrol chief, the leader of the famous Night Spirits patrol squad, and told him that the patrol chief was a true idol to little skeletons like himself. Lu Chen told the captain that he had come from a rural area known for producing the finest clothing, so he wanted to present a gift to the captain. The captain immediately realized that this young skeleton had enormous potential. He had dressed himself up and now stood proud and ruthless. Captain Fat confirmed that he indeed belonged to the Night Spirits, the filthiest and most rotten race embodying filth, decay, and ruin. Lu Chen asked the patrol squad leader if he could sketch the captain's majestic figure so he could admire it in the future. Of course, he received an affirmative answer. Lu Chen positioned the captain on a tree branch and showed him the pose he needed to hold, instructing him not to move while the little skeleton drew him. Lu Chen had hoped that after the crushing defeat the Dragon Guild had just suffered, they would slow down a bit. However, the opposite happened. New bounties and offers from the Dragon Slayer poured in. The number of bounties kept growing, the amounts kept increasing, and it was clear that there would be more and more people eager to kill the undead. Lu Chen really liked the Dragon Slayer's policy, which would now squander a fortune and attract even more experts to Lu Chen. The broken spear, buried in the sand, was absolutely satisfied with how he was handling things, realizing that these were his new steps on the path to the top. Lu Chen walked through the cemetery for a long time, but soon reached the right spot and realized he had arrived where he intended. These were the depths of the Hanbin Cemetery, and he was standing near a stone cross. The broken spear buried in the sand realized that he was standing near the death swordsman Surin, whom the chief mage had told him about. No sooner had the undead approached than he heard a voice asking why he had chosen this path. Lu Chen replied that he had come for advice on changing classes. Hearing this, the death swordsman said, "Die!" and swung his sword at the skeleton. Lu Chen tensed up slightly. He knew he wanted to die right there, so he immediately showed the letter from the archmage of the novice village. Jurin took the letter and began to examine it. He hadn't received a message from Nightvan in a long time. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that had been practically certain death. It's unclear why this NPC is so strong. Jurin finished reading the letter and said that Nightvan had praised the skeleton highly. He was impressed by its cunning, so he agreed to take the little skeleton as an apprentice. But to become an apprentice of the Death Swordsman, one must have a dull soul and body. Lu Chen was delighted that his nomination had been approved. After that, Surin placed his hand on Lu Chen's head to awaken the player's talent and began to recite the magic words. It was necessary for the slumbering Lord of Death to awaken, unleash his deadly power upon the land, overturning all rules and awaken his innate gifts. And when these words were spoken, the broken spear, buried in the sand, waited with bated breath for the result. A notification congratulated him on successfully mastering the undead power talent. This talent allowed him to deal a small percentage of damage to units that had lost their lives each time, but eventually he could gradually increase it to deal nearly half damage. Surin praised his young apprentice. saying that he had delightful potential and had awakened such a powerful force of death. Now Surin, the death swordsman, confirmed his apprentice's status as a death swordsman. In the name of the executioner, Surin granted him the right to exterminate spirits throughout all the kingdoms. After this was announced, the thread in the undead's hands was filled with new power, and now like a night spirit, he could draw upon the executioner's mighty power. Lu Chen was absolutely thrilled. He had participated in this ceremony with the utmost seriousness, taking it very seriously. Lu Chen, having received the status and power of the executioner, completed his initiation. Finally able to move, he asked his teacher if he had any new abilities. Lu Chen opened his stats panel, accepted congratulations on achieving the status of Death Swordsman, and also received attribute points, reputation points, and luck points. The player realized that he now possessed terrifying power. The only disappointment was that he still looked like a skeleton. Of course, he would have liked to become a handsome guy. Surin reassured his student, saying that a long journey lay ahead of him, and that a skeleton was the foundation of their race. A skeleton has excellent bones and can regenerate health very quickly. Surin handed his apprentice 3 skill books for growth. Lu Chen was absolutely thrilled and was about to study them all at once. But then Surin started talking like a haggler. He said that skill books were a priceless treasure, but considering their friendship, he was willing to sell the books at a lower price. Of course, the skeleton had money. He'd completed missions and defeated a boss, but he really didn't want to pay for textbooks. After all, he was the master's apprentice and could have gotten them for free. But Surin was very serious. He said he had already given a significant discount, so Lu Chen shouldn't be greedy, but should pay his teacher and go on his way. Lu Chen literally tore that money from his heart. Surin, the death swordsman, repeated once more that the books were of great value and that he had sold them to him at a loss. Of course, it all seemed like a scam or a ripoff, but those were the rules of the game. As soon as Lu Chen was alone, he immediately opened the skill book and began absorbing the information. There were the basics of fencing, the undead grip, the punishing blade, and many other very interesting and useful things. Lu Chen realized that whereas his skills used to deal damage increased by a fixed percentage, now the damage would increase proportionally, and that meant the bonus would be incredible at the later levels. Lu Chen tried to ask Surin if there were any quests for him, since the best way to level up skills is through combat. But Surin, the death swordsman, was simply thrilled with the coins he'd received from his student and didn't want to bother training this knowledge-hungry skeleton. He tossed the quest scrolls at the boy and said, "Complete the quest, destroy those skeletons who have sided with humans, and restore order in general." Lu Chen must complete the skeleton phalanx quest. To do this, he went to the necropolis to kill 50 skeleton soldiers and collect 10 phalanxes. The young man set off to complete the task with great enthusiasm. Very soon he arrived at the necropolis, where there were only blood-stained graves and skeletons. One of the skeleton soldiers was playing with his dog at that moment, teasing it with a bone. The skeleton soldier heard someone approaching, but didn't have time to do anything else, because a single critical strike was enough to destroy him. Lu Chen realized that his damage was now truly monstrous. He turned around and walked on, searching for a skeleton. But before Lu Chen could get very far, he suddenly heard a noise and saw that a magical force was gathering at the spot where the skeleton had just been killed. Soon, this magical force coalesced into a sphere and leapt onto the player's sword. He tried to shake it off, but the magical force leaped onto his hand and began to take hold of Lu Chen's body. The skeleton felt something unknown passing through him, and it seemed to be very bad. Lu Chen flew into the air, and judging by the sensation, something began to penetrate his body. A few more moments, and finally everything was absorbed. Lu Chen felt amazing. It turned out that the player had absorbed a spark of a soul. Lu Chen examined the soul spark with interest, intending to look for information on the form, but he definitely felt very good doing so. Lu Chen touched the body of the skeleton he had killed and took the spark of its soul. He needed to figure out what additional treasures this skill could give him. The player also took a torn piece of cloth from the skeleton, analyzed it, but it seemed to be completely useless, and there was nothing he could do with it. This tattered cloth was of poor quality and completely worthless. Next time, Lu Chen wouldn't even waste his time on it. For now, he needed to find more valuable skeletons. It wasn't long before it turned out that Lu Chen was already chasing the last skeleton in order to fully complete the quest. Of course, he'd love to tell these stupid skeletons right away that they couldn't escape and that they shouldn't waste time playing tag. However, this skeleton turned out to be more interesting than the previous ones. Not only did it hold its own in battle, but it could also spin around using a whirlwind blade. Fighting such an opponent could also level up Lu Chen, so he analyzed his foe and realized that it was using complex skills. However, despite this ability, the skeleton had many weaknesses and couldn't put up a decent fight either. In the end, it was finished off. The current quest was fully completed, and all the skeleton soldiers, as well as the skeleton phalanxes, had been gathered. Lu Chen reached level 11 and had to head to the cemetery for his reward. During the battle, Lu Chen had been collecting scraps of torn fabric, thinking he might be able to use them somehow in the future. Indeed, he managed to trade all those useless rags for a small magic stone. The magic stone was small and perhaps not very useful, but it was still better than nothing. Lu Chen walked through the city of the dead, realizing that he was still in the necropolis, and sensed a peculiar atmosphere there. He knew this was the burial site of Chingu. The tombstones all around were very tall and seemed to belong to some kind of giants. Lu Chen was moving through the streets of the necropolis when he suddenly saw a foot that clearly belonged to a giant. The player froze, not knowing what to do next. It turned out that standing before him was the enormous skeleton of a Kingu. This gigantic monster was clad in a sheepskin coat and held a stone club in its hands. Lu Chen had to tilt his head way back to see the giant in full height. He assumed this wasn't a boss. At that moment, the giant's eyes flashed, and he asked, "Where did this little skeleton come from, daring to trespass on our territory?" Lu Chen didn't waste time talking. He leaped high into the air, aiming for the boss's head, and landed a single critical blow. The giant Chingu let out a loud scream and fell dead, and the sparks of his soul immediately flew toward Lu Chen. It was very strange. For some reason, the huge giant died faster and more easily than a soldier. Lu Chen studied the information and discovered that these giants had little combat power. They worked perfectly as a team and moved in groups. Lu Chen repeated this information to himself several times, but before he could voice it, a spear flew at him. Lu Chen managed to dodge it and realized he'd stirred up a hornet's nest by killing one of the Chingu giants. And indeed, equally massive giants were already rushing toward him from all sides. They had a single goal: to kill the little skeleton. Lu Chen could have easily handled them, but there were too many of them, and besides, they were enormous, so they got in the way not only of themselves but of each other as well. Lu Chen was amazed by the impressive strength of these giants. However, strength alone was not enough to win. The opponents were still too weak, so Lu Chen easily dealt with them. The skeleton jumped onto the giants' heads and shoulders, and they couldn't do anything to him at all, only inflicting damage on each other. At one point, the giants decided to join forces to punish the insolent little skeleton, and together they prepared to attack him with all manner of weapons. Lu Chen realized that this process was practically endless, and he could spend a long time in these pointless battles. The number of Chingu giants wasn't decreasing. They were enraged, enormous, and mindless. Lu Chen realized he needed to do something unusual to stop this endless stream of giants, so he decided to make use of a massive tombstone. Lu Chen circled the perimeter of the tombstone and made a notch with his sword. After that, the skeleton kicked the slashed tombstone with his foot to knock it off its pedestal. The giants froze in place because his second aunt's tombstone began to fall onto his third grandmother's grave. The slabs fell on the giants, pinning them to the ground and preventing them from escaping. After that, one of the Chingu giants ordered the rest of the giants to retreat. Suddenly, the player felt a strange pressure spreading through the air, and immediately surmised that the town's boss was advancing to battle. And indeed, the enormous giants bowed their heads in a sign of honor and respect before the Lord, who was not yet visible but was approaching from afar. The Lord approached the battlefield and, pointing his finger at the massive slab, lifted it, thereby freeing the crushed giants. The Lord addressed the stranger, asking, "Why do you harm my subjects with your insolence?" Lu Chen didn't know how to respond. The Lord ordered his giants to detain the villain, and now Lu Chen realized that he would most likely not be able to break out of the encirclement. The undead giants pointed a finger, looked at the skeleton, and declared that this insignificant worm would perish. This was the undead lord, Qing Ye. The lord's level was unknown, so the game warned Lu Chen that the enemy was superior in skill, and he needed to escape as quickly as possible. The warning made sense, but the problem was that the game didn't say how one could escape once trapped in such a situation. Lu Chen realized that he was unlikely to escape from here, and the word escape had lost its meaning. Lu Chen decided to fight back to the very end. He landed several slashing blows on the giant, but they had no effect. This upset and alarmed him even more. Now the punishing blade could not cut through bone. Apparently, Lord Qing Ye had cast some kind of protective spell on his subordinates. The Lord towered over the giants, and a powerful aura emanated from him. All the giants felt like mere puppets and could only meekly carry out their Lord's orders. Lu Chen realized that this monster's power was simply staggering, and right now he was just as weak as the rest of the skeletons. Lu Chen watched closely as the Lord lifted the tombstones and restored order to the necropolis. Lu Chen thought he was dealing with the leadership of the Hanbin Cemetery. The boy wondered how he could outsmart these giants, who were distinguished only by their strength and size. King Ye was a very strong and powerful lord, but he had to find a way to deal with them. Lu Chen addressed the emperor. He said that he was scaring everyone with a broken tombstone, but in reality, he was nothing special. Qing Ye looked at the skeleton, not understanding where he was going with this. But soon he realized that he had to show his subjects the true power of the emperor. This insolent man had to be punished for his arrogance and audacity. Qing Ye lifted the tombstone, preparing to bring it down on the skeleton's head. It seemed that nothing could save Lu Chen now. He looked as if he were doomed, while Qing Ye tried not to smile, realizing that his bluff had worked. As soon as the flying tombstone approached the player, he touched it with his sword and applied force. Lu Chen smiled slyly and bid farewell to the boss, while the Qinggu giants watched the little upstart depart. His great-aunt's massive tombstone flew off into the distance, carrying Lu Chen with it. Lord Qing Ye remained with his subjects in proud solitude in the necropolis. Finally, one of the giants recovered from his surprise and ordered the rest of his comrades not to stand idly by, but to chase after the fugitive. And soon the whole group of giants ran off to look for the little skeleton. When they finally found the slab, it bore a message of thanks from Lu Chen. The giant liked the inscription. The drawing wasn't bad, and the words were beautifully carved. Lord Qing Ye suspected he was ruling over idiots, but coming across proof of it time and again was becoming increasingly unpleasant. Now it was clear that none of these huge, thick-headed monsters could catch the little skeleton. His subordinates realized they had messed up yet again. They stopped studying the inscription and said they would quickly track down, find, and kill the skeleton. Lu Chen arrived at the cemetery and brought all the trophies he was supposed to collect. They were the phalanxes of skeletons that Suren had ordered. Shorin, the death swordsman, thanked him for a job well done and awarded him for completing the skeleton phalanxes quest. The player gained a huge amount of experience, reached level 12, and significantly increased his base stats. That was really cool. Lu Chen received another piece of Blackstone equipment. He was just a couple of steps away from collecting the full set. All of the player's stats had improved. Although he still couldn't defeat the Lord of the Undead, he could now start raising skeletons to level up. The death swordsman Shuren asked if his apprentice had encountered the Qinggu skeletons and the Lord of the Undead. Lu Chen honestly admitted that he had barely survived that battle. Death swordsman Shuren said that in that case, the quest would definitely suit Lu Chen. Recently, the Lord of the Undead had begun preparing a large army to attack the Hanbin Cemetery. He would have to kill many Qinggu skeletons, gather their phalanxes, and also destroy the spiked skeletons, fight off the Lord of the Undead's guards, and buy time for Suren so he could kill Lord Qing Ye. Lu Chen studied the mission and realized it was extremely difficult. Of course, he would receive valuable items as a reward, but this mission was a whole rank more difficult than the previous one. The death swordsman Suren said that amidst the dangers, they were seeking their destiny, and as long as the Lord of the Undead hadn't consumed the soul spark, Lu Chen would be safe. Taking the opportunity, the player decided to find out what this soul spark was. Shuren said that the spark is the essence of the undead. The night spirits consist of 4 main clans that rule over all the others. The undead clan is the most numerous of them all. Orcs were the physically strongest and capable of breaking anything in the world. Dark elves were at the pinnacle of magical practices and controlled all events from afar. And lastly, the ghosts were immune to all physical attacks. The undead clan, though the most numerous, seemed the weakest compared to the others. But the death swordsman explained that only the undead were capable of absorbing soul sparks for endless evolution. At least that's what the strongest among the night spirits could do. Endless evolution sounded tempting, and Lu Chen wanted to know what would happen if someone absorbed his spark. The death swordsman said that in that case, you would be sent into the abyss, banished from this world. That was the essence of the undead clan, to absorb another soul spark or be absorbed. The undead soldiers, generals, lords, and kings could ultimately ascend as beings equal to the divine. That is, each time you devour and continue to evolve, you can acquire the strength and power of a god. Shuren, the Sword of Death, said that the current Lord of the Undead is the monarch of all night spirits. He sat upon a massive throne and was surrounded by a great number of defenders. His name was Asura. Asura is the path of constant evolution for the undead, to bring glory and exalt their lineage. Shuren admitted that perhaps he himself no longer had such a chance, but his young apprentice certainly did and would surely achieve success in the future. These words sounded very motivating. Surin sent his apprentice on a mission, saying that he was the hope of the entire clan. Lucien loved to evolve anyway, so he said he would continue hunting the Chingu skeletons. Skeletons were patrolling the border of the Chingu burial ground. Now they were constantly on guard. With them was a messenger bird used as a scout. At one point, the bird began to caw and point upward. But that was utter nonsense, because the enemies would never have been able to climb to such a peak. There was no point in paying attention to a stupid bird. Meanwhile, Broken Spear, buried in the sand, was indeed lying on top of that slab, and he was lucky to have gone unnoticed. Now he could calmly watch what was happening. The patrols were moving through the area in 8 groups. Each team consisted of 5 skeletons and a messenger bird, which was supposed to be killed first so it wouldn't have time to warn the patrol. The most annoying thing about this patrol was the fact that 2 groups met every 10 minutes. Basically, as soon as Lu Chen launched his attack, his timer would go off, and the other half would realize something was wrong. The task was quite difficult. Lu Chen decided not to put it off for long and immediately launched his attack, activating the timer at the same time. None of Qing's skeletons had time to warn their comrades. Likewise, the bird was instantly cut to pieces. Lu Chen was destroying the skeletons quite successfully, but suddenly one of them protested, declaring that, in his opinion, the use of such a skill was unacceptable. Lu Chen used the punishing blade and in a few swift moves dealt with the entire patrol team. He had to act quickly, preventing the patrols from passing information to one another. Besides, he absolutely had to retrieve the soul spark. It also turned out that not every skeleton dropped one, and the drop rate was too low. The timer was ticking away. Almost 2 minutes had passed, and Lu Chen had only dealt with 1 team. At this rate, the next team would arrive in 7 minutes. Lu Chen didn't know if he could finish the next fight in a minute, so he decided to find out right away. The test went quite well, and soon all 8 patrols were dead. They lay destroyed right in the middle of the necropolis. 1 patrol group had survived. Fortunately for them, they'd changed their route and hadn't warned anyone. Now they didn't know whether they should report it. After all, that skeleton who had escaped on the tombstone had already greatly angered the Lord. If the Emperor found out about this, he would be completely disillusioned with his subjects. So it was decided not to tell the Lord anything, but simply to double the number of patrols, triple the personnel, equip each team with 4 carrier birds, and expand the search area. Lucien had been tracking his stats while he still had work to do with the Chingu skeletons on the outskirts of town. But the mission was far from over, so he needed to venture deeper into the necropolis. The player estimated that after completing this mission, he should reach rank 15. Of course, he'd like to know what rank he's at right now. He checked the city's rank levels. In first place was Orion, the undead knight, who was a leveling fanatic in his own city. After checking the entire ranking, Lucien confirmed that the broken spear, buried in the sand, was in 125th place. Even though it had always been in the top 100, he absolutely had to reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. But before the player could plan his next move, he noticed Orion, who held the top spot on the leaderboard. Orion was approaching him, holding a scroll in his hands. This undead knight looked incredibly powerful. It was clear he had leveled up his abilities well and now resembled a true demon. It turned out that Orion also needed the reward and was planning to kill the broken spear to claim it from the Dragon Lord. Lucien activated his sword and said that the reward for him wouldn't be easy to earn. Orion was satisfied and said that otherwise, it wouldn't be any fun at all. Well, now an interesting battle would take place between them. Orion hurled his spear, hoping to pierce his opponent instantly, but Lucien managed to dodge quickly. He even managed to inflict a small amount of damage in return. It was negligible, but it was still satisfying to lower the HP of the #1 player in the rankings. Lucien realized that Orion's reaction speed was now slower, but his defense was truly very solid. Perhaps that was an advantage of the Undead Knight class. At that moment, Orion launched his next attack, noting that his opponent was quite good. Lucien deliberately waited for the right moment to cross swords with his opponent and knock the spear out of Orion's hands. He succeeded. He took the spear out of play and told Orion not to hesitate, since he was at the top of the rankings. Now it was his turn to attack. Lucien handled these attacks with ease because to him they were slow. The duel was proceeding rather uneventfully when suddenly Lucien felt a terrible headache that literally paralyzed his body, preventing him from thinking or fighting. He miraculously missed the next attack because the headache prevented him from reacting properly. Lucien crouched down briefly to catch his breath. He couldn't understand what had just happened to him. It felt like his head was about to explode. At that moment, Orion leaped toward him to deliver the final, unstoppable blow. Lu Chen didn't have time to dodge the attack and simply raised his sword to prevent the spear from piercing him. But this time, Orion disarmed him. The sword flew out of Lu Chen's hands and flew off to the side. Lu Chen was about to catch the sword, but his opponent didn't let him do it, kicking him and stopping him. The broken spear, sinking into the sand, had lost its sword and half its health. While his opponent was almost unscathed, the situation was truly turning tragic. As if to confirm these thoughts, Orion's spear was closing in on Lu Chen's head, and he knew it was all over. Of course, in this situation, Orion couldn't miss. Lu Chen flew a great distance and crashed into the gravestones, knocking them over with his back. He looked at his opponent and declared that it was over. Lu Chen sat among the shattered slabs, his arms crossed over his chest, unable to understand how he had managed to block the strike. He saw that his opponent was still alive, but that was perfect. Now he could activate the recording to capture the end of the fight for his fans. Orion launched a drone and said he'd forgotten that only registered kills counted. It was great that his opponent was still alive. Lu Chen paid no attention to Orion at all. He was waving his arms and performing combos. Orion couldn't figure out what this player was doing and watched him in surprise. At that moment, Lu Chen was letting out happy, joyful shouts, which looked very strange. It turned out that his reaction time had shortened even further, and now only hundredths of a second remained. Lu Chen was happy. Before him was an excellent guinea pig on which he was testing his reaction. This insignificant puppy, who without a sword in his hands continued to be defiant and disrespectful. Lu Chen told Orion that to defeat him, he would need to use only 2 fingers. The pride of the #1 player had been wounded, so he had to punish this arrogant upstart who didn't know how to respect the strong. He launched an attack with his spear, but Lu Chen didn't move, staring at the approaching blade. It seemed as though he was calculating something. Waiting for the right moment, the player held out his hand and flicked his finger at the spear, remarking that Orion was, after all, very slow. Player #1 couldn't believe his eyes. His spear had literally twisted into a spiral after touching his opponent's finger. Orion didn't understand how this could have happened. After all, it was impossible to parry an attack with a single finger. The player decided to repeat the attack and activated a continuous spear strike. In response, Lu Chen's finger also continuously parried the entire series of attacks, proving that Orion's attack had completely failed. Orion declared that his opponent was so weak that he could only block a normal stabbing attack, but he certainly wouldn't be able to handle a spinning spear. Lu Chen was ready to laugh. The spinning spear flew even slower, and parrying it was no trouble at all. Orion was in shock. He couldn't understand why his spear had passed right through his opponent without causing him any harm. Lu Chen had already used all his speed skills, so he closed in on his opponent, kneed him in the face, and said that now was not the time to count crows. After that, Orion took a few more blows to the torso and couldn't defend himself. Lu Chen intercepted the spear just as Orion was about to attack and knocked it away. In the end, Lu Chen knocked the opponent's spear out of his hand. It now lay on the ground, and its owner seemed powerless to do anything. Lu Chen walked over to his lost sword, activated a standard attack, and struck Orion, declaring that it was all over. Orion managed to activate a defensive barrier, and his body was covered in ghostly armor that was not easy to break. Lu Chen saw that his opponent's armor was sturdy, jumped aside, and began to consider his next move. On top of that, Orion had a spare weapon, so the duel continued as if nothing had happened. Orion hurled another spear, imbuing it with a fiery charge. A powerful explosion thundered through the necropolis. Lu Chen received a hint from the game. The invulnerability rating of the phantom armor was approaching 0. Soon, his opponent's strength would weaken significantly. Orion was certain he would finally finish off that insolent skeleton. But to do that, he would have to put in some effort, and Lu Chen himself rushed into the attack without waiting for his opponent to come up with something else. Orion was shocked. He had used Ada's fire strike and didn't understand why nothing had happened to his opponent. Lu Chen wasn't in the mood for long conversations. He merely said that Orion was asking too many questions, and then his sword pierced the armor, dealing damage to his opponent. Player #1 realized that his armor rating was too low. Lu Chen was thinking much the same thing. The blows had barely affected his armor. It was a perfect opportunity to kill Orion, and in the next instant, player #1's head was severed from his proud shoulders. Lu Chen was ready to admit that this was the first time he'd faced such a strong opponent, and he regretted that their paths had crossed. The young man checked once more to see where Orion was now. He didn't want his opponent to respawn quickly and come up from behind. The game showed that Orion was offline. Back in his apartment, a player named Orion couldn't believe his eyes and immediately logged out of the game in shock. Thanks to the recording made by his drone, the young man couldn't quite make out what had actually happened, even in slow motion. He watched the recording over and over again and couldn't understand how this guy had managed to do all that. Gunsung watched frame by frame, but it still didn't make sense. His opponent's slender body managed to dodge the attack by stepping back and then returning to his original position, causing the spear to miss. The speed at which the sequence was executed was astonishing. Gunsung understood that only the strongest masters were capable of such feats. The player didn't want to miss out on such a master and decided to return to the game to become his disciple. Leon was walking through the Shenmin burial grounds and couldn't find anyone. It seemed that Broken Spear, buried in the sand, had either left the game or was on a quest. But that didn't matter now. He was determined to dig the guy out of the ground wherever he was. Luchin was sitting atop one of the gravestones, sneezing. It looked like he'd caught a cold. But folk wisdom said that someone was talking about the player very intensely, which was why he was sneezing. The Chingu skeletons were patrolling and grumbling. Some bastard had dared to attack them, forcing them to work on what was practically their day off. Most likely, it was some kind of coward who only knew how to attack from the shadows. He must be very lonely, which is why he didn't even have a partner. Luchin listened for a little while longer, then called him a bastard, a coward, a lowlife, and a lonely dog, after which he launched his attack. As Luchin fell from the top of the tombstone, he slashed with his sword at everything that came within reach. Now, standing on the body of a skeleton cut in half, Luchin asked, "Who's the lonely dog here? Because right now, I'm going to kill everyone." The skeletons finally realized that the enemy before them was the skeleton that Lord Qing Ye was desperate to capture. It was he who had attacked their patrol. The skeleton captain ordered the sparrows to be released immediately to call for reinforcements, while the rest were to launch an attack on the lone skeleton. Luchin thought about how convenient it was to use decentralized communication. At that moment, a crowd of giants was about to bring their stone clubs down on him. A giant brought his club down with all his might on the skeleton, but it didn't even flinch. It seemed as though the club had passed right through him. King's skeleton thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. All his comrades had already brought their clubs down on the enemy. It was impossible to believe, but this tiny skeleton managed to dodge the attacks. Panic was setting in among the giants. They had done everything in their power to catch their opponent, but now all they could do was hope for reinforcements. Luchin was pleased. He said he was looking forward to the reinforcements just as much as they were, and hoped the rest would arrive soon. Luchin continued to entertain the giants, dodging their clubs so they wouldn't get bored waiting for help to arrive. But now he wondered, what would he do once he'd killed all the giants? What would he do then? At that moment, a bird flew up to the border of the Xingu burial ground and reported that in the northeast of the cemetery, the 6th team had been attacked. The news spread instantly to the other skeletons, who ordered everyone to advance to the northeast. The skeleton guard captain ordered his subordinates to hurry and not let the enemy escape. Help was on the way, and the guard commander thought he would soon be able to support his comrades, when suddenly he felt a strange sensation in the area of his neck. He managed to turn around and glance at his comrades, but before he died, he saw pieces of his friends' bodies flying in all directions. He saw the bodies flying, but couldn't figure out who was doing it. The speed was incredible, making it practically impossible to make out. Finally, a skeleton appeared before him and said that the giants no longer possessed their former speed and accuracy, but that didn't matter. He was going to destroy them all anyway. The guard captain was outraged. He had been informed that the enemy was on the eastern side of the tomb. Luchin explained that the captain's subordinates had acted too slowly, which is why he'd managed to clear so much territory. Sparks of souls were already flying around the skeleton. Luchin decided not to waste time on conversation. The patrol chief would also have to face death, just like his subordinates. Although the bruiser had hoped to destroy this small skeleton himself, nothing happened. Soon the skeleton leader Chingu passed away. Luchin destroyed even more skeletons and collected enough fingers. Now he could leave this area. The game congratulated him on his victory over the Xingu skeletons and sent him to the graveyard for his reward. Luchin thought about how he would soon be rid of his slow reaction time. The player returned to Hanbin, hoping to check the data and examine the reward. He really wanted to get the bracers. After receiving the mission bonuses, he would need to find a place to repair his cracked weapon. Suddenly, Luchin's thoughts were interrupted by someone's crying. The young man turned around and saw a funeral procession. Several skeletons were carrying a coffin on their outstretched arms. At the head of the procession walked a skeleton who explained that his comrade Shaku had been only 500 years old. He had passed away at such a young age, having lost his head. Lu Chen realized they were talking about a member of the patrol team who had been beheaded. This sounded like a side mission. He couldn't let it slip by. It turned out to be Captain Fact, to whom Lu Chen had once given clothes. He reported that their patrol team had suffered casualties. Brother Shaku, an excellent scout, had been attacked by the ironback bear. All that remained of him was a decapitated corpse. It was horrific. Moreover, their patrol team was responsible for the city's safety. Lu Chen had no doubt that damned ironback bear who dared to attack silently would be avenged. He would definitely kill him and bring back Brother Shaka's head. Captain Fact was thrilled. Lu Chen understood their shared goal, and now they could leave it to him to retrieve his brother's head. Lu Chen confirmed that he would take on the mission. After checking the game, he realized it was a timed mission. He needed to set out, but first he had to repair his weapons. Captain Fact informed him that nearby, 500 meters to the east, there was a blacksmith shop. He could go there and have his weapons repaired. The Forge of Death looked impressive. It was immediately clear that strong men with powerful hands worked here. Lu Chen entered the forge intending to meet the blacksmith and was surprised when he saw him. Standing before him was the village elder. It was unclear when he had started working in the workshop. The old man explained that he possessed many abilities and skills. The old man noted that he hadn't seen the broken spear buried in the sand in a long time and wanted to know why the young man had come. Lu Chen said that the weapon needed to be repaired, but the repair required physical strength and the blacksmith was too old. The elder replied that the broken spear buried in the sand was still new to the game and didn't know much. But the time had come to show the old man's full power. He took off his cloak. Underneath the cloak was a strong, muscular man, ready to repair and forge more than one pair of weapons. Now there was no need to worry. All he had to do was give the task and relax. First, the weapon was placed in the furnace to heat up. After that, they were laid out on the anvil and hammered to shape them as needed. Lu Chen couldn't contain his excitement. He applauded watching the old man's skill. After shaping came the hardening stage, and soon the weapon was ready. Lu Chen was very pleased. The sword looked even better than before. The blacksmith turned back into the village elder and said that he was, in fact, a first-rate master. The young man asked how much the work cost. It turned out that a single silver coin would suffice. Now, with a serviceable sword, he could set out on the Bear with the Ironback mission. There was still plenty of time. Lu Chen walked along the Hanbin Trail. It was a dangerous path, fought over by both the light and dark factions. The player tried to walk in the middle, figuring he'd have a better view there. He still needed to figure out where the Bear with the Ironback was hiding. In theory, the bear was supposed to live in the pine forest located on one side of the trail. Lu Chen didn't know how to lure the bear. He called out to it and sang songs, but the beast hadn't appeared yet. The Ironback bear was sleeping and had no intention of waking up. He had recently eaten several skeletons, and the monster was enormous. Lu Chen got almost right up close. He had to provoke the bear because time was running out. The bear was almost asleep, but had already realized that standing before him was yet another would-be snack. The skeletons weren't particularly interesting at that moment, so the bear continued to doze, not taking his opponents seriously. Lu Chen decided not to wake the bear and simply destroy it while it slept. He drew his sword, leaped high into the air, and prepared to chop off the predator's head. But the beast was not only huge, but also cunning. It pretended to be in complete control of the attack. Lu Chen landed on the bear's head and struck its iron armor, but it had no effect. He realized that the bear had very sturdy armor that absorbed all his damage. Now he had to come up with something new. Simply piercing the beast wouldn't work. Lu Chen stepped aside, pondering. The bear was clumsy, and he couldn't have secretly killed the scout Shaka with a hidden attack. Most likely, someone else was to blame for the scout's death. The bear's defense was too strong. The bear finally sensed the threat and woke up. The battle had to end. Time was running out. Lu Chen realized that although the beast was clumsy and had powerful armor, other parts of its body might be vulnerable. The enormous predator was charging at him. As he watched the approaching giant, Lu Chen noticed the bear's soft, fluffy belly. That part of the body was practically unprotected. He could strike it easily, as if cutting through soft tofu. Lu Chen made a slash. The blow wasn't fatal, but it still dealt damage to the monster. The bear grew angry. The fur on its belly split apart like a shirt on a beer belly. Lu Chen realized he had almost accomplished his task. He had identified his opponent's weakness and could defeat him. But something surprising happened. Lu Chen had never seen such tricks before. The bear, continuing its attack, somersaulted over its head, shielding its belly. Lu Chen barely avoided injury. The beast was not so simple. He raised his sword again, preparing to withstand a new attack and prevent his opponent from repeating the trick. Luchin, sword in hand, jumped up, hoping the bear would stop spinning and expose its belly. But the beast used the spin not only to attack, but also to defend. His tactics needed rethinking. The situation seemed deadlocked, and he had to act differently. Luchin landed on the bear's back. When the beast rose onto its hind legs to throw him off, the young man quickly leaped toward its exposed belly. The bear was powerful and strong. It swiped with its paw, but Luchin managed to dodge. Now was the moment for the decisive attack. He landed several blows to the bear's muzzle and ears. These areas were unprotected. Before he could assess the effectiveness of the blow, the bear counterattacked instantly. Luchin waited for the moment when the bear's belly would become vulnerable again. But the beast didn't leave itself open. It leaped up and landed, scattering everything around it. Luchin decided to attack the bear's back, thrusting his sword between the iron plates right into the spine. He chose the perfect spot. The predator had lost a massive amount of HP and health. It was only a matter of time. The bear was resilient, and even after a serious injury, got back on its feet. Luchin told the beast that it was not only big but also stupid for trying to resist. He landed a critical blow to the head, piercing the eye and damaging the bear's brain. The game congratulated him on completing the Ironback Bear mission. He could now head to the newbie village. Luchin's level had risen to 15. He received a wealth of valuable items as a reward for his victory. Luchin was pleased. He tried on his new gear. Leather pants, which, though not as sturdy as armor, increased his agility. He also received the Scout Shaka's disguise. Now he could leave Hanlon safely and remain unnoticed. Luchin returned to the city and reported to the captain that the mission had been completed. Captain Fact was playing with the swordsman Surin at the time. They had known each other for several hundred years. Luchin handed the captain his younger brother's skull. Next, he gave Surin the skeletal fingers. Then Luchin told the system to save the rewards. He had leveled up once again. To complete his gear, all that remained was to put on boots and arm protection. Now he had gloves and the Qingguang fan. Luchin had never used a fan before, and decided to ask Master Surin for clarification. The fan was intended for an advisor. Luchin didn't know how to use it, but he couldn't exchange the rewards. At the floating ice bridge market, there was a merchant where he could sell excess equipment. Luchin decided to use the mask. Putting on the mask, he went to the market. No one suspected a thing, and he traded the gear for boots and silver coins. The player was satisfied. This time he had acquired many useful and high-quality items. But before he could leave the market, he was identified. A thug named Unshakable Mad Dragon attacked Luchin. The attacker claimed that Broken Spear's speed was as high as the rumors suggested, since he had managed to block the attack. Luchin tried to stop him, saying he didn't understand what he was talking about, and that perhaps the man had made a mistake. In fact, Luchin recognized the attacker. It was Unshakable Mad Dragon, a member of the Mad Dragon Guild. It is unclear how he saw through the mask. The thug replied that even though the player was hiding behind a mask, his blade was easily recognizable. At that moment, Unwavering addressed the crowd in the square, announcing that 50,000 was being offered for the masked man's head, but that only the Mad Dragon Guild would guarantee payment. Lugan said it was a dirty trick, but the attacker didn't care. The ends justified the means. Many of the warriors present in the market jumped to their feet. They, too, wanted to make a profit by capturing the criminal. The thug himself was pleased. Now killing Luchin seemed easier than ever. He armed himself with blades and prepared to attack. Luchin found himself in an extremely difficult situation. Those eager to make a profit were gathering around him, and even if he managed to deal with his thug, the next hunter was already waiting. Luchin asked his opponent why he wanted to kill the player, drawing his sword and assuming a defensive stance. The standoff began. Who would strike first? But Luchin was smart. He turned and ran for the cliff. The thug from the Mad Dragon Guild ran after him, realizing he'd been tricked. Unwavering realized there was no point in pursuing him. He contacted guild representatives and reported that Broken Spear would most likely head to Hanbin, where they could apprehend him. But the rapid response team was out of commission. Second Lieutenant Fancy had attacked headquarters, and the commander-in-chief had dispatched all combat units to search for her. Things were not going well. Just as one problem was being resolved, Fancy created a new one. Unwavering decided to deal with Broken Spear himself, while the others would handle Fancy. Luchin was in hiding, hoping that by passing through the pine and cypress forests, he could reach the safe territory of Hanbin. The next moment, his pursuer appeared right in front of him. They came face to face. Luchin shoved Unwavering aside and asked why he was clinging to him like a leech. The attacker replied that Luchin's very existence undermined the Mad Dragon's reputation, so he must die. Before their conversation could continue, Lu Chen noticed the look in his opponent's eyes. He was about to use his skills. Lu Chen immediately landed several strikes to distract his opponent and prevent him from casting magic. It is unknown how the duel would have ended if Lu Chen hadn't lowered his sword and noticed a third figure who had appeared out of nowhere. Behind Unwavering stood Orion, and next to him was a huge predatory wolf. Lu Chen glanced at the masked man and thought he looked familiar. Looking closely at his gear, green clothing and a long green sword, one might have thought it was Broken Spear. Orion was ready to attack and shouted, "Long time no see!" It became clear that he would have to fend off this ally as well. But Lu Chen immediately sliced the wolf in half. Orion shouted that he had missed Broken Spear terribly and leaped at his opponent. Lu Chen advised him to stay away. He personally hadn't missed Orion at all. Orion's attack sent rocks and dirt flying, and Lu Chen leaped aside. Unwavering realized that these two didn't like each other and decided to take advantage of the situation. He turned to Orion, suggesting they join forces and kill Broken Spear together. Orion refused. He wanted to do it alone. For him, it was a matter of honor. Unshakable didn't understand Orion's refusal, since they were enemies, but soon found himself knocked out by Orion's attack. The world's #1 player said that in a battle between strong rivals, a third party, especially a Slovak, was unnecessary. Before his death, Unshakable Mad Dragon declared that he would never forgive Orion. Orion had no idea who this guy was or how he dared to threaten the world's #1 player. Once it became clear that the third wheel had been eliminated, they could return to the main battle. Lu Chen noted that no one wanted to fight Orion, and Orion managed to notice that Broken Spear had reached level 15. Orion admired his opponent and surmised that Broken Spear had grown even stronger. Lu Chen noted that Orion's speed had increased, and a moment of inattention could cost him the fight. He closed in on his opponent in a flash, preventing him from attacking with his long spear. Orion was stunned. He could do nothing and took the sword blow. A second strike followed. Lu Chen pierced Orion right through, leaving him no chance. Orion was rapidly losing HP, but he was absolutely thrilled, amazed by his opponent's speed. The top-ranked player couldn't understand why his attacks weren't working. After all, he'd put all his points into agility, but it had no effect. Lu Chen closed in again, and Orion realized there was nothing he could do. Lu Chen attacked with his sword, severing Orion's head and slicing him cleanly, as if he were a block of tofu. A few minutes later, Orion resurrected again. The resurrection happened too quickly. Lu Chen thought Orion wanted to continue the fight. The young man braced himself for the encounter, but Orion remarked admiringly on how quickly Lu Chen had cut him down last time. Orion turned to the player and demanded to know if his name was at the bottom of the Hall of Fame list. Lu Chen realized he'd likely been exposed, but pretended that if he killed Orion again, he might just make it into the Hall of Fame. Orion explained that his opponent's technique was lightning fast, dodging, stepping back, returning to the starting position. It reminded him of Candle Shadow. Only he could move like that. Lu Chen said he wasn't Candle Shadow, especially since his name hadn't been mentioned anywhere lately. His name wasn't even in the Hall of Fame anymore. Hearing this, Orion seemed to snap out of it and declared that he wouldn't lose to some unknown Broken Spear and that they would have to fight again. Lu Chen looked closely at Orion's gear, and memories surfaced in his mind. Once, backstage at the arena, he had wondered who would make it to the finals. Many players bet on Candle Shadow, high level, a full set of artifacts, and immense power. But some believed he was just a kid from another game, low level, armed with nothing but a magic sword. Even if he managed to make it to the finals, he wouldn't defeat Candle Shadow. The duel ended, and everyone congratulated Lu Chen on his victory over Candle Shadow, the god of combat. Lu Chen told Orion that nothing is impossible. In reality, it's unclear whether a player's level is the only deciding factor. Orion saw that his opponent was getting serious and realized that he would most likely lose again and die. Lu Chen said that leveling up by killing monsters was pointless. Players reach high levels only to become invincible. But if you lack the resolve to fight your equals, it's better to surrender as soon as possible. Orion was outraged. He didn't understand why his opponent had decided he lacked resolve. Lu Chen laid out his arguments, while Orion shouted that it was all a lie and that the reality was quite different. Lu Chen turned and went about his business, leaving Orion alone. Orion shouted after the departing figure that he had lost only because he was feeling under the weather. But in reality, he had no intention of giving up. Even if he had to sink through the earth, he would definitely defeat Broken Spear. Lu Chen was amazed by his opponent's stubbornness and said he would look forward to it. For now, Orion had better go home and review his video to spot any issues with his gear. Orion did indeed log out and tried to convince himself that this time, his second-hand gear had let him down. Since he had logged out, he decided to review the video. Maybe there really was something wrong with his gear. The player carefully studied the recording frame by frame and suddenly realized what an idiot he had been. After defeating the monster, he had only a third of his health left, and despite being so weak, he still went back and attacked the broken spear. He'd gained some free points in agility, but that wasn't enough to catch up to his opponent. He should have looked for points in defense. Orion kept reviewing the battle recording over and over, and the more he did so, the more it seemed to him that his opponent wasn't human at all. He walked over to the board and began writing down and sketching out certain stats and characteristics. Nothing could be overlooked. He recorded absolutely all of Broken Spear's data, noting his strengths, levels, and fighting style. Although the attack had yielded good results, there were still many flaws. He needed to rely on defense and counterattack tactics. Sooner or later, Broken Spear would reveal his weaknesses. Orion decided he had done an excellent job and would now fight using this plan. After all, sooner or later, Broken Spear would face defeat at Orion's hands. In the residential district of Hanbin, there was a burial site for the Eidolon race. A long stay in the coffin helped relieve the warrior's fatigue. Lucan arrived at this burial site, yawning and barely holding himself up from exhaustion. He hadn't slept all night and was falling apart. The player climbed into one of the coffins and decided to rest. But no sooner had he fully settled in than another enemy appeared above him, spear in hand. It was Orion, who demanded that Broken Spear not dare to run away. Lucian said that Orion was either crazy or sick since he was making a racket and smashing coffins. Orion announced that he hadn't slept all night, had studied the videos, and had found a way to kill Broken Spear. This time he was certain he wouldn't lose. Lucian was ready to laugh. Did this fool really study the video and think he could see right through his opponent? Orion was already charging in, spear in hand, and Lu Chen had a surprise in store for him too. The attack and the entire match ended in an instant. Orion was defeated, and Lu Chen sat on the lid of the coffin, sipping a potion. The player thought that Orion had indeed found a way to defend and counterattack, but still lost. Soon Orion was resurrected again. This time he was almost happy because he had lasted longer. But he still had hopes for the next battle. After that, Orion kept dying and resurrecting, and Lu Chen had no idea what was wrong with the player. Lu Chen was already seriously annoyed with Orion. Fighting him was boring. He just wanted to smack him on the head to snap him out of it. After his latest resurrection, Lu Chen stated that he isn't a free sparring partner for Orion. But if the #1 player wants to hone his skills, it would be interesting to know how much he's willing to pay. Finally free, Lu Chen made his way to the Thorn Cemetery in the city of Necropolis. There he met up with his friend Shi-san and asked why he was still at level 10. "You need to be more proactive, not just sit around like a snail," Lu Chen said. He offered his friend some money to buy weapons and new gear. In return, Shi-san was to gather information about the floating ice city. While talking to his friend, Lu Chen didn't stop fighting, and this time took down a skeleton soldier. The spiked bone effect triggered for dealing heavy damage, and Lu Chen took 8 damage. What a cheek. The player grabbed the spear with both hands and used a forbidden technique. As a result, his level rose to 20, and he defeated yet another skeleton. The young man immediately checked the Ice City rankings and realized that the floating Ice City was too difficult. Even at level 20, he couldn't make it into the top 10. Ahead of him were Fancy and other dominant players. 4 of them were in the top 10, Lu Chen's most formidable opponents. He needed to prepare thoroughly. Suddenly, the young man felt a sharp pain in his stomach. It literally twisted him in half. His body was shaking, and the system warned him that his fullness level had dropped to the minimum. His body was weakened, and he needed to eat immediately. Lu Chen collapsed to the ground. He hadn't even thought about food since the start of the game. The warning repeated. The level is critically low. The body is extremely weakened. If he did nothing, he would become the first player to die of starvation. He didn't have the strength to get up or even quit the game, so Lu Chen began tearing up grass and chewing it. The grass tasted disgusting, but it at least raised his hunger level a little. Suddenly, he heard a voice. "What's a guy doing here?" The voice belonged to a little girl, and Lu Chen quickly put on his mask and turned around. Standing before him was a girl named Xian Zhan, wearing a pink dress and holding a basket in her hands. Most likely, she was an NPC. She had approached the player and was waiting for his response. Lu Chen remained silent, and the girl assumed he was hungry. She took an oatmeal bar baked by her mother out of the basket and held it out to the player. Lu Chen didn't refuse. He thanked the girl, took off his mask, and ate the loaf. Soon his hunger level returned to normal. He felt immense strength and immediately leaped toward the nearest tree, snapping it in half with a single blow. The girl was very pleased to see the strength the bread had given him. Luchin wanted to pay for the oat bar, but the girl refused, saying the bread wasn't worth that much. He sat down next to her and asked how he could help. The girl explained that her mother was sick, and the doctor had recommended white mushrooms for her treatment. Luchin told her that white mushrooms grow near Ice Hill, but there are many dangerous spirits there. If the girl went alone, the mission would fail. The girl admitted that the area was scary, but she wasn't afraid for her mother's sake. She would need to spend a month gathering mushrooms for her mother to recover. Luchin realized that this was a long-term mission, but the reward would likely be substantial. He praised the girl for her courage and suggested that every month she could send him bread, and he would give her a silver coin. After they agreed, the girl left, and Luchin realized he now had a mission with a good reward. He made a to-do list: missions, buying medicine and weapons, gaining experience and upgrades. He decided to start by restocking his supplies. But before he could move, he was attacked by arrows. He put up a protective barrier, but he wanted to find out who was shooting so brazenly from a distance. Soon, Orion saw that it was a thug from the Mad Dragon Guild who had vowed to always take revenge on Orion. This information didn't upset the player, and he decided to hone his new skills on the guild members. A tank stepped forward, trying to shield the others with his shield. Then the archers joined in. Their arrows pierced Orion's body and dealt damage. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had completed another mission. He earned reputation points for close combat with spikes, black stone bracers, and a large amount of experience. The swordsman Surin praised his apprentice. He was now fully equipped. After completing 2 of the 3 tasks, they could set out to kill the skeleton lord of Qing, Emperor Qing Ye himself. Surin raised his sword and activated his magical abilities, summoning his allies. From all sides, his friends and the skeleton warriors he had invited on the expedition gathered around him. Luchin was also planning to go. He liked how Surin used the summoning technique. Surin saw the happy look on his student's face and promised to teach him the summoning technique. The expedition reached the Necropolis City Cemetery, and battles with the Qingu skeletons began. The skeletons fought valiantly, and Luchin addressed the rank and file, demanding that they bring Emperor Qing Ye to them. Amid the commotion, the emperor appeared along with his entourage. He surveyed the enemies who had appeared in Necropolis and ordered his men to destroy the unwelcome guests. The battle was epic. No one shirked their duty, and the Lord himself fought, realizing that there were too many opponents and that the armored skeletons were incredibly strong. King Ye soon realized that killing or summoning more undead was useless. To defeat this army, he had to defeat its leader, but who exactly that leader was remained a mystery. The emperor moved closer and attacked Surin, the swordmaster of death. But Surin anticipated the attack and calmly parried the blow. The emperor was furious. Why was this opponent still alive? Surin replied that not only was he alive, but he was already nearly capable of finishing off Lord Qingye. The battle continued, and Luchin used stealth to get into position. Suddenly, he burst out from beneath the ground right in front of Lord Qingye and immediately launched an attack. The emperor realized that the battle was practically lost, and it was all because of those damn skeletons. Luchin activated the summoning of the dead. Hordes of new undead servants charged into battle. Lord Qingye realized that an undead creature had just been summoned right before his eyes, and the situation was getting worse by the minute. It was unclear how the skeleton had managed to summon the undead. To do so, it would have had to devour her first. A plan formed in Lu Chen's mind. He turned to the Lord. Was he ready to admit defeat? But the emperor replied, "You young fool do not understand what your good-natured master wanted." And at that moment, his throat was struck. Kyungye fell to his knees, began to cough, and could say nothing more. Surin turned to his disciple. "What are you waiting for?" Luchin didn't ask any unnecessary questions. He finished off the bleeding Lord Qingye and received a multitude of items, raised his level by 3 points, and also obtained magic stones. To use the new bronze weapon, he needed to raise his level by another 2 points, but he didn't foresee any problems with that. All the soul sparks Luchin had earned that day began to fill his body. There were so many that Luchin was frightened. But Surin said, "I am already old. I don't need them. You must absorb them, or the soul fire will be wasted." Luchin looked at himself. Today he had absorbed a lot of soul fire, but he was still just a skeleton, even though he had hoped to become a general of the undead. Surin said, "Such is the fate of our dead souls. Undead swordsmen are special souls. The ancestors of the undead stole part of their power, and the Suras were cursed. A necromancer swordsman makes no progress." This information upset Lu Chen. It turned out that undead swordsmen were always stuck at the same stage. Shuren admitted that he hadn't told his student the whole truth before because the path is too long and complicated, with no end and no direction. He had already given up, but he believed that Lu Chen would gather all his strength. The player was a true fighter, one there was no doubting. Representatives of the Dragon Guild continued their battle with Orion. Orion was quite strong and could not die permanently. If it weren't for the pesky archer, the ordinary swordsmen would all have perished by now. The spearman declared that the soon-to-be-dead man had a tongue that was too long, and one he was about to pierce. He created a protective shield around himself and prepared to withstand the attack. But something went wrong. Orion's shield shattered into pieces, letting the spear strike through. In the wild jungle, Lu Chen sat down on a rock to analyze the articles and rankings. He studied the rankings for Ice City. He was already in the top 10 and had even surpassed the Mad Orion. It was strange that Lu Chen had agreed to train with Orion, but Orion never showed up. The young man recalled asking Orion what price he was willing to pay for the training. Orion was a fanatic about the game. He said he'd give everything, even the shirt off his back. Yesterday he was serious about it, and today he was supposed to show up for his first official match, but he was late and isn't responding to messages. Lu Chen realized that Orion was online but wasn't responding. It was suspicious. He checked the forum to read the gossip and news and found out that the Mad Dragon Guild had surrounded Orion and was planning to kill him, with the location of the event specified. Evening fell, and the guild members gathered to carry out the execution. The unwavering Mad Dragon noted that Orion's armor was damaged, but he was still unbroken and deserved to be in the top 10 players. He was offered to join the guild in exchange for sparing his life, but he responded with the middle finger. It became clear that the player preferred death. The spear-wielding swordsman launched an attack that was meant to be critical, while everyone else watched. But suddenly, a massive explosion occurred between Orion and the Dragon Guild players. When the smoke and dust cleared, the players looked with interest at the crater that had formed before them. Broken Spear stepped in front of Orion and asked how these insolent fools dared to lay a hand on his people. The players from the Mad Dragon Guild froze in surprise, realizing who had appeared before them. But they soon came to their senses and decided that the Broken Spear had appeared just in time to deal with them as well. In Unshakable's opinion, this appearance had spared him the trouble of searching any further, and now he intended to send his two opponents to the afterlife. The Broken Spear laughed loudly. "If I were alone, you'd have a chance, but now I want to demonstrate the necromancer's skills to everyone." While Broken Spear was talking to the players, he handed Orion a few vials of healing potion. Then Broken Spear raised his sword and summoned a celestial bone dragon. Everyone present looked up to see the dragon in the sky, but when they looked down again, there was nothing there. The enemies fled, but Orion urged them to stay and fight, warning that otherwise they would be running for the rest of their lives. Broken Spear asked them to trust him. The men of the Dragon Guild gave chase, using fireballs to catch up with the fugitives. They were ordered to use every available means, arrows, magic, and sorcery, to prevent the fugitives from escaping. Lu Chen noted that the guild members' strength never seemed to run out. They fought as if their mana were limitless. Orion turned around and was shocked by the amount of magic flying at their backs. The chase went on for a long time, and thanks to their vast reserves, the enemies soon caught up with the fugitives, declaring that they should prepare to die. Broken Spear laughed loudly. "Nowhere to run? In fact, there's no one left to run." Lu Chen waited for the right moment and shouted, "Rise up, patrol undead!" Unwavering Mad Dragon realized they had fallen into a trap. Captain Fack appeared with his skeletons. Fortunately, his friend Broken Spear had managed to send a warning that some insolent fools had dared to attack the camp. Before Unwavering could say anything, Broken Spear addressed the undead patrol. "Attack the insolent ones!" Then he began issuing orders. He stationed the spearmen behind Orion and Captain Fack to fight the defenders and ranged warriors. Lu Chen kept the Mad Dragon for himself, intending to destroy it personally. The undead patrol was thrilled. They hadn't fought in such an exciting way in a long time and were now ready to kill everyone. The Mad Dragon was no longer trying to defend himself. He just wanted to escape and was loudly calling for help. He faced the spearmen one-on-one, realizing that without the support of archers and shield bearers, he was weak. Orion struck the spearman and said, "I warned you of your inevitable death." The Mad Dragon leaped up behind Orion and was ready to pierce him with his dagger. But the Broken Spear managed to intervene. After that, the Broken Spear reminded Orion to restore his health, and he gratefully accepted another bottle of healing potion. Orion thanked his partner and thought that this was the main advantage of team battles. One of the Dragon Guild's warriors appeared behind the Broken Spear, deciding this was his chance. Lu Chen was fighting the Mad Dragon at that moment, paying no attention to the player, but managed to draw his sword and say, "It's not up to this weakling to decide whether you live or die." Soon all the players from the Dragon Guild were defeated, and Captain Fak was already rejoicing in victory, but suddenly his head was severed and ended up in the hands of the fair-haired traveler Fancy Huangsang. Luchin was stunned. The girl had killed Fak in an instant. The ringmaster was almost pleased. If Fancy had finally joined, then Orion was doomed. Orion said that Kolschik was doomed in any case. While Kolschik continued to beg the girl to help him, Orion couldn't understand why the ringmaster couldn't fight on his own, but constantly asked for help, while Fancy rushed headlong to the rescue. The girl leaped toward the fighters and, with a swift motion of her sharp sword, severed Kolschik's head. Luchin watched what the girl was doing and realized that Orion would be her next victim, so he rushed toward Fancy to save his comrade. But before he could do anything, Fancy's sword pierced the broken spear, impaling it on the blade. Leaving all the combatants lying dead, the girl single-handedly cleared the area and left. The broken spear thought that she had succeeded so easily because the combatant's strength and mana had run out. If they left, all the rewards would go to Fancy. It was decided to resurrect immediately and rush after her before she got away. And indeed, Orion and Broken Spear, having resurrected, immediately gave chase and began attacking the girl. A powerful explosion rang out where Fancy had just been. Taking advantage of the curtain of fire and smoke, Fancy prepared to defend herself, now standing alone against two players. The Broken Spear struck. The attack was successful, dealing damage and reducing the opponent's mana. But a moment later, Fancy counterattacked so quickly that the guys didn't have time to fully defend themselves. The attack wasn't fatal, but it was painful. Broken Spear admitted that was pretty dangerous. Now it was Orion's turn to attack, but the girl put up a defensive barrier. Damage was inflicted anyway. Broken Spear didn't wait for his turn and prepared to attack. At that moment, Fancy pierced Orion through with her sword, saying he was too arrogant. Broken Spear attacked his opponent with his sword, and the girl, unable to withstand the blow, fell. It was astonishing. Fancy, ranked first, had been defeated after all. Of course, the guys wanted to see her in real life, most likely just as beautiful. But Broken Spear said they needed to leave because the dragons and the undead were about to wake up, and the slaughter would begin. The guys dropped everything, turned around and rushed away as if they had never been there. Luchin met the NPC again, who brought him some oat bread and asked why she looked upset. The girl told him that there was a wounded old man nearby who needed help. Luchin promised to take care of the old man and reassured the girl that she shouldn't worry. The girl was very grateful and said that Luchin was very kind. And even though a notification about a new mission hadn't appeared, he decided to check it out anyway. In the wild jungle, Luchin heard loud cries. "I'm dying! Damn all these bears!" The old man was screaming so loudly that he didn't sound like someone on the verge of death at all. It was a hunter, and Luchin approached him, asking how he was doing. The hunter was startled to see the skeleton and demanded that he not come any closer. Luchin realized he had forgotten to put on his mask, and now most likely he wouldn't get the bonus quest. It was upsetting. Luchin didn't want to miss out on the mission and knew he had to befriend the hunter. Luchin fell to his knees and began to sob. "The hunter doesn't understand anything. I was a little warrior until the skeleton bit me, and now I've become terrifying." But his principles remained. It's better to eat grass than to harm another. The hunter believed his sobs, stopped fearing the undead, and said that Luchin was a good boy and had a conscience, regardless of whether he was a human or a skeleton. After that, the hunter told him about his troubles. He was the only hunter in the village and had come out to hunt, but there were too many wild bears in the forest, and they had been chasing him for several days. Luchin told the hunter not to be afraid. The skeleton would help him get out of the forest. The hunter was grateful and promised in return to teach Luchin hunting and cooking skills, since he was the best cook and hunter in the area. Luchin shook the hunter's hand, delighted that he would gain 2 essential skills available only here. Lifting his sword, Luchin checked his stats. He was already at level 25, with a new weapon and cloak. The game reported that the rewards received had been increased. The stats showed that the player with the broken spear had completed a major quest and received 80,000 coins. Luchin was both thrilled and bewildered. He hadn't expected to earn such a crazy amount of money. Shisen got in touch and said the game needed updates and resources. Luchin was outraged. He had recently given his friends some silver coins. Where had they gone? Shisan explained that prices in the city were crazy. Applesauce was expensive, and if he bought weapons on top of that, there would be almost no money left. Luchin checked the stats and saw that apple puree cost 4 silver coins. At the headquarters of the Mad Dragon Guild, The leader was throwing a fit. His elite guild had been defeated by 2 assassins, a true disgrace. Koschik tried to calm him down, saying that he had increased the bounty for capturing the broken spear, and even if they failed to kill him, it would enrage everyone and bring good news. The guild leader agreed. Let the bounty hunters deal with the loner. The Dragon Guild had its own goals, and wasting time on him made no sense. They needed to decide what to do with Fancy. She had gone too far. The unwavering one hadn't put a bounty on her, but a plan for revenge was needed. The head noted that the girl thought too highly of herself, but he had his own plans for her. In Hanbin Square, people were trading precious stones and the usual bazaar goods. Lucan was selling apple puree for half the price of anywhere else, as well as bear skins after helping a hunter. Thanks to his new skills, he was able to generate additional income. The low price of the apple puree attracted the public's attention. Luchin was ready not only to sell at a lower price, but also to offer discounts to wholesale buyers. Many players immediately decided to take advantage of the offer and buy a lot of apple puree. It might seem like a small thing, but by the end of the day, Broken Spear had accumulated a full 400 coins. He was counting the money when a new customer appeared, interested in a bear skin. It was a ranger swordsman named Tyrant. Luchin honestly admitted that the pelt was second-rate. He asked for only 2 silver coins for it, even though he really wanted to get closer to a player from an influential family. Luchin showed Tyrant another pelt of higher quality, from which 2 or 3 sets of sturdy armor could be made. The ranger examined the hides and was satisfied. The rarity of a high-level bear hide was obvious, and he was ready to buy them all. Luchin thanked him and thought about how easily people spend money on things they could earn themselves. But Tyrant said something strange. With a bounty of 80,000 coins on your head, you walk around the market so arrogantly? The ranger looked him straight in the eye and added, "Now you've been caught." Luchin jumped up and grabbed his sword, but Tyrant laughed. "Don't get nervous. I'm just impressed by your strength and courage." Luchin began packing up his goods. "The shop is closed for today. We have nothing more to say." The swordsman tried to calm the player down. "Don't rush off. We've just made our first deal." The tyrant noticed the excellent applesauce and other products, and now wanted to order 1,000 servings of chicken and rice. Luchin was asked to name his price, and he paused to think, realizing he could make a lot of money on this job. Of course, he couldn't pass up such an opportunity. Luchin said he would prepare a maximum of 100 servings at the original price, 30 coins. The swordsman tyrant didn't bat an eye and agreed to the price, even though it was several times higher than the market rate, and immediately offered to leave a deposit to seal the deal. In the wild jungle, Orion and Broken Spear were training. Last time they hadn't met because of the Mad Dragon Gang. At one point, Orion sensed an opening and launched a new attack. But Broken Spear tricked him and released an undead creature, a wild bear, noting that sometimes opportunities in battle can be traps. At the same time, it was important to stay calm and choose the most advantageous option, even in an emergency. Orion looked into the eyes of the undead wild bear, unsure which choice would be best. He put up a protective barrier around himself and tried at least to avoid the bites of the huge bear. Luchin watched from the sidelines. Orion's reaction was quick. His skills switched instantly, and his defenses were set up correctly. The bear was a transformed undead skeleton, killed in a previous mission. As the level increases, the appearance of the summoned creature improves. Orion also wanted to summon skeletons, but it was impossible. As a knight, he didn't possess the special undead skills that are stronger and more unique than those of ordinary warriors. Orion said he had never encountered such powerful skeletons before. If they were so mighty, where else were they hiding? Luchin replied that aside from him and the death swordsman Surin, there was no one else. Orion hoped to attack Broken Spear, but the bear immediately shielded his master with his body. Luchin had expended a great deal of energy summoning the bear, but he was still capable of attacking, and now Orion had to fight against two opponents. Soon the training match was over. Orion lay sprawled on the ground, reflecting on the fact that he hadn't won again. There was a bounty on his head. First place in the rankings was a long way off, and Broken Spear clearly had to be on the list of the best players. He was flawless. Broken Spear had managed to teach Orion how to manage his skills, assess his enemies, and use tactics. And at that moment, a little bird landed on his hand. The player understood. Despite constant defeats in training, he was growing stronger and was looking for someone who could confirm it. In the Blackwater Swamp, the players battled an armored turtle. The battle was fierce and bloody. The warrior, dominating the evil tiger, urged his comrades not to give up. The boss was already weakening. The armored turtle looked displeased, but there was almost no damage. The attacks seemed to glide right off it. Orion appeared right next to the boss. He decided to test his skills on the turtle. The players who had been fighting until then gaped in surprise. Some upstart wanted to steal their glory and reward. One of them recognized Orion and said he was a very popular player who had single-handedly destroyed dozens of elite teams. He shouldn't be insulted. Only now did Orion notice the group of weaklings and realize that he had put himself in a tricky situation. The captain of the local guild addressed him. "Don't interfere, the power is on our side." In response, Orion laughed. "I'm lucky to have run into a leader like this." The guy didn't understand what he was talking about, but Orion explained. The boss's death wasn't an accident. His real target was the leader. The guys didn't even have time to get scared before they were all lying dead. Orion realized that dealing with an elite team wasn't easy. Now the player understood for sure that he had become much stronger than he used to be. The floating ice city market, as usual, was a hub of trade and shoppers. Shusan couldn't believe his eyes. Luchin wanted to hire him as the manager of a grocery store. The ice city tax for undead was too high. If Shursan became the manager, it would help save money. The cool thing was that Luchin already had two skills, hunter and cook. He gathered raw materials, crafted items, and now he could even sell them. According to intelligence reports, Mengen's power had weakened, and he was short on professionals. After the renovation, the store will remain under Shisan's management. If customers are from Mengun, they should be offered lower prices. Shisan told him not to worry. He would handle the transportation himself. He had done it before, but asked again for money for the renovation. Luchin was indignant. His friend was carrying equipment he'd bought with his own money and was still asking for money. Luchin handed him a blackstone axe and said he would replace it with a better version in a few days. Shusen was satisfied. In the city of Hanbin, the undead lay dying and could offer no resistance. Luchin approached and realized it was Orion, perhaps the only fellow player capable of such a thing. In the chat, Orion warned that Lu Chen had better leave, as Fancy and the Mad Dragon Guild were preparing a bloody massacre on Ice Hill. At that moment, Fancy Huangsheng appeared on a nearby rock. He needed to figure out what she wanted. The girl immediately went on the offensive. Lu Chen managed to put up a block. He asked why she was acting this way. Ranked first, yet she had conspired with the Mad Dragon Guild. In response, Fancy said it was none of his business, and the fight continued. By this point, Orion, who had been watching the duel, had revived. The battle was epic and worthy. The opponents were evenly matched. Luchin summoned an undead creature, a wild bear, which crept up on Fancy from the other side. The undead creature attacked Fancy, and she was forced to jump back. The swordswoman had never expected that the summoned beast level could be even higher than its masters. Luchin and the summoned bear charged at Fancy together. The girl said that the undead was very interesting, but she felt sorry for the dark creature and attacked with her sword. The undead, a black bear, managed to react at the last moment and shielded its master with its body. It turned out to be a radiation attack, and Lu Chen's defense dropped by a quarter. The bear literally burned up before their eyes, having received a full dose of radiation. It was incredibly powerful. Fancy announced that now it was Broken Spear's turn to die. The duel between the players continued. The girl used the Ice Storm skill card. The battle took a new turn. Players from the Dragon Guild watched the battle from cover. They were shocked to see the skills Fancy Huangsong possessed. The girl leaped high into the air and unleashed a hail of ice upon her opponent. The ice shard struck the player and instantly drained his mana points. Orion watched the duel with interest. He knew these skill cards were incredible, but this was too brutal. Luchin activated the effect, creating a massive force around himself to counter the icy rain. The player held a skill card between his teeth and had something else up his sleeve as he struck his opponent. The guys from the Dragon Guild barely managed to stay on their feet after being hit by the shockwave. They realized that this pair had some seriously impressive skills. The duel continued but gradually reached a stalemate. Both opponents were equally strong. Using the card, Luchin blocked the ice storm and engulfed everything around them in intense flames, urging the girl to surrender. But Fancy only grew stronger and became ambidextrous. Lu Chen barely managed to save his own skin. He realized he needed to use the Mantle of Fire again, since his evasion speed wasn't yet perfect due to the reaction delay. Fancy was surprised. Her opponent had managed to dodge, and Lu Chen used his skill card again. This time it was the Insatiable Wolf card, which increased movement and attack speed. The guys from the Dragon Guild were in shock. The cards were helping him dodge attacks. Where did these two get such skills? The duel was becoming almost comical. The opponents were losing mana, but continued the fight, literally shoving each other. At one point, blood spurted from Fancy's stomach, and Lu Chen nearly lost his head. The pace of the battle threatened to kill both of them at the same time. Orion watched, realizing that the system wouldn't let either opponent lose. He had to intervene. This was a real battle, with both sides giving it their all. Orion dreamed of reaching the level of these players. The opponents died and were resurrected again. The head of the Dragon Guild said they were simply obsessed with each other and that they needed to take advantage of the situation. After several deaths and resurrections, Lu Chen turned to Fancy with a proposal. They should stop killing each other, or they risk losing their levels, which wouldn't be in their best interest. After some thought, the girl agreed to a truce. At that moment, Orion called out to the combatants to look to the side. Lu Chen immediately realized the rats had been drawn by the smell of blood. The head of the Dragon Guild said there was no need for such harsh language. The battle had been spectacular, and he invited his friends to admire the spectacle. Fancy pointed her camera and declared that the Dragon Slayer had arrived just in time. She had killed Broken Spear, the recording was ready, and now she was waiting for her reward. But as soon as the girl finished speaking, her recording drone was destroyed. A powerful explosion rang out. Fancy flew into a rage. She hadn't expected such a dirty trick. The Dragon Lord said his hand had twitched out of nervousness, that it was no big deal, no one was hurt, only a cheap camera had been destroyed. He sympathized with the girl and was even willing to compensate her for the camera. In reality, the Dragon Guild's target was not only the Broken Spear, but Fancy Huangsong herself. Did she really think she could provoke the guild and walk away free? Now she, too, had become their enemy. Fancy was furious and believed in the power of the Dragon Subduer, but she should have killed him when he offered to cooperate. The girl continued to hurl insults, but at that moment she received a notification from Broken Spear. In the chat, he wrote that he had invited her to join him, and now she was shifting the blame onto others. Orion, Fancy, and Broken Spear got into a fight, after which they turned to the Dragon Guild, which was intent on destroying them, and threatened to make the situation public. The guild leader laughed at them, saying that no one would believe Orion, a madman who slashed left and right, killing competitors and undead for profit. Furthermore, the head destroyed the video evidence, so the Dragon Guild could quietly dispose of the three. He ordered his followers to send the scoundrels to the afterlife. Soon, everything around them was engulfed in fire and flames. The commander ordered the scene to be recorded and posted on the official website so that everyone would know what the Mad Dragon's provocation leads to. But the three opponents cut through the wall of fire and were ready to fight the guild. The guild leader was very confident. He believed it was a futile attempt. Broken Spear wielded the Blade of Execution, Fancy had the Blade Beam, and Orion was also showing off his skills to friends and foes alike. Gradually, the trio parried the attacks and pushed deeper in, trying to reach the leader. The leader realized his defenders were useless and activated the fire spike. Each member of the trio wanted to personally kill this annoying enemy who kept getting in their way. Lu Chen quickly slipped past the guild leader, aiming for the enemy's rear. The guild leader noticed this and immediately shouted at his subordinates to defend themselves. But Orion attacked the leader, saying that he wasn't taking the threat seriously. Orion explained that he had received a lot of food from Lu Chen, chicken and rice, and would now be able to use his phantom armor all day without losing strength. At the same time, Orion was certain that the Mad Dragon only needed long-range support. It turned out that Fancy and Lu Chen were already hard at work behind the Mad Dragon's players. The guild members were dying and getting no answers to their questions. How could their opponents, at a relatively low level, kill them so easily? Orion continued to keep the Indian leader on a short leash, who could now only watch from afar as his comrades were destroyed. But suddenly, the guild leader grabbed Orion's spear. Orion immediately thought that his level had dropped, and his attack skills weren't powerful enough yet. This was immediately followed by an attack from the enemy, who hoped to break free from Orion and help his subordinates. The leader shouted to his subordinates that there was no one to help them, so they must attack and destroy these insolent fools. Fancy sensed that the players had begun fighting fiercely and suggested they should consider retreating. Lu Chen replied that there was no need to worry about that, since they were one team. He was now a member of their team, and they could count on him. And so, these completely different loners were forced to become a team in their fight against the Mad Dragon. And now Orion extended his protection to the team members, allowing them to catch their breath and prepare for a new attack. It soon became clear that the enemies had exhausted their attack, and now they would have a brief lull. Therefore, they needed to seize the moment and attack. The head of the Dragon Guild turned to the man with the broken spear and told him not to even try to succeed. At that moment, a girl rushed up to him and declared that she was the Dragon Slayer's personal enemy. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had charged alone into the crowd of players, and they assumed he was some brainless madman who had come to die. But once he was surrounded by enemies, Lu Chen activated the Firewolf Plan skill card. It was an unexpected turn of events. The players hadn't expected Lu Chen to have another skill card that dangerous. After that, everything around him was engulfed in flames, and ordinary players were no match for such an attack. The Dragon Guild leader said they'd been forced into this and had walked into a trap, so he would use the Magic Horn with Triple Strike skill card. This skill allowed for multiple strikes, and each subsequent one multiplied the critical hit damage. Just then, the player Broken Spear appeared. He was hit by the guild leader's strike, but managed to put up a defense using his sword. Lu Chen was about to land a critical hit. However, at that moment, Orion stepped in front of him, shielding his comrade with his defense. Of course, the player took heavy mana damage, but survived the attack. Orion told the guild leader that he was the living shield of this small team, and none of them would die as long as he was alive. After that, Orion launched an attack, even though it looked ridiculous since his spear was broken. But Orion believed that this was a team fight. Therefore, as long as the damage from the broken spear was minimal, it was enough to hold off the enemy. While the enemy was distracted, another team member, Fancy Huangsang, appeared behind the guild leader. Without a word, she severed his head, and now all the guild members were dead, lying on the ground with their severed body parts. Of course, everyone decided they needed to get out of there fast, before the players of the Mad Dragon Guild started respawning. Orion logged out, while Fancy and Lu Chen fled into the wild jungle. Lu Chen said he'd taken a lot of damage today, and his level had dropped too, so he planned to log out and focus on leveling up. The girl asked which city he was from, and it turned out they were neighbors, so the beauty suggested they meet up in real life. Lu Chen wasn't opposed to the idea, but he wanted to see Fancy's true appearance, since he didn't even know what she looked like. The meeting was set at the Yinshan Tea House. Lu Chen arrived a little early and sat at a table, waiting for the girl to show up. A girl appeared near the table and said that Mr. Lu Chen's coffee was ready. The guy looked at the beauty and recognized her as the most beautiful student in town. After that, the girl bowed to the young man, and he couldn't understand why she was being so formal, or if she had something up her sleeve. Lin Xin blushed and said she offered her sincere apologies. What had happened earlier in the game was her mistake. The dragons had taken advantage of her greed. Lu Chen said there was no need to worry, since a reward of hundreds of thousands was a tempting prize for absolutely everyone. It was just unclear why she had killed them so many times. The girl said that the first time was for the money, and all the times after that, she was just venting her anger. The day before, the girl had taken on the Undead Patrol quest, spent a long time preparing for it, but in the end, Lu Chen and Orion led the Dragon Guild into battle against the undead and ruined Fancy's entire plan. On top of that, the guys killed Fancy and deprived her of her reward, and she didn't get anything at all, even though it was a D-ranked mission. Lu Chen said that they had paid a high price back then, but now he wanted to know why she had come here. Lin Xin said she wanted to start a guild and invited Lu Chen and Orion to join her. The three of them would be unbeatable and would always be at the top of the rankings. After receiving a flat refusal, the girl couldn't understand why, since they had fought side by side, and becoming allies was perfectly normal. Lu Chen confirmed that there really was nothing strange about it, but Fancy wants to fight more than just mad dragons. The girl honestly admitted that mad dragons were one thing, but in general she wanted to defeat the tyrant's sword and, of course, the broken spear, buried in the sand. Lu Chen pricked up his ears because the girl was so charming, and in the end he agreed to accept her offer. Shu-san was carrying boxes with a friend and wanted to clarify whether Fancy had impressed his friend. He found a good spot and is now planning to set up a studio. Lu Chen said he'd had the idea to open a studio before, but after moving, he never had enough money for rent. But now he'd made a good profit by completely taking down the League of Mad Dragons and could finally afford to rent a new space. The place was actually quite decent. Large, bright rooms, good conditions. Shusen wanted to know who they would recruit first to work at the studio. Shusen himself thought they should invite Fancy because the beautiful Lin Xin was stunning and would look great here. Lu Chen told his friend to keep his expectations in check. He couldn't recruit a girl like Lin Xin, and besides, she had her own plans. Shisen realized that in that case, the studio would end up with some weakling or a total novice. He didn't want to deal with such losers and had no idea who Lu Chen would ultimately choose. Upon hearing that the player would be Orion, the guy was shocked, because Orion is a killer ranked in the top 10 of the Celestial list and second only to Lu Chen in the award rankings. Lu Chen reassured his friend, saying there was no need to worry, they should rest now and start planning their next moves in the evening. Lu Chen soon headed to the Hanbingen mass burial site, lay down in a coffin to recover, and began checking his stats. Orion sent him a message asking him to come to Ice Hill because there was a good opportunity. Lu Chen thought about Orion. He was one of the rare masters. Although his strength fell slightly short, he was still a top-tier player and could handle thousands of elites. Lu Chen arrived at Ice Hill, and Orion came out to meet him with a brand new spear. Lu Chen turned to him and asked if Orion had ever thought about joining a guild. Lu Chen said he was setting up a studio and wanted to invite Orion to join. The studio was located in a convenient new neighborhood with good transportation access. It had separate rooms for living and dining, as well as an unlimited supply of gaming materials. Orion liked everything, but he said he was the best player on the heavenly list. There were many guilds in the outside world that wanted to recruit him, so why should he join Lu Chen? Lu Chen replied that the reason was simple, because Orion wanted to be at the very top. If he joined the studio under Lu Chen's guidance, that would become a reality. It didn't take much convincing, and Orion agreed to join as well. Now Orion was certain that sooner or later, he would surpass his master and crush Lu Chen into dust. A few days later, Lu Chen and Du Shisan were meeting a guest at the city train station. Gun Sung-gu waved at the guys and told them not to call him a little devil. Shisan was absolutely thrilled that they now had such a cool companion and kept wanting to hug him. Lu Chen looked at the guys and thought about how the first member of his guild was a super strong guy who had set a goal to kill him in the game. It's unclear whether this is good luck or bad luck. Gun Sung called Shisan Brother B. The guy really didn't like that and demanded not to be called that. A scuffle broke out between the guys. They forbade each other from calling themselves Little Devil and Brother B. Lu Chen watched them and thought that after all, he had the coolest guild. After visiting the restaurant, everyone headed to the studio. The cleaning from the move wasn't finished yet, and some of the boxes were still unpacked. Lu Chen wanted to show Gong Sun his room, but then the young man's gaze fell on a helmet. He immediately jumped up and grabbed the exclusive Hall of Fame helmet that belonged to Lu Chen himself. And only now did it dawn on the boy that his friend nicknamed Broken Spear was none other than Lu Chen, who had been a member of the Hall of Fame. Lu Chen replied that he tried not to think about it, because his final days in the Hall of Fame had been marred by scandals. At that moment, Shisan joined the conversation. He was holding the championship trophy because his closest friend had earned that cup, and it was a source of true pride. Gun Sung admitted that even though he likes Lu Chen, his heart belongs to another player. That player's name is Great God. This genius once defeated King Park at the National Esports Center. As the guy was telling this, he watched the expressions on his new teammates' faces and was finally able to put the whole puzzle together. Then his eyes fell on a photograph in a frame on the table. The frame photo confirmed his suspicion. It turned out that Broken Spear was the very boy who had defeated Great Pack. Now they could get to know each other again. Gung Sun, absolutely thrilled, shook the boss's hand and said he knew how sad the guy had been when he deleted his old account. But today they were partners and would do everything possible to make the dream of revenge come true. Lu Chen said he did have a dream, but it wasn't about revenge. It is every player's dream to rule the floating ice city and the country of Z, as well as to compete with the best players in the world to become #1 on the planet. That's why Lu Chen suggested naming their team Blood Mercenaries, since both he and Orion are inseparable from the color of blood. In the early stages, their resources were very limited, so they would have to accept in-game bounties to earn money. Gun Sun really liked this name. He said it would remind everyone of scenes of slaughter and conquest on the battlefield. Shu San also supported the name Blood Mercenaries. From now on, this place would be called the Blood Mercenaries Studio, and the guys sealed the deal with a firm handshake. After that, the guys designed a logo. On a red background depicted in blood was a skull, as well as 2 flags crossed in the shape of a cross. When the studio was set up, Lu Chen said they needed to start with the initial planning. Shisan demanded that they immediately begin by taking control of the ice house and recruiting beautiful women to the team. Gun Sung suggested defeating the Mad Dragons, killing their leader, and invading Geelong. Lu Chen listened to the guys and said that their initial goal was to make money. He showed his partners the expenses: 6 months of studio rent, computers, and game props, and the total was staggering. All the money Lu Chen had earned up to that point was gone within the first 2 days. There was only enough left for a week's worth of groceries. If the guys didn't make money, they'd start going hungry. Gunsung said he could spend his rewards and convert them into cash. So Lu Chen decided to go and upgrade himself, leaving his comrades to gather everything they could sell and turn it into cash. Lu Chen was in the middle of another level up when Shisen contacted him and explained that the Mad Dragons had come to their senses and changed the rules of the game. Now, new members could only join the team that cleared the dungeon first. On top of that, participating in dungeon runs now cost 40 silver coins. At that moment, Lu Chen killed yet another goblin and was now determined to make money from every opportunity. Lu Chen now took on absolutely any job: cooking, crafting various items, and completing boss-killing quests with overtime pay. Lu Chen read that a player named Tyrant's Sword had reached level 30 and become the first player in the floating ice city to reach that level. If not for the battle with Fancy, perhaps Broken Spear would have the same level by now. But for now, he needed to earn money to make ends meet, so the player headed to Cold Wind Canyon, where the king of golden-scaled pythons awaited him. It was impossible to determine this boss's level, and since he needed to collect green peppers in this area, the quest became very dangerous. To start with, Lu Chen decided to test the boss and landed a critical hit to assess the situation. It turned out that the critical hit worked and even dealt damage. Lu Chen thought that things weren't as bad as they had first seemed, but at that moment the boss suddenly attacked the player, who lost several hundred HP. Lu Chen realized that the long snake was quite dangerous and not to be trifled with. He needed to be careful and keep his eyes open. At that moment, the Python King released a green mist at the player, which turned out to be poisonous. Everyone caught in the mist began losing health rapidly. The poison was vicious, and he had to deal with the python as quickly as possible. Sneaking closer unnoticed, Lu Chen attacked the giant python right in the throat. The giant snake closed its mouth and stopped poisoning everything around it, clearly in excruciating pain, judging by the look in its eyes. Before the snake could start releasing venom again, Lu Chen leaped high into the air and began striking the Python King. The boss writhed in all directions, but the young man wouldn't back down. He stood on the python's back and pierced it with his sharp sword. Thanks to this victory, Broken Spear's level was raised to 31, and he became #1 in the floating ice city rankings. In addition, rare items were obtained. Lu Chen appraised the items and decided to keep the skill book for himself, while the rest could be sold in town for a good price. Lu Chen decided it would be a waste to simply discard the Python King's corpse, since it was very powerful and could perfectly take the place of the Black Bear's undead. The player summoned the Python King's undead form and swapped it for the Wild Bear's undead form. Now the player controlled a huge, terrifying, and very powerful python. Having finished his business, Broken Spear went to the cross of the icy hill and met there with his teacher, the death swordsman Surin. The teacher said that if he received 5 gold coins, he would improve his student's specialization and give him 3 more skill books. Lu Chen was very surprised that it was all so simple and that there were no other requirements. But Surin calmly accepted the money and announced that, in the name of Queen Sophia, he was officially granting Lu Chen the title of Senior Necromancer Fencer. The player couldn't figure out what the catch was. Everything had gone too smoothly, and he didn't feel at all like his specialization or rank had actually increased. But the guy decided not to think about it, because he was sure that Master Surin wouldn't deceive him or cause him any harm. With the promotion, the player automatically gained new skills, and the teacher sent him off to hone his combat skills. Lu Chen was as happy as a little child and immediately dashed off to try out his new skills and test his strength. Surin, the death swordsman, watched the fleeing boy and thought about how much he wanted to claim his soul, but he wouldn't have to wait long. In the Weeping Canyon stood the unbeatable and very powerful Knight of Decay, the local boss. His defense and attack stats were off the charts. He was incredibly tough to handle. Fancy was about to charge in, leaving the Broken Spear to cover her. Lu Chen told his friend not to stress out since the mission only paid a small amount of money, so there was no need to get too worked up. Fancy burst out of her ambush and began attacking the Knight of Decay. This huge, strong, but rather clumsy opponent calmly raised his giant sword and immediately parried the girl's attack. But Fancy used all her skill, which greatly surprised Broken Spear, who couldn't understand where the beauty had gotten such a high-level mission. After all, this opponent was very difficult. Fancy replied that she hadn't chosen to fight the Knight of Decay. It was her assignment when she changed her specialization. Fancy continued the battle, saying that specialization missions are never easy, they can't be replaced by anything, and you have to try very hard. Lu Chen immediately pondered her words because it really did seem to him that he had obtained his specialization easily and simply. Surin seemed to want to make him stronger, but something was probably fishy here. At that moment, the Knight of Decay was bathed in a bright light, thereby reducing his defense. Fancy was thrilled. She was convinced that, contrary to expectations, dark creatures could disperse light. The duel was proving difficult. Lu Chen realized it was time for him to intervene and appeared in front of the girl, facing the undead king of pythons. Such a dramatic entrance greatly impressed the girl. The players decided it was time to attack the Knight of Decay together. The knight was holding his own quite well. Although he was, of course, taking damage, he was still being attacked from three sides. The Python King summoned undead released its poisonous mist directly at the enemy. The Knight of Decay was poisoned and began to gradually lose health. He fought one-on-one against Fancy, while Lu Chen crept up from behind, ready to land a critical hit. Lu Chen landed a critical hit, and Fancy finished him off with her own strike. And just like that, the Knight of Decay was defeated. Fancy reached level 32 and immediately took first place in the rankings, knocking Broken Spear off the top spot. However, for the help he provided, the guy earned 2 gold coins, which he needed right now to maintain his financial stability. Fancy said she had a few more quests that paid 3 gold coins an hour. Lu Chen didn't see why he should turn down such work. Meanwhile, in Boulder Canyon, players were battling the Boulder Guardian, a level D boss. Lu Chen watched the battle from an ambush. He was shocked because 3 gold coins were being paid to steal a level D boss from the Mad Dragons. Fancy said she agreed to the reconnaissance mission. This giant had a very rare item that couldn't be bought in a store. Lu Chen said he was willing to get a top-quality map for a higher price. But Fancy replied that she wouldn't haggle over the price. The main thing was to complete the task. Lu Chen said he would handle everything, but the girl warned him not to be careless. This time, the dragons had assembled a team of true masters. Now, the alchemy book player and Cloud Turner were fighting alongside this guild. They had already discovered the boss's weak point, its joints. Lu Chen was once again convinced of how great it is to have a lot of money. Fancy explained that Mad Dragon had invested a lot of money and attracted many high-ranking sponsors. Meanwhile, the battle continued, and suddenly the massive, hulking boss punched his opponents so hard they were sent flying far away. After that, the boss got angry and rushed after them. As it turned out, his joints weren't damaged enough to prevent him from giving chase. Lu Chen and Fancy were hiding in the very places the players were now heading to, trying to escape the boss. Fancy wanted to attack right away, but Broken Spear suggested waiting until the boss's HP dropped to 2,000. The Dragon Guild leader decided to take advantage of this opportunity and ordered all guild members to use their skills and attack the boss. Under a barrage of attacks, the boss was, of course, losing HP. However, there were still no noticeable changes in him. Some more time passed. The guild's attacks continued, and finally Lu Chen and Fancy burst out of ambush and charged into the fray. But it immediately became clear that they had fallen into an ambush, and now a counterattack was being launched against them. At that moment, the boss fell onto his back. The players continued to land critical hits on him, gradually reducing his HP. The Dragon Guild leader was delighted. The mouse had fallen into the mousetrap, and now they would finally deal with Lu Chen and Fancy, ordering the Invincible to finish off these players. However, as soon as the Dragon Guild players saw the King of Pythons undead, they immediately lost their enthusiasm and were no longer so eager to fight Broken Spear. Broken Spear in turn praised the players, saying that they had survived many robberies and had finally used their brains, learning to set up ambushes. Invincible couldn't understand why that insolent fellow, Broken Spear, was still in one piece. Lu Chen announced that they were launching an offensive and sent the Python King into the attack. It was difficult to oppose such a trio. The python was enormous and used its tail to knock back approaching players. The boss sided with the Dragon Guild and stepped forward to kill the Python King. Fancy volunteered to take care of the boss herself and began landing critical hits on him. When the huge, clumsy brute slammed his fist into the ground, the girl leaped out and soared high into the air. Unfortunately, the undead python didn't survive that fatal blow. Lu Chen and Fancy attacked the enemy, gradually chipping away at his health. The Invincible demanded that the players direct their fire at the two enemies, but leave the boss alone. He wanted to strike the giant himself. Fancy said that this time she would land a critical hit, while Lu Chen was to grab the boss. The young man moved right up to the stone giant's face and prepared to deliver the final blow. He deliberately missed with one strike. It was a feint that dealt no damage, but made the next strike several times more powerful. Thanks to this strike, the Broken Spear player's level was raised again, and now the entire Mad Dragon Guild was left speechless with astonishment. Broken Spear had taken down the boss with a single strike, even though it was practically impossible to do so in just a few attacks. The players couldn't understand how he dealt such massive damage with a single blow. But they didn't want to think about it anymore. They needed to grab the loot, and they rushed toward the boss's body. But then Fancy told them not to even try to approach it, or they too would be destroyed. Lucian grabbed the items that dropped after the boss was defeated, and now they could make a quick getaway. The pair fled, practically being scorched by the flames. Of course, they weren't going to let them get away that easily. The Dragon Guild players were furious. They attacked with fireballs and vowed to tear the insolent pair to pieces. To shake off their pursuers, Lucian suggested attacking the surrounding cliffs in the hope that this would slow them down. And indeed, the players were forced to slow down because huge rocks began raining down on their heads. Gradually, the danger subsided, and now they could stop running in panic, realizing the chase was over. Fancy was very upset. She had fought hard, and all that remained of her health was a sliver. Her weapon didn't meet the specs. The ring still had dark marks, and on top of that, she had to pay for the help. Lucian, on the other hand, had received a storm helmet with a beast's face, as well as improved all sorts of stats, and was happy with life. The girl's Blood Guardian ring still hadn't activated. It could grant her strength and boost her attacks. Lucian said he wouldn't charge for the work, but was willing to take the ring, which wasn't working for the girl anyway. It turned out the ring was very valuable. Its properties gradually increased, and it was worth no less than 15 gold coins. Lucian said he also had equipment with growing properties. The player showed the Moonblade, and Fancy was terribly jealous of him. She had long dreamed of getting such an item and offered to trade. Lucian replied that one ring wouldn't be enough, because that blade was worth no less than 25 gold coins. Fancy called him a miser, but agreed to give up the ring and pay the difference in cash. After that, the companions traded items and said their goodbyes. As long as there's money to be made, the blood mercenaries will keep earning. In the ice forest, the giant boss monkey had already been killed, but for some reason, the representatives of the Shadow family wouldn't let the players through. A priest named Bright Moon said he wanted to discuss a certain deal. A player named Shadow Forest said he really liked the bronze armor, so he was willing to pay 2 gold coins for it, and then the whole party would be let go and nothing would happen to them. This approach greatly upset and outraged the players. They said they would fight because the bronze was worth at least 20 coins, and they shouldn't be taken for fools. Shisun tried to explain that there was no need to be afraid. The enemy just wanted to intimidate them, but the blood mercenaries would never give in to blackmail. Soon, Orion appeared before everyone. Now he was wearing some really cool armor that struck fear into their hearts. He said that if the client added 50 silver coins to his fee, he would kill them all. The locals said they weren't going to pay a thing. On the contrary, they'd slaughter everyone right now and take their gear for free. Shadow Forest ordered his men to attack and take the armor from the insolent ones. The first player pounced on Shisan, who was indeed quite weak, and it seemed that dealing with the blood mercenaries would be very easy. The guy was trying very hard to hold on to his two-handed axe, while his comrades were also caught up in the fray. Orion went to help Shisan, but Shadow Forest jumped at him, and his attack looked very dangerous. It seemed as though the outcome of the battle was already clear, but at that moment everyone turned in the same direction and greeted the boss in unison. Lucian addressed his enemies and said that if anyone harmed his friends, they would meet their death immediately. After that, he moved sharply toward the player, leaving no chance to react or defend himself. The girl remembered how Lu Chen had once appeared before her. He shielded her with his body and said that if anyone touched his partner, they would face death. She watched Broken Spear fight and realized that he was very much like Lu Chen. Broken Spear delivered a strike that seemed to miss and caused no damage. This lulled his opponents into a false sense of security, leading them to believe the battle was just a show. After that, anticipating his victory, Broken Spear delivered the next strike, which was several times stronger. No one could withstand such a blow. Shadow Forest dropped out of the fight and ordered his comrades to retreat. He couldn't understand how such powerful attacks were possible. Lucian saw that the opponents had fled very quickly. He suggested to his comrades that they retreat right away as well. In Blue Sky Canyon, a player named Violet Marquis sat on a rock reading the stats. He received a message from the player, Shadow Forest, who warned him to watch out for Broken Spear. Of course, everyone knew who Broken Spear was. This player was among the top 3 in the Celestial rankings. Violet Marquis chatted with his friends for a bit longer, and now absolutely everyone was warning him to be careful of Broken Spear. Lucian was walking away with his friends when a girl called out to him. Lucian was in a great hurry. Without turning around, he asked what else the beauty wanted from him. The girl thanked Broken Spear for saving her. She said she knew he was among the top 3 in the Celestial rankings, and perhaps he would be interested in joining the Ancient Swordsman group. Memories immediately flashed through the young man's mind of how he had once listened to her talk about powerful India with its vast financial resources. Of course, he recognized Manhwa, but he had no intention of working with her right now, saying that he already had his own group, the Blood Mercenaries. However, if the girl needed help, she could hire them, and they were always happy to help and receive a reward from such beauties. After that, everyone said goodbye to the beautiful Manhwa until their next meeting, not giving her a chance to say anything else. Luchin had been a member of the Ancient Swordsman group last time, and now there was no question of him joining that group. Manhwa asked her companion if he didn't think the broken spear reminded him of an old friend. Lian understood who she was referring to, and their former leader had been in despair for a long time after that incident. When she appeared, they would definitely have to help her with the upgrade. After that, the companions parted ways, lost in thought. It seemed to both of them that they had been talking to Luchin today. At the Ice Floating Cities trade market, Broken Spear wanted to buy a sealed map, but it was selling for 20 silver coins. It was a real ripoff. This map had no insurance, and that was the only reason one could spend such a fortune on it. Now Luchin decided to get some pets and began considering who they might be. He had already dealt with a green mantis, a slime, a firewolf, and a saber-toothed tiger. Each had its own pros and cons. Now the player's gaze settled on the wasp. It had 4.5 stars in attack and agility, as well as pretty decent defense and health stats. Luchin set off for the poisonous bee forest, which was teeming with giant and dangerous predators. Their sting caused painful and dangerous effects and became a real weapon in skilled hands. Luchin used the card and met the pet. It was a wasp named Naze. It had pretty good stats, so he decided to take it. Luchin soon realized he had chosen a good pet, one that looked at its master with affection. The god of war and the god of the archer approached Broken Spear and asked him to sell them the wasp for 5 gold coins. But Broken Spear refused, saying that was some kind of sweet daydream. Of course, Osa wasn't for sale. The god of war turned to Broken Spear and said that he was quite polite, even though he was in the top 3 of the rankings. The guy noted that, for example, Li Yan behaved very shamelessly. Luchin soon realized that these two jerks were making fun of him and had underestimated him. Broken Spear and the guys were almost finished. Their HP had dropped significantly. They came to their senses and didn't understand where the Broken Spear player had gone, but by that time he was already standing behind them. After that, Luchin plunged his dagger into the back of one of the bullies, piercing him right through. His companion was furious. He drew his sword and tried to do something, but it was completely pointless. Luchin couldn't understand how this guy had ever managed to inflict damage on and defeat Li Yang. Luchin, feeling absolutely no remorse, killed the player, thinking that the ancient swordsmen were his first safe haven, and he wouldn't let anyone desecrate it. But his thoughts were interrupted by a powerful attack from behind, delivered by his opponent. Preparing to strike, the player said he would take the tyrant's sword upon himself. The blow was so strong that Luchin flew through the air like a ball, unable to resist. He fell into the pit and simply sank into it, back down. The players gathered around the pit, and one of them suggested that Tyrant climb down and finish off the wounded man. But Tyrant said that they didn't know what was down there. There was only one entrance to the cave, so they would wait for Luchin to appear and finish him off there. However, before Tyrant and his companions could do anything, the death swordsman Surin appeared behind them. He struck with all his might, knocking all the players aside at once. The players stared in horror at this necromancer swordsman of unknown level. They realized they were facing an unusual monster, and it was unclear what he was capable of. Luchin, sitting at the bottom of the pit, came to his senses. He decided he would definitely deal with Tyrant's sword, that little bastard who had ambushed him. Soon, Luchin noticed a large number of different wasps flying around him and realized he had stumbled into a hive. Now it would be difficult to get out of here. And on top of that, he had to deal with the Tyrant's sword player. Luchin was already thinking about how to hack at these wasps when he suddenly remembered his pet. He summoned his pet, which turned out to be very powerful and had boss-level stats. Its aura was impressive, and life took on new colors. Every cloud has a silver lining. Thanks to the Tyrant's sword, the player had acquired a pet for next to nothing. Luchin finally activated the pet card, and now he had a strong and reliable companion. He played a regular seal card, thinking that would be enough. The bee was instantly fully charged and ready for battle. A regular wild monster could only increase its level by 1 point using a card, so it was better not to use regular cards. The target hadn't been captured, and ordinary cards could have been used twice, but there was no point in doing so, especially since the player had a top-quality seal card in reserve. After activating it, these were bees of a completely different order. But something went wrong. The pet hid inside one of the ordinary weak bees and refused to listen to its master. Luton was handling the bees. He was already getting tired of it, so he decided to take a shortcut for the sake of convenience. He froze in place, letting the bees approach, and finally, upon spotting the right one, activated the premium seal card. It worked. The creature was tamed, had a boss level, and was named Black Wasp. Luchin decided that spending a top-quality card was justified and resolved to thank the Mad Dragons for it next time. The player checked the pet's stats once more and realized that the Black Wasp was a deadly flying machine. Luchin imagined how Fancy would be trembling with fear, but for now he sent the pet upstairs to scout the situation. The pet soon returned and reported that only one person remained upstairs. Luchin thought it was too early to make a decision and resolved to finish him off alone. The player armed himself with his sword, leaped out of the pit shouting, "Die!" and saw his teacher, the death swordsman Surin. Luchin was very surprised. He asked how his teacher had ended up there, since his nursing home wasn't located there. Shuren replied that a pack of vicious, hellish wind wolves had appeared in the northern forest of Ice Hill, hunting exclusively for the undead, and Lu Chen must destroy these creatures. Lu Chen accepted the quest scroll and was surprised that his teacher had sought him out just so he could kill the wolves. Shuren said he had requested this quest from Captain Fak so that Lu Chen could level up quickly. If he didn't want to carry out the mission, he should hand it in. Lu Chen not only accepted the quest to go to the Enchanted Forest, but also completed it with ease. He killed the required number of wolves, collected wolf fangs and fur, which he could sell for profit. He pondered again, unable to understand how a mission could be so simple yet yield such a profit. The player decided to finish the quest and see what else Surin had in store for him. Shuren praised his apprentice, saying he had completed the mission very quickly and handed him a reward for his efforts. In addition to the money, Lu Chen received equipment with powerful stats that increased damage against monsters. They were the Wind Wolf Greaves. Lu Chen examined the Greaves. They were indeed impressive, but he still didn't understand why Surin had sought him out for such an easy task. Shuren said there was no need to worry about him. He simply needed Lu Chen to become stronger, as strong as possible, a worthy opponent for Surin. Lu Chen didn't quite understand what was going on. Apparently, Surin had scared off the player sword of the tyrant, given him an easy task, but it gave him the creeps. The guys were having dinner, noting that Lu had made a lot of money lately and now had enough for food. Lu Chen said he had just accepted a mission from Ming Yue, for which he would earn 10 gold coins. Shi San was worried that his comrade might be exposed, but Lu Chen said he would serve as backup, while Orion would be the main force. Lu Chen didn't want to admit that he had once been one of the ancient swordsmen, because it was his fault that the guild had been destroyed, and now he could never be forgiven. He could only protect them in secret. Lu Chen added that once they finished dinner, they should definitely log into the game. A surprise was waiting for them there. Lu Chen didn't want to reveal exactly what the surprise was, and reminded the guys not to forget to help with the dishes and clean up. Once back in the game, Orion received a top-quality pet card as a gift. Shisan also held such a card in his hands and was pleased. This would allow others to see the power of the Blood Mercenaries. The pet system had only just opened, but the players from the Blood Mercenaries had already obtained bosses and were now ahead of everyone else in that regard. Min Yu greeted the guys, saying she hadn't understood why a crowd had gathered, but it turned out the Blood Mercenaries group had arrived. Lu Chen asked who else was going on the mission. Upon finding out that it would only be Ming Yue and Li Yan, he said it was time to set out since everyone was already gathered. The guys from the Blood Mercenaries stayed in the square, telling everyone about their new pets. Li Yan, though he was a high-level player, didn't have a pet of his own, and now even felt a twinge of envy. Minya said she'd heard about how Broken Spear had fought in the poisonous bee forest, but Lu Chen didn't go into details about exactly what he'd done there. Mingyu thanked him once more for his help in avenging her, and said that in the past their people had to stand guard all night long. Lu Chen replied, "You can't put butter on bread with thanks." The girl laughed and said she'd add another coin after the quest was completed. The players entered the ice forest, where they had to fight a boss named Dryad. He had only one special ability. He was excellent at throwing spears. It seemed like defeating him would be a breeze because he was completely immobile, even though his level was quite high. Everything seemed too easy when suddenly Ming Yue was suddenly grabbed by a vine and dragged away. The girl screamed loudly and called for help. The vines bound every limb of Ming Yue and lifted her high into the air. She was completely immobilized and could only call for help. None of those present knew the boss possessed such an ability, but they needed to stop talking and save the girl. Before the players could do anything, new vines began springing from the ground, grabbing their limbs and preventing them from moving. Lu Chen managed to cut through the vines holding Mingyue with his sword, and as she fell from the height, he caught her in his arms, preventing her from hitting the ground. Before the players could recover, they were attacked by the fire dragon's art. Lu Chen watched in surprise, not expecting such a combo from the tree boss. Lu Chen shielded the girl with his body, losing health, while Mingyue healed him using her healer skills. At that moment, players from the Shadow family appeared. They wanted to steal the boss and arrived just as the players were already exhausted. But the boss wasn't about to die yet. On the contrary, it began to advance and attack everyone with arrows. Lu Chen stepped in front of Mingyue, shielding her, and sliced the incoming arrows in midair with his sword. The guild leader ordered his mages and archers to attack, destroy the boss, and kill all the players present. The friends found themselves surrounded, but Mingyue quickly restored their health. Lu Chen said he would deal with the players from the Shadow family, leaving the boss to the others. The Shadow family leader was surprised when he realized that the player Broken Spear was going to fight them alone. It seemed to him that victory was guaranteed in this case. But Lu Chen had a completely different opinion and destroyed everyone who stood in his way. Lu Chen was about to attack, but fireballs flew toward him, and he sensed something was wrong. His speed began to drop again, and his reaction slowed. The players from the Shadow clan realized that their skills were ineffective, because Lu Chen's entire equipment was made of black iron, so their efforts were in vain. A mage named Shadow Chanel saw that the enemy was too strong and had already destroyed several mages. But she believed there was no need to panic, since they had the numerical advantage. She ordered the archers to target Broken Spear, the two mages to deal with Mingyue, and unleash the fire dragon art. Lu Chen withstood this firestorm and began to counterattack so that Chanel would die and stop interfering. However, before he could get close to the Shadow Mage, a huge number of archers fired arrows at him. The damage from individual arrows was minor, but Lu Chen couldn't block them all, and some pierced his body. He had already thought things were looking bad, but suddenly a powerful healing spell took effect, instantly restoring his health and raising his HP. Minyue's healing proved more timely than ever. She was a high-level mage, so the healing was fast and effective. Having regained his health, Broken Spear, despite the magic, advanced towards Chanel. Chanel was on the verge of despair, not believing that her opponents could be stopped, and activated the art of the Ice Eagles. Lu Chen pressed forward, despite the damage the ice shards were inflicting on him. The guy was very fast and instantly dashed through the icy rain, appearing right next to Chanel. The girl barely managed to activate her magic shield, but a blow was struck immediately, and she was sent flying, losing a huge amount of mana. She summoned the fire dragon once more, determined to survive. But suddenly, out of nowhere, Li Yan appeared, swung his spear, and severed her head from her shoulders. Soon the main characters were finished off. Everything around them was ablaze, but there was no point in fearing the remaining players. Shixin explained that thanks to the help of the beautiful Mingyue, who had protected everyone and restored their health, the boss had been successfully defeated. Lu Chen praised everyone, saying the guys had done a great job. The bloody mercenaries aren't to be intimidated, so there's no point in even trying to mess with them. Now that only the small fry remained, the guys decided to just make a run for it and clear the area of the troublemakers. Li Yan was very pleased. The battle had turned out to be epic. The guy said he would contact the senior leader tonight and be sure to share this good news with her. Shixin said that if the guy joined the blood mercenaries, he would never lose. Lu Chen listened to the guy's conversation and realized that the boss from his old guild had returned. She, too, had completely left the game. Mingyue received an additional bonus, a vine fiber that could be used to make leather armor. The girl decided to give it to the blood mercenaries. Lu Chen thanked her and said goodbye right away. He really didn't want to spend much time with Mingyue. He was afraid she would recognize him. Lu Chen walked along, thinking about how the boss had returned for the vine fiber in wolf pelt for armor, as well as the size of the boss's breasts. Meanwhile, the guys had already checked the forum, and the situation turned out to be not very good. Calls to form a coalition against the blood mercenaries had begun on the forum. The Mad Dragons, the Shadow family, the dominating tyrants, all the well-known guilds had their sights set on them. Lu Chen asked Orion what he thought. It seemed they had gathered quite a few enemies. Orion replied, "If one comes, death to one. If two come, death to two." It was also decided that by stepping over the bones of their enemies, they would ascend to the highest throne. The dream of the blood mercenaries is to rule over the floating city until they dominate the country of Z. To secure their place at the top, they must destroy their enemies, continuing to destroy them again and again. Lu Chen had already run through 9 villages for newcomers, but still hadn't met her. He was rushing toward the next village, but soon froze in place upon noticing something interesting. Lu Chen hid behind a tree because someone was walking in the clearing, waiting for Ming Yue. He peeked out quietly and realized she was there. Ming Yue had come to the meeting. And indeed, right in the middle of the forest, a player named Waterside appeared. The girls rushed toward each other. Ming Yue took Eva's hands and said she had been waiting for her. Ming Yue pointed to the sword on Eva's belt and said that the girl had finally decided to use it. Holding the sword in her hands, Eva explained that Lu Chen had once called it the main weapon in the game. It was versatile and had good stats for breaking through defenses. Eva was a knight by class, but she had decided to use the sword. Min Yue told her friend that she shouldn't dwell on the past, since Lu Chen was no longer around. After all, they needed to move on with their lives. Eva completely agreed with her friend, but added that they shouldn't forget about Lu Chen. She promised to stay with Neva until the end, and felt as if he were watching from somewhere nearby. Lu Chen stood behind a tree, thinking about how much he wanted to greet the boss. Min Yue grabbed her friend's hand and said that she and Li Yan would help with the upgrade now, since Eva was at level 0. Walking through the marketplace of the floating ice city, Lu Chen heard that pets were already being sold at very high prices. However, there were many people eager to buy, so the stock was selling out very quickly. Lu Chen was thinking about how he could help the boss. Eva was weak, she needed to level up. At that moment, someone grabbed his hand. The girl pressed herself against Lu Chen and asked where he was headed. Lu Chen tried to break free, saying it was inappropriate to hug in public, but the girl wouldn't let go and held him tightly. Fancy pressed herself against the guy and said that some flies were sticky and very annoying. But this was a situation where Lu Chen could take advantage of her. Lu Chen seized the opportunity, pulled the girl close, wrapped his arms around her waist and said he was up for anything. At that moment, an angry player ran out into the middle of the square, declaring that he didn't understand how Fancy could be with such a creature. Fancy pointed at the undead and said that this moron had stuck to her like a band-aid after the last battle. Maybe he's just a masochist or a pervert, but now he's gotten bold and started getting handsy. Fancy broke free and started berating the guy, telling him to stop bothering her because his jealousy was annoying. The young man handed her a golden pet card and suggested she accept his gift. The pet was a greedy wolf, bought for 100,000. It had a very high health threshold and could help with leveling up. Fancy replied that this wolf was complete trash and she had something to show in response. The girl pulled out a card and presented the flaming blade. This item stunned everyone present at the market. Fancy said that this blade had a high and powerful threshold, so it would be better to take the little wolf cub and get out of the way. Broken Spear couldn't take it anymore and burst out laughing. Then the player demanded he stop grinning and show his pet instead. Broken Spear had no intention of showing off, but since he was asked, of course he showed his pet. Lu Chen summoned a black wasp named Fancy, who was several times more powerful than all the other pets. Everyone was amazed by her strength and power, but Fancy flew into a rage when she realized that Broken Spear had called her by name. The players didn't understand where Broken Spear had gotten such a powerful creature. He must be up to something. Lu Chen explained that he wasn't doing anything wrong. He had obtained this wasp thanks to a card from the Mad Dragons. Fancy's flaming blade had also been obtained through the same type of seal card. The head of the Mad Dragons Guild was struck down on the spot. Fights in public places in Ice City were prohibited. Violators were banned from entering. Lu Chen had no intention of fighting the head of the Mad Dragons. He simply humiliated him in front of everyone. The head of the Mad Dragons said that their card had once been stolen, but now he wanted to know the price for the Black Wasp. Lu Chen replied that he was willing to sell the pet for 100 million. He announced to everyone that he would sell the wasp to anyone without cheating at the set price. If anyone didn't like it or didn't have the money, let them walk away. The Dragon Guild leader stormed off in a rage, realizing he had lost to that shameless skeleton yet again. When the player left, Fancy was literally seething with rage. She wanted to know why Broken Spear had done this to her. Lu Chen swore to change the pet's name immediately and never think about it again. Lu Chen walked through the forest with Fancy, believing that the Mad Dragons Guild was growing stronger. They couldn't be allowed to dominate. Suddenly, in the middle of the forest, they encountered a group of players, a sorcerer, a priest, and a violet ghost. The group split up, but Lu Chen immediately sensed that they didn't come with good intentions. Lu Chen instantly braced for an attack, drawing his sword. The strangers couldn't figure out how he'd figured them out so quickly. Lu Chen explained to his girlfriend that these guys were marching in a very unusual formation. Healers and priests were in front, while the knights remained behind. They were marching as if nothing were amiss, so they could turn around and be ready to attack from behind at a moment's notice. Lu Chen showed excellent vigilance, and a fight immediately broke out among the players. The broken spear immediately launched an attack and knocked the spear out of the player's hands. The swordsman tried to reach the broken spear, but it was out of his reach, though he still managed to inflict some damage. Fire Dragon magic was used, and even Lu Chen noted that the attack was very powerful. The Violet Ghost activated a Z-shaped attack, but this attack was completely ineffective against the undead. Lugan swung his sword just a couple of times, but now all the party members had been wounded, and their healers were restoring their health. Lu Chen realized that buffs and healers were causing him a lot of headaches. Maybe he should take them out first so they couldn't heal the rest of the party. And now everyone was safe and sound again, ready to attack Broken Spear in a 1-against-5 fight. And he was wounded too. The guy saw that Broken Spear had no healing, so there was no need to fear him. They just had to kill him. Of course, there was no need to be afraid. But just at that moment, the players' heads were severed from their shoulders. Fancy, who had slipped away unnoticed and pretended she wasn't there, unexpectedly joined the battle. During this time, Lu Chen managed to summon his pet, King Bee, and send him to deal with the ranged attackers. Fancy hadn't noticed how the Violet Ghost had managed to get so close. She couldn't figure out how he'd done it, but now she was ready to help her friend Lu Chen and destroy this purple Marquise. King Bee, meanwhile, was attacking the players, dealing massive damage, and his attacks were very noticeable and powerful. The spearman waited for the right moment and activated a flame strike, believing that even a boss pet could die. Before his strike reached the pet, Lu Chen managed to jump up and parry the enemy's spear with his sword, declaring that no one dared to harm his King Bee. The spearman initially thought that the broken spear had missed, but the next strike completely wiped out the player's health. The Violet Ghost was horrified. He saw how a single sword had just killed 2 people and instantly dealt thousands of damage. Soon the battle was over. The main players were defeated and destroyed, lying on the clearing. The Violet Ghost admitted that he hadn't expected such power from the broken spear. He had wanted to destroy it to avenge Chanel. Lu Chen said that he now understood why the guy had attacked him. After all, he was a friend of the mage Chanel, whom Lu Chen had recently fought. The Violet Ghost continued to provoke his opponent, saying he hoped Broken Spear would put away his pet and fight him fair and square. Broken Spear laughed and agreed to remove his pet so that the Violet Ghost could see his weakness. After all, no one would be able to help him. The Violet Ghost immediately tried to deliver a surprise kill, hoping to pierce Lu Chen. But Broken Spear dodged with ease, saying that the guy had good strength, but he was too slow. After that, Broken Spear executed its favorite attack. First it missed, and then it landed a follow-up strike. The Violet Ghost had time to think that this attack had shattered his bronze weapon, and he wondered what he could do in such a situation. Lu Chen held his sword to the guy's throat, but never delivered the final blow. The Violet Ghost looked at the player, not understanding why he had spared him and let him live. Broken Spear slung his sword over his shoulder and called out to Fancy to move on to training, since they had already wasted enough time. The Violet Ghost watched the pair walk away and thought about what a powerful opponent Chanel had offended. Ghost Valley was gloomy and eerie. The ground was littered with skeletons and skulls. A notification congratulated the player on successfully sealing the green skeleton. The girl had acquired a pet, a green skeleton, still weak for now, but with a bright future ahead. Fancy was walking along, waving her card, when the blood skeleton reached out, hoping to grab her. The Broken Spear cut this boss down, and now the players had received congratulatory notifications for completing the Scarlet Diffusion quest, as well as congratulations on leveling up. The players hadn't even had time to sort out the loot and congratulate each other when they suddenly noticed that the blood skeleton was rushing away. Lu Chen decided to deal with him, while Fancy set about sealing the exit. Lu Chen managed to catch up to the blood skeleton and apply a seal card to it. Immediately, a notification arrived congratulating them on successfully sealing the blood skeleton. It was a level 1, and they could keep it as a pet. Lu Chen was very pleased. He was already calculating how many coins he could sell it for at the bazaar, but Fancy said she had even better news. This wasn't some trivial thing, but the Order of the Hero. The Order of the Hero was an item that was only dropped by bosses of level 60 and above. Players who received the Order of the Hero could create an official guild and enjoy official benefits, as well as a collective boost to the guild's attributes. Right now, the players were at level 40, so it was clear they wouldn't be able to handle level 60 bosses. Plus, no one knew where to find such bosses. But word was that the government was planning to introduce the Order of the Hero to encourage players to cleanse the earth. Fancy asked Lu Chen to join her guild to compete for the Order of Heroes. Lu Chen immediately thought the girl was using this as an excuse to drag him into her guild. Fancy denied it and said that wasn't the case at all. Lu Chen had already received the Order of the Hero last time in The Sorrow of the Spirit to found the ancient Sword and Dream Guild, and this time he also wanted to receive the Order of the Hero. It made sense to join forces. Even if they didn't merge into a single guild, they could still earn the Order of the Hero together. Lu Chen agreed that it was indeed a cool mission, to fight together to earn the Order of the Hero. Fancy asked if there would be any more mopping up operations today, but Lu Chen replied that there was nothing else scheduled for today. Fancy left and arranged to meet him in half an hour by the gate. She wanted to treat him to dinner and asked him to dress up. Lu Chen stood by the university entrance, nervously glancing at his phone, while a security guard watched him. The man immediately guessed that this young man was waiting for Lin Xin, because every day he saw exactly the same kind of young men hoping to meet the beauty. Each of them acted like a hero who would win the heart of the most beautiful girl in the university. At that moment, Lin Xin, the morning star, in flowing silk clothes and with her hair beautifully styled, ran up to the young man, saying that he had arrived early. The university security guard was speechless with surprise. Lu Chen was very serious and wanted to call a taxi, but the girl said they already had a car. A huge, luxurious Bentley pulled up to the young people, and its mere appearance left Lu Chen utterly astonished. The young people got into the back seat, and Lu Chen thought, could this really be the same Lin Xin who haggles over every item and coin in the game? And here she's ordered a Bentley? Besides, the driver was really unnerving. He kept staring straight at the young man, as if he were trying to burn a hole through him with his gaze. At one point, the driver turned to the girl and asked her to introduce them to each other. Lu Chen even thought that maybe this was the girl's father, since he was asking such tactless questions. But Lin Xin replied that the guy was a gamer, and they didn't need to know each other. After that, Lin Xin said rather bluntly that she was in charge of her own life and decided for herself what kind of friends to make. The girl demanded that the car stop and let them out, and then the driver backed down, saying that he respected her choice, but that she shouldn't forget to protect herself. Finally, they arrived, and when they got out of the car, Lu Chen was stunned. They were in the city's most upscale neighborhood, home to the most expensive restaurants. But Lin Xin said she wanted to eat right there, and was confident in her choice. Lu Chen couldn't resist and now found himself in the fanciest place. Lu Chen walked past rows of waitstaff. People bowed their heads in respect, and the guy thought about the fancy restaurant, the limo, and the grumpy old man. It all felt like a dream. The guy started asking questions about the driver. Who was this man, and what was his relationship with Lin Xin? The girl said there was no need to overthink it. She would tell him everything in time. Lin Xin was completely calm. She didn't consider this expensive establishment anything special. The waiter explained that someone's birthday was being celebrated in another part of the restaurant, which was why there were so many guests, but that shouldn't bother the young couple. Lu Chen thought that since they had stumbled upon someone's birthday party, they should have brought a gift. But instead, Lin Xin handed him a box and said she had prepared a gift for him. The young man opened the box, and it turned out to be a trendy, modern smartphone with diamonds and a gold casing. Lin Xin confirmed that it was indeed a bit heavy because of the gold casing, but that was okay. The young man would get used to it. Lu Chen thought the phone was heavy and tacky. If it weren't for the real money the girl had spent on it, he would never have used such a tacky thing. At that moment, the tough guys at the party noticed Lin Xin sitting with a stranger. After all, she had come to Leroy's birthday party, and he was absolutely crazy about her. You could even say he was stalking her. Leroy himself noticed the guests and greeted them, saying he hadn't expected to see Lin Xin at his birthday party. The guy put his arm around the beauty's shoulder and asked if she liked the gift he'd sent her. Lin Xin replied that she hadn't come for Leroy's birthday, but to have dinner with her friend, and now the birthday boy was glaring at Lu Chen with hatred. But suddenly Leroy started screaming when he saw the phone he'd given to Lin Xin in the stranger's hands. The girl replied that she didn't want to use such a tacky phone. She didn't need it. But since it was hers, she gave the phone to whoever she wanted. Lu Chen relaxed, realizing he wouldn't have to use the phone. He could sell it quietly in time. But for now, he had to play along, so he declared that he didn't want to use the device. But since it was a gift from Lin Xin, she could do whatever she wanted with it. Leroy's blood boiled. He could no longer control himself and lunged at the young man with his fists. Lu Chen blocked the blow. Only the dishes on the table were damaged. Leroy started yelling that he hadn't invited the guy to his birthday party, so they needed to get out. Lin Xin replied that Leroy himself had said the girl could bring someone along, and that person was Lu Chen, and he had come with her. One of the female diners, upon hearing the name Lu Chen, jumped up from her table and asked if this was really Night Chen. A girl ran up to them and introduced herself. It was Jia Lin. She was a student in the Department of Electronics, but she had long admired Night Chen. The girl said she had seen him play and had been there. She was very happy to see him again and wanted to ask if she could take a photo with him. While Xiaolin was taking pictures with the young man, he realized things were looking bad. Lin Xin was shocked that it turned out to be Night Chen, while Lara had no idea who Night Chen was. Well, now the other restaurant patrons had woken up and rushed over to the young man because he was the mysterious legend of the gaming club. The girls were captivated by his good looks and wanted to take a photo with him right away. One of Leroy's friends approached the guy and asked how the birthday boy was feeling. But Leroy wanted to know everything about the stranger. It turned out that Night Chen was the most powerful president of the gaming club. He was a super player and a legend, but Leroy couldn't stand such humiliation. He turned to Lu Chen and said that this scoundrel had taken his phone, stolen his attention, and hit on his girlfriend on his birthday, so death awaited Lu Chen. Lin Xin was furious that this scoundrel Leroy dared to call her his girlfriend. She said she had chosen her own path and ordered her men to kill the couple. The young people were surrounded by a crowd of thugs ready to defend their master Leroy. Lu Chen stepped forward, shielding his girlfriend with his body, and told her to find a way to escape while he dealt with these guys. A fight broke out among the young people. Several of them were knocked out very quickly, while a few were strong and put up a fight. Lu Chen fought with dignity, amazed by his own physical strength. Of course, the doctors had said that his virus enhanced his physical abilities, but right now it was simply mind-blowing. No matter how the thugs attacked, all their strikes were parried with absolute ease. Lu Chen eventually scattered them all and now stood with his hands clenched into fists. Lero realized that his friend's attack had failed. He grabbed a bottle of wine and ran up behind the young man. But Lu Chen possessed not only incredible strength, but also stunning reflexes. He managed to dodge, and the hand holding the wine bottle flew through the air. Lu Chen noted that his body had reacted very quickly, even before his brain had had time to send the signal. Leroy froze, stunned, while Lin Xin jumped up and kicked the bottle out of Leroy's hands. The girl grabbed Lu Chen by the arm and dragged him along, not understanding why he was standing there and not running away. She admitted that she couldn't run away and leave him alone. The young people rushed out of the restaurant with a mob of thugs chasing after them, wanting to take revenge for the humiliated Leroy. Lin Xin soon began to slow down. She had twisted her ankle because she was running in heels. The girl said that Leroy wouldn't do anything to her, so Lu Chen should keep running on his own. But Lu Chen had no idea what she was talking about. He scooped the beautiful girl into his arms and ran with her, holding her close to him. By this time, the thugs didn't know what else to do. They grabbed dishes, chairs, plates, and bottles and threw them at the fleeing couple. Eventually, the young people managed to break free and were now sitting in the park. They had to run 3 blocks before it was safe. Lin Xin said those guys were a real pain, but now Lu Chen had taught Leroy's gang a lesson, and maybe they wouldn't bother her anymore. Lu Chen said that the beauty had tricked him in real life, just as she had in the game. Not only had he missed dinner, but he'd nearly been killed by the plates and bottles thrown at his back. Lin Xin apologized to the guy, but admitted that Lu Chen had caused a lot of trouble in her life, even though it seemed like the problem was with her. Lin Xin finally spoke up. She said, "Night Chen, I'm the current president of the gaming club. Do you know how miserable I've been since you left?" After Lu Chen defeated Park, all kinds of experts came every year to challenge the club president, but she was just starting to play, and she had to die and get beaten up countless times. At first, she just wanted to find out everything about this strange and unethical Night Chen, but she never thought he would wipe all traces of himself and not even leave a single photo anywhere. Lu Chen understood that if he had left his photos behind, many people would have come to settle the score with him, but then the young man realized he was truly in the wrong. He apologized, not realizing he might be the cause of her troubles, and then invited the girl to dinner, rice noodles as compensation, since they'd ended up without a meal that evening. In the studio of the bloodthirsty mercenaries, that was all they did all evening, treating bruises and scrapes. Dusha-san said that his medicine helped with all kinds of scratches, but soon the guy noticed that Lu Chen had absolutely nothing on his back, even though the young man claimed he'd nearly been beaten to death at the restaurant and his back had suffered severe injuries. Lu Chen walked over to the mirror to check and indeed saw not a single mark, even though the pain he felt was real. Without a second thought, the young man took a knife and cut his forearm, Blood flowed down his arm. Shursan was horrified. The last thing he needed was for his friend to hurt himself. But a minute later, he was screaming again, this time in surprise because the wound had completely disappeared and healed. It was clear that the virus was too powerful. Shursan told his friend that, of course, he checks his test results regularly and they're normal. But today's situation is special, so they need to go to the hospital for an examination. Luchin turned to his friend and asked how his mission was going, if he needed any help. The young man knew his friend's weaknesses and simply wanted to change the subject. Shursan really fell for it again, and now he'd already forgotten about the tests in the hospital, saying he had a job for his friend. Things were unsettled at the market in the icy city of Vologda. The price of the red pill had more than doubled in just a few days, and people were outraged. Broken Spear was also in shock. The vendor said that no one was forcing anyone to buy the red pill or food, and if Broken Spear wasn't happy with something, he could just go about his business and not interfere with trade. Luchin received a notification that his item, the bloody skull, had been sold for 1,000 coins. This was excellent news. The money came just in time, and now he was able to buy 50 bottles of the red pill. All the major guilds were frantically stocking up on supplies. It seemed they had heard about the Order of the Hero and now wanted to prepare themselves to make a quick profit. Luchin checked the group chat and saw that a player named Leroy had joined the team's chat. He wondered how Shursan had managed to recruit that creep and the beautiful Mingyue into their team. Near the entrance to the Valley of Darkness, Leroy tried to recruit Mingyue into his guild. He offered the girl 10 gold coins an hour. Shursan greeted Broken Spear, who had come to earn 100 gold coins from Leroy. Minyu said she had also come to earn a little extra money. She was willing to work as a healer on this quest and asked for 1 gold coin per hour. Luchin was happy to get such a skilled healer for just 1 gold coin, but deep down, he knew the girl wasn't interested in the pay at all. There was something else going on here. Leroy looked at everyone present and said, "Since everyone's here, let's get to work. After all, he's not paying them for nothing." Luchin thought about the guy who wanted to climb 5 levels in just 10 hours. But on the other hand, if he had the money, why not? Mingyu asked Broken Spear how much he'd gotten for the bloody skull he'd put up for auction last night. Luchin answered her. But for Mingyue, it was too expensive. She said she'd like to buy it as a pet for her friend who had just joined the game. Luchin realized this was his chance. He said that pets should match one's class. For example, the blood skull is only suitable for mages and archers, while newbies in the early stages buy pets with poor performance. When members of other classes buy a blood skull, they'll be weak and won't be able to show off their performance. Leroy listened to this conversation and seethed with rage. Leroy's subordinate happily shouted that his master had a blood skull pet, and now everyone knew who the fool was who had bought a pet for 1,000 gold coins. Luchin clearly harbored ill feelings toward Leroy, considering him extremely arrogant. The guy was only level 22, yet he walked around with a pile of money and bought whatever he wanted. Suddenly, Luchin caught himself having a murderous thought about his employer. That was not good at all. So he decided to cut the conversation short, turned to the quest participants, and told them it was time to head out on the mission. Somewhere deep in the Valley of Ghosts, the Blood Skulls roamed calmly, confident in their strength. The group of players lay in ambush. They were going to kill these powerful blood-stained skulls. Min Shi didn't understand how they were going to do it, since even Broken Spear's level was more than 10 points lower. Luchin replied that there was no need to be afraid. This was the only way to level up. With such a level difference, they could gain a lot of experience. After that, Broken Spear announced that the attack had begun and leaped out of hiding along with his pet, a black wasp. The Bee King landed his attacks on the bloody skull very effectively, causing the opponent to lose a large amount of mana. Luchin landed his double strikes. One missed, but the second was a critical hit, instantly dealing nearly 2,000 damage to the bloody skull. Even those who knew Broken Spear well were amazed by his strength. This player managed to carry out attacks and clear bosses entirely on his own, without involving other players. Orin activated his spear and thrust it into Red Skull's body. The attack was a critical hit. In response, the Red Skull brought his stone sword down on Orion, but the guy managed to put up a defensive shield. Minyu analyzed the guy's attacks and saw what a cool skill Orion had. He absorbed damage from attacks and converted it into his own HP. The girl watched with delight as the blood mercenaries displayed their skills and tactics. It was like magic, and perhaps it was worth trying to recruit them to conquer the Order of the Hero together. Shursan's shout snapped the girl out of her reverie. He needed urgent healing, And then Mingyue realized that even the best teams have their weak spots. While Mingyue cast a healing spell, Broken Spear continued to deal damage to Red Skull. Soon the entire team was healed. Shisan was alive and well. All the players had leveled up and were, for the most part, satisfied with how things were going. Leroa found it very boring because he hadn't really done anything. Minyu glanced at the guys and they began studying their stats. Their level wasn't high enough to make it into the top 5. Absolutely all the players were now leveling up for the Order of Heroes. Leroy paid everyone the promised amount for their work, but the guys warned him to get back to the city as soon as possible because at level 27, he could die here. But Leroy believed there was no need to meddle in other people's business, since no one would dare kill him. And in the next moment, his head flew off his arrogant shoulders. Absolutely all the items this player had, silver gear, magic stones, and money, scattered around his body. The robber turned out to be a player from the Order of Dragons, unwavering. He had deliberately killed Leroy with the intent to rob him. Luchin couldn't just let the villain get away, the one who dared to kill his client right under his nose. A fight broke out between the two men immediately. Shurikens flew. There were a lot of them, and they slowed down the players from the blood mercenaries. Luchin ordered Orion to chase after the robber and not let him escape. Luchin thought about how many cool items Leroy had. It would have been worth getting injured for any one of them. Luchin ordered Orion to attack from both sides. The invincible one of the dragons had picked out items to steal, taking one of them. Something was clearly off here, and he couldn't be let go. Luchin sped up and ran in from the other side, and now the dragon player was surrounded and forced to fight. And then he used some kind of skill that allowed him to vanish, gradually fading away before his pursuer's eyes. Luchin and Orion didn't understand what had happened. Now they were facing each other and could only hear the taunts from the mad dragon player. The guys didn't understand what was going on. It was as if they had been transported to some other dimension. The enemy was nowhere to be seen. Luchin came up with the idea that they should use the spear to kick up dust around them, and perhaps then they would see whoever was hiding using the invisibility skill. Luchin carefully scanned his surroundings as the dust swirled and settled, revealing the outline of the invisible figure. Luchin lunged forward and struck with his sword. It seemed to hit nothing, but it was the mad dragon who couldn't understand how such a thing was possible. Shisan was the weak link among the blood mercenaries, but this time he arrived late, yet just in time, and struck the mad dragon in the back. Luchin decapitated the player, and now 3 items that had been stolen from Leroy appeared before the guys. Everyone leaned over the items that had caught the thieves' attention in surprise. They had never seen anything like this before. It was the Cursed Compass, a special item that could show players the way to bosses above level 60. It could be used once every 3 days. Most likely it was for the sake of such a valuable item that the mad dragons attacked Leroy. It's unclear how he got his hands on it. But that didn't matter. With an item like that, the bloodthirsty mercenaries could immediately attack powerful bosses and earn the Order of the Hero. Orion believed the item was extremely important and needed to be hidden in the Ice City Vault as soon as possible. Fancy said she had skipped a raid she'd been assigned to level up so she could meet Luchin. "If he doesn't have anything important, I'll beat him up myself," she added. Luchin was very pleased. He said he would show the girl something amazing. Fancy was stunned when she saw the Cursed Compass. Rumor had it that only 5 of them had ever been officially made. They could guide players to bosses above level 60 in unexplored zones. But before, it had seemed like nothing more than a fairy tale. Fancy examined the Cursed Compass and wanted to know where Luchin had gotten it. Luchin told the truth. The Mad Dragon had stolen it from Leroy. Luchin had killed the Mad Dragon, and as a result, the compass was now in his possession. Fancy considered this a huge stroke of luck. With the Cursed Compass, they had the upper hand, and all they had to do was wait for the right moment. Luchin thought they needed to stay calm because bosses like this were very dangerous. Just recently, there had been an incident where a group of players was wiped out by a weaker boss. The young people began discussing how to handle the situation. Since bosses above level 60 are very strong, and increasing the team size usually doesn't solve the problem. Luchin said that all the players they would be working with needed to level up by at least 5 levels over the next few days. After that, Luchin and Fancy would lead the team and face the invincible bosses. Fancy also believed that time was of the essence. Judging by the pace at which the top players were advancing, they would soon become powerful, so they needed to keep moving forward themselves without slowing down. Fancy promised she would take charge of organizing the materials for mana restoration. The guys headed to the Hills of Reflections to complete a few missions there and level up. Luchin told the guys that he had set aside a large sum of money to upgrade their gear so they could buy the necessary items. Lu Chen had earned most of this money by selling skeleton bones and ingredients. It was intended for the studio's development. Of course, he couldn't spend all that money on personal needs, but Shisan's abilities weren't as high as the rest of the guys, so he had to find a way out of the situation. When word got out about the joint boss fight, Shisan knew he couldn't let the team down, since everyone was leveling up and training hard. Lu Chen asked to tell Fancy that in a few days she would see the true power of the blood mercenaries. Besides, they needed to make sure Orion didn't overexert himself. Shisan promised to cut off the power in the guy's room and make him go to sleep, while Lu Chen had to hurry up with preparing the ingredients. Lu Chen chose a mission that required him to go to the Hills of Reflections mountain, kill 100 blood skeleton warriors there, and receive a large reward. The mission went smoothly and without surprises. In any minute now, the guy was about to finish the entire quest. The reward for completing the quest was garlic, which was the main ingredient for cooking 5th level food. Lu Chen counted the garlic he had earned and thought that if he gathered a little more, he would be able to start cooking 5th level food. Suddenly, the ground around him shook, and the mountains began to crumble. The player thought an earthquake had started. When the dust and rocks settled, Lu Chen discovered a massive hill guardian. It was a level 60 silver boss. Its stats were unknown to anyone. Life sure is strange. He hadn't even needed the cursed compass, yet Lu Chen had stumbled upon such a formidable boss by accident. Lu Chen checked the chat and saw that his teammates were offline. That was bad, because he couldn't handle it alone. Lu Chen knew he couldn't defeat the boss on his own, but running away now would be too humiliating. The player decided to start the battle despite his fear and the meager armor he was wearing. Even if he died, at least he'd find out just how strong this boss was. Lu Chen summoned all his allies, the undead, the Python King, and his pet, a black wasp. If they could win, they would immediately receive the Order of the Hero. The Guardian of the Hills looked like a huge, massive rock that could move, fight, and put up a resistance. And so the battle began on all fronts. Lu Chen, along with his minions, tried to look menacing and kill the boss, but all their efforts were practically useless. The Guardian of the Hills had incredible defense and took almost no damage. Lu Chen decided to test just how tough the boss's hide was with his signature move. He landed the first strike, which was deliberately aimed wide. Lu Chen's next strike usually knocked off several thousand HP from an opponent, but in this case, there was nowhere near that kind of effect. However, when the strike landed, Lu Chen was horrified to discover that instead of a sword, he was holding only a stump, unable to comprehend how this could have happened. Lu Chen fell to the ground and stared at the remains of his sword, thinking it was too early to fight such a formidable opponent. The Guardian of the Hills seemed to have gotten a taste for it. He brought his fist down on the player, and Lu Chen managed to raise a protective shield around himself. Of course, that wasn't enough. The blow was strong, but not fatal. Things were looking bad. Lu Chen lay on the rocks, unable even to block or brace himself. The Guardian of the Hills stepped with his massive paw onto the spot where the player lay and thoroughly crushed him. Lu Chen managed to run away just as the paw came down and realized that fighting alone was too reckless. He needed to get out of the fight immediately, but that was easier said than done. The boy ran through the mountains trying to hide from his pursuer, knowing he might be stuck here forever. The Hill Guardian did not back down. He was hot on his heels, and soon his massive hand nearly grabbed the player by his cloak. Apparently, the Guardian of the Hills hadn't dealt with players in a long time and was now catching Lu Chen the way a cat usually catches mice. Well then, this boss's physical defense is off the charts. The bloody mercenaries don't have any mages in their ranks, and without magic, this boss can't be defeated by physical strength alone, Lu Chen thought. Lu Chen hid behind some rocks and began quickly drinking a recovery potion to heal himself and boost his HP. The guy logged into the chat again, but his friends were still offline. Fortunately, a mage was online. Lu Chen told her he'd run into a level 60 boss, and the girl promised to gather a group and come to his aid shortly. A noise caught the player's attention. He peeked out from behind a rock and was very surprised. At that moment, the Guardian of the Hills was under a massive attack launched by unknown players. The leader of the Mad Dragons said that last time, Lu Chen had stolen the cursed compass, and now with the help of that item, he had easily found a suitable boss. If the group defeats the boss now, it will become the top guild and unite the entire Ice City region. The leader addressed his followers and said that if they defeated the boss, each of them would be paid 10 gold coins. The Guardian of the Hills looked at the players, storming him, and used some skill. Lightning pierced everything around, and many players died. Lu Chen peeked out from behind a rock and was stunned. A single skill had killed dozens of players. He was glad he had retreated in time. The player pulled out a spare weapon. Fortunately, he had time to prepare. Of course, this sword wasn't as cool as the previous one, but it was still pretty good. Watching the mages try to cast a spell on the boss, Luchin chose a comfortable spot with a good view so he could strike the hill guardian at the last moment. But then a huge stone shard landed right next to him, and it became clear that even taking cover might not be safe. The hill guardian used some new skill, and stone shards flew off in all directions. These massive shards pierced the players right through and pinned them to the ground, as if paper clips were holding down a sheet of paper. After that, the boss crushed the surviving players with his massive hands. The leader of the Mad Dragons was very pleased. Of course, many players had died, but that wasn't a problem for him. The Guardian of the Hills did indeed have powerful skills, but he was expending too much energy on them, and the guild leader hoped he would emerge victorious. Luchin thought about how nearly 300 people had died, yet they still hadn't managed to defeat the level 60 boss. The leader of the Mad Dragons demanded that everyone still alive stand up and finish off this monster. Luchin realized he couldn't wait any longer, or victory would slip away, and he wouldn't be able to claim it. It was time to move forward. The Dragon Lord urged his followers not to be afraid and to finish off the enemy together, who had already lost almost all his strength. Luchin's pet, the Black Wasp, flew up to the boss and struck it directly in the head, dealing a massive amount of damage. The Dragon Lord recognized this pet and, to his horror, saw the player himself, Broken Spear, run past him. Luchin paid no attention to the fact that all the members of the Mad Dragons were now ready to start hunting him down. They too had lost a lot of strength. Luchin finished his first strike, which was a glancing blow and did no damage, much to the delight of the spectators. The Hill Guardian wanted to use his skill again, but it was clear he wouldn't be able to unleash it at full power, as the boss had almost no strength left. To prevent anyone from intervening, Luchin landed his final critical strike right in front of the Mad Dragons players and took down the Guardian of the Hills, the level 60 boss. Notifications from the game poured in, announcing that Luchin had leveled up to 45, become number 1 in the rankings, and received a large number of prizes. The leader of the Mad Dragons thrust his spear at the player's head, demanding that he hand over all his items. Luchin was forced to stop and begin a battle with the leader of the Mad Dragons. But at that moment, the time had come, and the rest of the dragon players began to resurrect and return to the game. Everyone watched the battle between their boss and Broken Spear, while none of the guys intervened. The dragon leader said that Broken Spear wouldn't be getting away from him today and would pay for all his previous misdeeds. However, a player as formidable as Broken Spear couldn't be written off. His pet Black Wasp was also helping its master, and soon the players realized there was nothing they could do. The archers received the order to fire their arrows and finish off Broken Spear by any means necessary. Luchin deflected the arrows mid-flight, but his pet was struck by several attacks and, unfortunately, died. Luchin was forced to use his stealth skill and soon became invisible to his enemies. The leader was furious. He ordered his men to search the entire area until they found Broken Spear and killed him. In the wild forest, the archer Xiang had a guy at gunpoint who said that if she wasted any more time, it would be too late. At that moment, a notification arrived stating that the player had defeated the Guardian of the Hills and was now in first place. Fancy knew exactly who that player was. It was unbelievable, but nothing was impossible for him. The girl realized that if Luchin had taken down the boss single-handedly, he was most likely surrounded by dragons right now and needed help. Fancy tried to call him in the chat, but he didn't respond. It was clear that things were looking bad for him. Luchin knew he had very little health left. The potion would only let him withstand one more attack. While in cover, the player could only move. He couldn't resurrect his pets yet. The dragon players continued to attack everything around them, gradually chipping away at Luchin's health. They were fast and strong. Luchin said that if he was destined to die, he would take everyone else with him. The dragons were ready to do anything just to get revenge. Luchin found himself surrounded again, and a hail of arrows and spears rained down on him from all sides. He knew things were looking bad. Fancy leapt toward Luchin, plunged a knife into his back saying, "I'm sorry," and notifications announced that a player had killed a player. The game congratulated Fancy on reaching first place in the rankings. All the prizes remained with her guild. After that, the girl attacked the leader of the Mad Dragons. He tried to offer her a trade, prizes for his life, but Fancy said he couldn't do anything and demanded fire support from Semi's Ashoku. Soon everything around them was filled with smoke and engulfed in flames, and they were able to safely leave the battlefield. Luchin soon returned, having lost one level. He agreed to meet at the Ice City Vault after his resurrection. The young man understood that the girl had done exactly the right thing to prevent the mad dragon from taking the loot. She had saved her friend. Fancy brought the loot and said she had kept it safe. They should be happy, and now they could open the chest together. Lu Chen kept grumbling. He had lost 2 levels at once. The girl divided the loot, 1 item for each of them, and they decided to see what had dropped from the boss. Lu Chen really wanted to get the Order of the Hero to make up for the disappointment of losing a level. In the end, they got a pair of boots and a new sword. Fancy was furious. It was simply unbelievable. But even the boss hadn't dropped a hero's order. Lu Chen was also indignant and cursing, since he had fought to the death and lost 2 levels for the sake of a pair of boots. As a consolation, Lu Chen took the golden item, the sword. At least it was some consolation. After all, he had been left without a weapon in that battle. Fancy gave the boots to her friend, saying that it would at least cheer him up a little. Lu Chen analyzed the previous battle. The Hill Guardian boss had 2 extremely powerful and deadly skills, which meant that stronger bosses would be even more formidable. If it took 300 people to defeat a level 60 boss, how many would be needed for stronger opponents? Lu Chen understood that it wasn't about numbers. They just needed a high-quality team of high-level players. Lu Chen praised the players from the Fancy Guild and said that the girl should train them even further. He would also bring a few people up to speed, and then they would all be able to fight with dignity. Lu Chen rushed off to level up, saying he'd soon be in first place. Fancy replied that first place would always be hers, no matter how hard her friend tried to overtake her. Lu Chen headed to the Icy Cross and met Master of Death Surin there, who praised him highly and said the guy had been working hard lately. Lu Chen asked Surin for quests that were easy to complete, but offered a lot of experience and rewards. Surin replied that he was proud of his apprentice and had a simple quest he could give Lu Chen. The young man went to Crow Ridge to the House of Magic Pills. Everything around was shrouded in fog. A voice came from inside the building. It said that he had created a potion that would change the history of the continent, and that Grandmaster Hui would be the pioneer. Lu Chen was tasked with going to Crow Ridge, killing the apothecary Hui, and taking the potion from him. Lu Chen kicked the door open and entered the room. Standing before him was a man in a cloak, fiddling with flasks and chemicals. Apothecary Hui realized his time had come and began using his potion. The apothecary was at level 50. He felt Lu Chen up and said the guy had a strong body and good bones. Lu Chen didn't want anything to do with this pervert. He drew his sword and told the apothecary not to touch him. The apothecary was completely calm. He took the sword in his hand, afraid of getting hurt, and said that the young man was made of strong, good material. After that, the old man flung Lu Chen against the opposite wall with a light flick of his wrist. The next second, the player's body was bound by sturdy chains, preventing him from moving. It immediately became clear that the mission to kill the apothecary was no simple task. Apothecary Hui took out a small jar and said that the player was about to try the most amazing potion in the world. Lu Chen tried to break free, but the chains were too tight and strong. He screamed hysterically, demanding that the apothecary leave him alone. The guy kept thrashing and screaming. The apothecary knelt down in front of him and began muttering some words. Then the apothecary grabbed the player by the jaw and opened his mouth. After that, he poured the entire potion down Lu Chen's throat and told him to sit still and drink every last drop. Lu Chen was furious and demanded that the pharmacist admit exactly what he had just poured down his throat. The pharmacist didn't know what to say because nothing was happening. There was no expected reaction. The old man began touching Lu Chen's legs and arms, and Lu Chen screamed in agony, begging him not to touch his body with his filthy hands. The apothecary didn't understand why the young man's body hadn't changed, and Lu Chen wanted to know exactly what he had just administered and what changes were expected. The apothecary replied that the young man had just drunk a rejuvenating potion capable of restoring flesh to the dead. That sounded very interesting. Lu Chen thought this was great news, but didn't understand why he felt nothing. The apothecary thought he must have made a mistake somewhere, which was why the player hadn't changed. The apothecary had killed thousands of people and spirits to create this potion. It simply had to work. So the problem must lie with Lu Chen. The apothecary grabbed a huge cleaver and said he would check what made this guy different from ordinary night spirits. The old man wanted to pull every bone out of the guy one by one, purify his soul flame, and study him thoroughly. But it was all worth it. If the resurrection potion succeeded, the dead spirits could become human again, and the war between light and darkness would end. The fallen humans and night spirits gladly sacrificed themselves for this great cause. Lu Chen believed that killing in the name of false justice was truly vile and repulsive. He snapped the chains and they shattered into tiny pieces, striking the apothecary. Lu Chen threw the old sorcerer aside, intent on taking revenge for everything he had endured. After that, the player summoned the King of Pythons, who was now supposed to help him deal with the apothecary. Seeing that the player had an undead servant, the apothecary realized why his potion hadn't worked. Before him stood a most rare corpse. The apothecary said he had been searching for such a dead man for many years, and asked Lu Chen to be a good test subject so that he could create the greatest resurrection potion from his bones and soul. Apothecary Hui released a poisonous, paralyzing mist at the player. Lu Chen ordered the King of Pythons to attack the old man. The undead could not be harmed by the mist, no matter how poisonous. Lu Chen finally landed a series of blows on the apothecary. The first strike missed, but the second completely drained the sorcerer's strength. The apothecary was destroyed, and Lu Chen drank the entire potion down to the last drop, but nothing happened. He noticed many vials of potions on the table and decided to take a similar bottle, thinking no one would notice the difference. Upon returning from the quest, Lu Chen handed Surin the bottle of potion, saying that the task was complete and he was ready to receive his reward. Surin, the death swordsman, called him an impatient boy and handed him the reward. Lu Chen was happy that the teacher hadn't noticed the switch. Although the shield was bronze quality, its stats were on par with a silver one. Lu Chen asked Surin about the potion. The apothecary said it could restore flesh to the dead. Surin confirmed that he had once found the recipe and given it to the apothecary Hui so that he could create the potion. It took 15 years. But for it to work, a catalyst still needed to be added. Then flesh would return not only to the undead, but also to the dead. Surin said that only one ingredient was missing and shot his apprentice a fierce look. Surin didn't explain further and simply said that the catalyst was beyond his level, so Lu Chen needed to go and level up. The player Eva had already reached level 31 and was preparing to participate in the battle for the first hero order. Of course, competing at this level was too risky, especially since players from other orders would be participating. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. A title that resonates throughout the country and a huge bonus will attract a flood of players, giving us a chance to revive the dreams of the ancient blade. Minyu said that all the strongest players had already been recruited by other guilds. She had invited Broken Spear to join their guild, but he had refused. Of all the players, only Broken Spear was without a guild. If they could recruit him, it would be a huge advantage. Eva wanted to ask him personally. Minyu agreed to introduce Eva to Broken Spear if that was truly what she wanted. Eva promised not to be pushy. She was already a guild leader and knew that sometimes you have to give in. Minyu said that first they needed to level up to the maximum and then get to know each other. For now, it was better to upgrade their gear and push their strength to the limit. The girls went to the market and saw an excellent bronze shield and high-quality black stone blades. They were intrigued. The items looked solid and were indeed of excellent quality. Minyu recognized Broken Spear, even though he was wearing a mask. They greeted each other. Lu Chen explained that he was wearing a mask because he had many enemies and had decided to hide while making a living at the market. Eva took an interest in the bronze shield and asked how much it cost. Lu Chen praised her taste, saying it was his best shield and asked for 50 gold coins for it. Eva knew that such an item was worth 1.5 times as much and wondered why he was selling it so cheaply. Lu Chen replied that he was giving her a discount because she was a friend of Mingyu's and he wanted to make them happy. Eva slammed the shield down on the table, which even startled the seller. She introduced herself as the head of the Sword of the Ancient Blade Guild and invited Broken Spear to join their guild. Lu Chen looked at his ex-girlfriend and former boss. Of course, he wanted to join the guild, but not right now. The young man lowered his head, apologized, and said he had his own plans. Eva continued to persuade him, saying that the guild needed a master like him and was ready to meet any of his conditions. Lu Chen replied that he understood. They wanted to recruit him to fight for the Order of Heroes, since they were still too weak to defeat a level 60 boss. Eva tried to make her case, holding out her hand with the item. In her hand was the cursed compass, but Broken Spear replied, "No." He offered one piece of advice. The compass was merely a foundation. Eva's power was too weak. If she rashly got involved in the battle for the Order of Heroes, it would end in disaster for the guild. Eva, a level-headed leader, understood the situation. Lu Chen turned and left. He advised Eva to conserve her people's strength. The Order of the Hero would surely go to the Sword of the Ancient Blade Guild. Lu Chen ventured into the Valley of Ghosts but couldn't find a single NPC with quests, and leveling up by fighting monsters was going very slowly. He checked his giant python and realized its level was already low. He needed to replace his pet with a stronger one. Suddenly, the player heard someone's cry for help. He turned around to find the source. Soon he saw a girl being chased by a horde of goblins. She was begging for help. Lu Chen didn't bother to introduce himself. He immediately charged at the goblins and wiped them out. When the danger had passed, he approached the girl and told her that the goblins were almost wiped out. Only the final blow remained. Why hadn't she done it? Suddenly, the girl threw herself into Lu Chen's arms, saying that the monster was very vile and she was afraid to deal with it. She pressed her whole body against him, her eyes filled with terror and tears. She said that if it weren't for the mission, she would never have touched the goblins. Everything happening between them was captured on camera and ended up in someone's photo album. Rosa explained that she had a Class C quest to slay the great general of the Ghost Valley. Lu Chen volunteered to help on the condition that he could keep all the dropped loot. He handled the mission with ease, realizing that a quest like this would help him level up better than just killing lone goblins. Rosa was absolutely thrilled. She hopped along behind Lu Chen and marveled at how he sliced through the monsters with ease. The players ventured deeper and deeper into the Valley of Ghosts, and the boss was due to appear soon. Rosa didn't want to participate in the battle and simply walked alongside them. And sure enough, the boss appeared shortly after. The girl said she was scared and asked him to protect her. Lu Chen stopped. A huge boss was coming toward him, the great ghost general. He wielded a massive sword and immediately began attacking the players, not giving them a chance to get their bearings. Lu Chen quickly shoved Rosa aside and managed to jump back himself, so the blow wasn't fatal. Rose watched the battle and saw how the player nearly killed the boss with a single blow. She didn't understand why she had been asked to lure Lu Chen, but first they had to defeat the boss, so she readied an arrow. The great ghost general activated a skill that increased his vampirism every time he lost strength. Lu Chen thought the skill was powerful, but it was nothing compared to his reduced cooldown. The battle reached supersonic speeds, and it was hard to tell what was happening. Rose readied her bow but couldn't get a shot off. Although she was at the top of the archer rankings, the speed of the battle was staggering even to her. Rosa activated the Eagle Eye skill. She enhanced her vision and could now see everything 5 times better. But even with this effect, it was difficult for her to make out the details. She could see mostly only vague silhouettes. The battle between the rivals continued. Lu Chen landed his first strike against the minor bosses. After that, he landed a second strike, which dealt nearly 3,000 damage and severed the ghost general's head with a light swing of his sword. Rosa watched the battle and was shocked. The player had single-handedly killed a level 50 boss. This guy was just terrifying. Lu Chen turned to the girl and asked if she really hadn't used her hands. The girl confirmed that was indeed the case because the broken spear was too powerful and left no room for others to act. The Dragon Lord showed Fancy a video of Rosa clinging to the broken spear. The girl understood that this was a crude attempt to sow discord between her and Lu Chen, since she knew him much better than anyone else. The Dragon Lord tried to lure Fancy into the ranks of his supporters, but the girl was firmly convinced. All the guilds would lose, and her alliance with Broken Spear would come out on top. The guy warned that excessive self-confidence could ruin the girl and lead to the downfall of the entire guild. Lin Xin replied that he could keep his words to himself and proudly lifted her head. The guy thought, if Lu Chen dares to lay a hand on this beauty, he's definitely not going to live to see another day. Fancy logged onto the network, called Broken Spear, and told him she wanted to know who he was fooling around with. She'd personally stick a knife right where it counts. Lu Chen turned to Rosa. He was sick of her, and she needed to stop pretending. They'd already received their reward in loot. Now he demanded that she admit what she was really after. Rose kept playing dumb, as if she didn't understand what he was talking about. She looked innocent, claiming she was just looking out for the young man, and for some reason he was yelling at her. Lu Chen said that Rosa was a top-tier archer who had taken down several powerful bosses, yet now she was running away from 2 puny monsters with barely any health left. On top of that, she immediately rushed to cuddle up to a faceless skeleton, all because she was the best archer in the Mad Dragons Guild. Rosa started wailing about how ashamed she was of herself. She just wanted to invite the guy to join their guild, but he saw right through her, and now she felt terribly embarrassed. Lu Chen didn't want to listen to this and demanded that she stop immediately. Rose said that apparently their guild had access to rare quests unavailable to ordinary players. With his level of power in the Mad Dragons, Lu Chen would be able to choose whatever he wanted. But Lu Chen didn't want anything to do with them. He told her to stay away from him. He wouldn't join either Rosa or the guild. In the end, Broken Spear declared, either Rosa leaves or he'll kill her. She called him stubborn and heartless, turned around and walked away. Lu Chen was glad to be rid of this clingy beauty and decided to check if he could summon the slain boss. He checked and succeeded. Now the player was the owner of a new undead creature. The dead ghost general replaced the previous undead, a giant python. It bowed before its master. With his current strength, Lu Chen could only keep one undead servant, which wasn't bad at all. When a new undead was summoned, the weaker ones disappeared automatically. This would change over time. Lu Chen intended to become the king of the undead, Asura, and then the entire army of the undead would lie at his feet. The undead army would be the most powerful, comprising every possible boss, and they would serve their master, Lu Chen. But suddenly everything vanished. Shusan stood there with his helmet in his hands, looking at his friend, who wasn't eating or sleeping, but only leveling up. Lu Chen agreed that he had been wrong. Indeed, the race for the Order of the Hero had stressed him out terribly. He needed to rest. But the battle affected the entire region, which was why the young man was so absorbed. He wanted to be number one. Du Shusan explained that in other regions, several guild members were searching for the Order of the Hero, but it hadn't appeared anywhere yet. This was incredibly frustrating because no one knew where the necessary bosses would appear. Plus, not every boss drops the Order of the Hero. Now all the players were in a constant rush. They had to compete not only with players from their own region for the bosses, but also with other regions for first place. Of course, you have to take risks, but luck is also important. Shi-san knew that if he left his friend unattended, he would get lost in the game again. He put his friend to bed, covered him with a blanket, and quietly slipped out into the hallway. At that moment, Gung-sung across the way was also awake and still playing. In the guest room at Drunken Moon, the young man said he had arrived early and made it in time for the performance. The Dragon Chief said that Broken Spear was ruining everything. Even Rose couldn't convince him otherwise. But Sun replied that he didn't personally know this guy, but it was already clear that such a person couldn't be stopped. He immediately said he had no interest in fighting Broken Spear and Fancy. They weren't his enemies and weren't getting in his way. But the Dragon Chief suggested joining forces to capture the First Order of the Hero. This was intriguing, and the young man wanted to know exactly how the collaboration would work. Their guild, Absolute Domination, was the strongest in the region, but it didn't quite measure up to the Hall of Fame members. Therefore, Absolute Domination couldn't kill bosses quickly or in large numbers. 4 bosses appeared in the region. Even if the guild took down 2, there was no guarantee they would get the Order of the Hero. If they joined forces, they could take down all the bosses and would surely get the order. And if all the bosses were under their control, the chance of getting the Order of the Hero would increase with each attempt. To do this, they need to join forces and destroy the enemies together. The young man clarified who would receive the order in the event of a successful outcome. It was decided to determine this on the spot. The guild that made the greater contribution would take the order. The agreement was sealed. In the square of the city of Flolte, the players arrived with large sacks. Lu Chen and Orion brought stones, equipment, and 500 portions of 5th-level ingredients. All of this was to be sold to the people from Dream of the Ancient Blade at half the market price. The young man didn't understand why they should do this. After all, they'd make no profit. Lu Chen explained that the Dream of the Ancient Blade Guild had too few members. They couldn't handle the workload, so the leftovers would be more than enough. But it turned out that this was old news. Eva had used the Cursed Compass, united many small guilds, and created the Ancient Sword Alliance, which already numbered over 200 people. Lu Chen was very surprised, and the skeleton nearly dropped him. Shusin said that he saw them fighting a level 60 boss online this morning, so they really need the ingredients. Since this morning, the news of the return of the Ancient Blade's Dream had been at the top of the forum for a full half hour. Indeed, everyone in the market square was doing nothing but reading the news about the guild. Shisen quickly found the information, and Lu Chen wanted to see it all with his own eyes. This time, the news reported that Mad Dragon and Absolute Domination had reaped the fruits of victory and defeated the final boss. Lu Chen flew into a rage when he saw the bodies of his close friends lying there, destroyed by the Mad Dragons. He immediately set out to go and destroy them all to hell and back, but his friends held him back, trying to reason with him. Shisan asked what form he would now take before them, as a barely known player named Broken Spear, or as Lu Chen's dead old friend. First and foremost, they needed to come up with a plan, not rush into anything. They needed to cool down and calm themselves. A few other players were discussing the dreams of the Ancient Blade, which had been nothing but a buzz and were now destroyed, so they were unlikely to rise again. Lu Chen boiled over. Upon hearing such words from outsiders, he grabbed the guys by their clothes and began shaking them. The men tried to calm him down, explaining that they were just discussing the news and hadn't bothered anyone. His friends could barely pull Lu Chen away from the unfortunate passers-by. He needed to focus his energy on fixing the situation, not on anger and hatred toward the whole world. At that moment, Absolute Domination began a live broadcast of the final boss battle. Clearly, these guys weren't worried about anyone stealing their loot. They couldn't care less about anyone. They were certain no one would dare to show up. Oren put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said he would go with him. Shisen wasn't about to leave his comrade alone either, and now the three brothers were ready to fight. Lu Chen wanted to crash the Absolute Domination stream and take the boss from them. He asked Shisen to create a thread on the forum so everyone could see. The bloody mercenaries fear no one. Shisen said not to worry, he'd handle it. In the Crystal Palace, the players gathered for the final battle. Lu Chen planned to be the first to use the ground dive technique, and when the boss had 1/7 of its health remaining, Orion was to spring into action. Lu Chen crept up close and watched the battle, remaining invisible. The main warrior of Absolute Domination was right in front of him. It was he who had stolen the boss from Dream of the Ancient Blade. The boss was trapped in the chains of the Demon Seal. Now he wouldn't be going anywhere. The players just had to finish him off. They dealt damage to the boss, expecting nothing from the side, but suddenly a voice rang out from behind, proclaiming that all the warriors of Absolute Domination were about to die. Lu Chen appeared as if out of nowhere and raised his sword above the warriors' heads. He struck down his opponents, slicing them left and right, feeling neither strain nor fear. The men could do nothing to stop him. Soon their heads were scattered in all directions. It became clear to the players that they were facing none other than a madman. They realized that the bloody mercenaries wanted to take their boss away. It was strange. Broken Spear is an undead, yet now he was acting like a hero. The man said he greatly respected Broken Spear for his courage, since he had come alone to restore justice. However, that didn't mean his actions were right. Now they would fight. Lu Chen understood that these people robbed others themselves, but didn't like it when others robbed them. Lu Chen killed the players and they didn't understand who had sent him or why he was acting this way, but he said he punished scoundrels for his own amusement. Lu Chen summoned his undead and the massive ghost general joined the battle. The players were in shock. The summoned creature was a level higher than all the other players. Lu Chen noticed that the guy had gotten distracted and was staring at the undead, forgetting about his own defense. This could only end badly, and that's exactly what happened. Lu Chen cut everyone down, saying that some things shouldn't be taken to extremes. You only have yourself to blame for going the wrong way. Minhua and Eva were absolutely thrilled watching the battle. The girls were grateful that someone had avenged them. Fancy also saw the broadcast and immediately volunteered to help her comrade. Many other players were glad that a brave soul had stepped up to teach Absolute Domination a lesson. People